morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to our regular meeting of November 17th. Thank you all for getting out here in this weather. We are all blessed to be able to participate in this democratic forum here today, and it's the exact extreme opposite of the terrorist actions that seek to dominate and are willing to commit horrendous acts. Before we start, let's have a moment of silence for the victims of the latest terrorist attack in Paris. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Gallegos, will you lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Chairman.
Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Present.
Commissioner Gallegos.
Present.
Commissioner Romero.
Present.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Present.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Present.
Commissioners, we have an approval of the agenda. Any motions to amend?
Mr. Chairman, there is a motion to amend the agenda. I understand our county treasurer, Susan Trujillo, which I believe is item 10B, wants to be moved up on the agenda. She has an appointment, very important appointment later on this morning. So I don't know if there are other changes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Susan, Susan's here now, so we can move Susan up to 5A. And I believe Sheriff Hogrefe is not here yet, so we will, I guess let's just exchange those for now. We can exchange, well, let's just postpone the sheriffs because that wouldn't be appropriate under departmental matters. So I guess I'll make a motion to move the treasurer's report.
Mr. Chairman, I had set a motion already to move up the treasurer's report. And then I believe we can leave the rest of the agenda until the day progresses and see how things are going to go. I know that Sheriff Hogrefe is probably busy with weather situations that his department has.
Okay, so restate the motion.
That we amend the agenda as I had proposed with our treasurer, Susan Trujillo, being moved up on the agenda as early as possible.
Second.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Hold on a second. As early as possible isn't specific enough.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman,
Maybe.
under presentations as in item 8.
Okay. 8A then, we'll move the treasurer's report up to 8A. And we'll postpone the sheriff's presentation until later in the agenda. Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gallegos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. On to 5B. This is a presentation awarding Taos County Employee of the Month for November 2015 to Joshua Suazo, Maintenance Supervisor. Commissioners will step down.
Chairman Blankenhorn, fellow commissioners, county manager, Cordova. As facilities director for Taos County, I have the honor of recognizing Mr. Joshua Suazo as Employee of the Month for November. Mr. Suazo was recently selected as a maintenance supervisor for the Facilities Management Department. He has since taken on this responsibility at full throttle. Mr. Suazo is a highly skilled and a highly motivated individual. Taos County is extremely lucky to have Joshua working for us. He is the first guy on the job, and without me having to send him home, he'd probably be the last guy here. Joshua takes every role and responsibility given to him very seriously, and he follows it through to the end. I want to congratulate Joshua for this recognition. It's well deserved and long overdue. I'm very lucky to have him on my staff, And also, I'm very lucky to have his fellow colleagues on staff as well. So with this certificate, Joshua, I would like to recognize you as Employee of the Month for November 2015. You are awarded 8 hours off with regular pay. At this time, I also want to thank the rest of my staff, along with Vito Trujillo, Manuel Vigil, Joe Gonzalez, and Larry Espinosa. Commissioners, I want to assure you that our facilities are in good hands, so when at night you can rest peacefully.
Thank you, guys.
That was 8 hours.
I appreciate it. Don't be late. Oh.
It's a rough crew here in the front row. We're going to recognize somebody now that technically doesn't qualify for Employee of the Month or anything, because she's what we call a casual employee. Nonetheless, she's very important to the organization, and it was reported to us something that she does above and beyond what her Taos County duties are. She collects items for the homeless and blankets and stuff, and distributes them to people of need. And if we look out the window now, what she's doing in her little small part of her world is something that is truly needed in our community. And at this time, we'd like to recognize Patricia Baca. A gift of appreciation is presented to you. And it says, on behalf of the Taos County Board of Commissioners and staff, we recognize your efforts in collecting winter items for the homeless. Your service is immeasurable, and we thank you for your dedication and commitment to the needy of Taos County and to all its citizens. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 6. This is citizens' concerns. At this time, if anybody would like to address the board about any matter that's not on the agenda, please do so. All right, if there is none, then we will move on to approval of the minutes, 7A, and this is a decision regarding the approval of the November 3rd regular meeting minutes. Commissioners.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. Okay, on to item 8A. I believe that's where we moved the treasurer's report, and treasurer just left, so, okay. So we are at 8A, Susan, the treasurer's report.
Commissioners, Mr. Cordova, Mr. Attorney, and viewing audience. Thank you so much for moving my presentation up. I have a very important appointment this afternoon, and I was tempted to cancel due to the weather, but I would have to wait 3 months to make this doctor's appointment, and that's not possible. But I would like for you to take your commission hats off and put on your hats as the Board of Finance, because I will be presenting the financial report as of the first quarter. And I would like to, first of all, present the investment committee meeting agenda. It was held on October the 21st, 2015 at 1:30, and those members present were myself, Paula Sanestaden, the senior accountant, Marianne Gonzalez, accountant 1, Leandro Cordova, the manager, Lupe Martinez, the interim finance director, Rose Vargas, the U.S. Bank main manager, attended by telephone. And, excuse me, the investment report was discussed, and the treasurer's office was audited by the independent audit firm of Accounting and Consulting Group. All investments and cash deposited at U.S. Bank are insured by the Federal Depository Insurance Coverage, which is the FDIC. And Roman number 2, the collateral report as presented to the financial auditors by Paula Sanestaden, the treasurer's senior accountant, was all reviewed and passed the scrutiny of the auditors. Number 3, the U.S. Bank interest rates as reported by Rose Vargas, the Taos market president, were the 6-month CD at 0.05 interest rates. The money markets are at 0.05% interest rate. And we discussed also the analysis of the cash as it exists versus the interest that we would get as it would be invested. And the analysis that she provided for us clearly demonstrates that what we're doing with our cash is the best for the county right now, because the interest rates are extremely low. And the next is Paula provided the investment monthly report, and she provided it as of October the 31st. And as you can see in your report, that we have in People's Banks $58,000 on one and $58,000 on another. Again, totally insured by the FDIC and at U.S. Bank. We have the general fund monies and in a money market account at 0.05%, and we have $2,390,000, and it gained $365.50 in interest. And again, these are federal FDIC insured, and they're distributed through 9 banks at $250,000 each to cover us and protect those monies that we have. The next, that ends the investment committee report that was held that day that was discussed. The next portion that I would like to report to the commission is the revenues, and to discuss the revenues as they come into the county. And the first one is the detail of receipts, and that is our property taxes. And within the property tax, again, we have budgeted $9,703,713. We have not received any monies as of yet, because our taxes have not been received. But we have prior year, and I'd like to report that due to the auction, the successful auction that we had, our revenues already exceed the budgeted for the quarter. We have the budgeted collections for prior year taxes with $825,000, And we have received $345,325, which is the amount collected is already 42%. And the interest and penalties, the budget was $300,000. We've already received $100,130, which is 33% already received. And what I'd like to say about the auction was prior to, through the efforts of the Treasurer's affiliate, the property tax is coming in every year to the county to work on the delinquent taxes. And it'll, again, those delinquent accounts that are over 3 years belong to the state. They come in and they research and provide people an opportunity to become current before auction. And so because of that, that is what prompted the excess of the budget. And I'd like to say that through the auction process, most of the accounts were paid. So that was a good thing for the people that were delinquent. They brought them current, and there were very few properties that were sold. The next item that I would like to report is the GRT, the detail of gross receipts tax. And what I have provided for you, I went ahead and redistributed the GRT as it sits now in the budget of 2016, and that is moving the 31.8 to the general fund. But I'm not going to go into detail, but I provided for you, and we are at the 25% and above. You see those percentages at the end of that column. The next one is what I provide for you all. Excuse me, I don't know why I'm so nervous, but excuse me for that. Is the graph that I provide, and I indicated on it that it's 2015, and it's not, it's 2016, because I am logging in every one of the, that graph demonstrates the numbers on the next page, which every month I enter this is the general fund monthly ending cash balances. And I take the difference between last fiscal year and this fiscal year at that month end, and I show the variance of 16 versus the 15, and we're shy of $98,557 as we were last year. But we've met our 3/12 reserve by $1,345,889, and I've always included the 4/12 reserve. We have an excess of $445,039. And I'd like to say that as of the end of October, we still were in over our 3/12. So October is the lowest month. We really kind of take a dip, but we ended well. And again, that was due to the money that was received because of the prior year taxes that were paid during the auction process. We've still not received the money, the monies that were paid for the monies during the auction. That those will come later. What we do get there is the base. We don't. The interest and penalties go to property tax. The next is the end of the fiscal year cash analysis, but I keep this on a monthly basis. And again, this is our revenues versus our expenditures, the distribution of our transfers out, and it shows also the cash balances in each one of our I call them governmental funds because that includes the public works, the emergency 911 on 207, the senior program, the 219, the detention facilities, cash balance, the Taos County Grant Match Fund, the capital enhancement cash balance, and the EMS. Those are the cash balances as of 9/30. And also before you, you have the quarterly report as presented to DFA, and And that is for the record that has to be presented and kept on file as of September the 30th, 2015. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to the rise on the delinquent property taxes, you say you did indicate that a lot of people were able to come up with money and
Yes.
come forward and pay those before the auction itself. What was the amount that was collected by the state?
We don't have that. I don't have that dollar amount, but I could get that for you.
And you did indicate that that would come back to
The base.
Taos County.
The
The base
base.
will come back to Taos County. Interests and other penalties will stay with the state.
Yes, and the amounts during that process, they have a minimum bid. And so whatever amount of money is collected above and beyond that, it goes to the owner of the property too. That was something that was noted to me because I was very curious as to how the process worked, and that was good to know. But again, it laid very heavy on my heart to see that there were properties that were going to be auctioned, because usually in the last couple of years the properties have all been paid, and what was sold was nominal, but this time there was actual real property, but we are working our delinquent property taxes very heavily into where they don't have to go to the estate after the 3 years.
So are you saying that after you've served as a county treasurer for 3-4 years now, are you seeing a rise in delinquent property taxes? Is it becoming more and more difficult for people to pay their property taxes?
But I have noted that because we are working the delinquent taxes, they have come down. And last year we did a very aggressive, we worked on them to where many people came in to pay them before the deadline, before they were going to be turned over to the state. And that is my goal and my intention, which keeps not just the base amount, but it also keeps the interest and penalties here in Taos County. But I would urge people to pay their taxes on time. The taxes are due November the 10th. They become delinquent after December 10th. And so we are a self-rendering state, and so that it's responsibility of whether you get a tax bill or not, that if you have property to come in and pay your taxes. I am working right now as a courtesy. We have a lot of return mail, and please check your property valuation notices if you get them, and if you don't get them, check with the assessor's office to make sure that your addresses are correct. Because what I have been doing in the last couple of weeks is just going through the return mail, and a lot of the properties, I'll look in the phone book, trying to get in touch with the people and just trying to contact them and let them know that we have the property bills. And on some, I just mail them out again, or some have even come by and just picked them up, or some have already just said, I know my taxes are due, I didn't get a bill, but I'm going to pay my taxes. So it's a process. Our office is very busy at this time, and staff is doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Susan, thank you for this report. And when you have a moment, if you could explain the E911 balance and whether we're on track with that fund.
What I would like to say is that there is a budget, and the payments that go into that fund come in as a budgeted amount from the general fund. So I think that probably the manager could elaborate a lot more, but those are a fixed budgeted revenue that comes in. And then the expenditures, they come against those transfers that are made from the general fund, and that leaves a cash balance.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, as the treasurer mentioned, yeah, we are budgeting revenue. What's, I think, positive to see is that the ending quarter balance is higher than our beginning cash balance. So essentially, we're bringing in more money than we're spending monthly, which is going to keep us on track to meet all the goals of the GPA by the end of this budget year.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro?
And also, part of that money is what is, Councilman Gonzalez helped me here, but when we transferred, the town had the balance of the reserve fund, which is for repeater repair, maintenance, and things like that. And so that stays there as those things are needed, and that's part of the GPA as well, correct?
Yes.
So that's why there's that balance.
Excuse me, Chairman, I'd just like to make one more comment, and that is, again, regarding the delinquent taxes. A lot of times people will have a hard time paying the first half or the second half because the tax bill is divided into installment payments. And, but people can pay the first half and then make monthly payments the rest. And so that's a good thing. Or if you're delinquent, you can come in and make monthly payments. That is something that a lot of people don't know that they can do. So I would urge you to come in and see me or see my staff and look at your accounts and see what arrangements you can make. We don't make any kind of written agreements of any sort, but if you see what your balances are, you can divide those and target the balances so that you don't accrue that interest and penalty, which after months and months and months can become very large. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time.
Susan, all of our reserves are in the 6-month CDs at 0.05? Is that the situation with our investment?
Right now, we have the balance, which is the $2 million in the money market. We don't have anything in CDs, but the 2 in People's Bank.
I just asked, it's the same old question, you know, there's $3 million that we never touch. And it's always a little troubling that 0.05 is the best we can get out of money that we don't need long term. But I understand it's a low interest rate environment, and I imagine that everybody is looking at the options.
What I'm seeing too is the liquidity issue. And again, when we see the 312s, and when I saw in October that it was, if it hadn't been for the monies that had come in, we would have probably dipped into the 312s. And that's, so in looking at that, we're getting the money market interest, and but that is, again, something that we're continuing to look at, Commissioner.
Great, thank you. And welcome to Councilman Gonzalez. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you earlier, didn't notice you there.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I don't think so. Do we need a motion to approve the treasurer's report? It's not listed as a decision item.
No, it's not.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the second presentation, and this is a discussion regarding the proposed rate increase by Kit Carson. We have the CEO here, Reyes. Good morning. Thank you for coming by.
Good morning. Good morning to the Commission, to the staff, and to the public. What I'd like to do today is just outline Kit Carson Electric's request for a rate adjustment and put things into context as far as how the co-op operates and the purpose of the increase. First, the last increase that Kit Carson had was in 2000, filed in 2010, approved in 2011. At that point, with the number of protests that we had, during that time frame, it had been 25 years since the co-op had made a request for increase of rates. And anyone who's been in the infrastructure business knows that's a long time to go without an increase to make sure that your infrastructure is adequate to serve its needs. We made a commitment to the community at that time that we would come to adjust our rates every 4 to 5 years. That way we would minimize any rate shock, work into gradualism, issues that were brought before us at the last commission hearing. What we really didn't anticipate was the closure of Chevron. Chevron, we at Kit Carson, because we are their power supplier, had a lot of meetings with Chevron prior to their announcement, and at no time during our discussions did they indicate that they were closing. In fact, the indications from Chevron were they were going to probably double their power consumption. And in doubling their power consumption and having jobs for 20 more years, there probably won't be any reason to increase our rates. That didn't happen. The loss of Chevron is one of the prime movers, or prime reasons that Kit Carson has to adjust the rates. They are about 14% of our load. Besides the load and the revenues that we get from them, they're a very low maintenance customer. We service them with a transmission line and 2 substations, and rarely have to go on properties to do any maintenance work at all. So it's one of those good loads where you make good revenues, good margins, and very low expense. But over time, both through the commission process, the board process, and management, we put more of our margins into the large customer so that the residential could have a better rate. The downside of that is when a load like that goes away, we still have the fixed cost of the system to maintain. Chevron will continue in reclamation mode, but as of today, we really don't know what those loads are. Chevron has not indicated what the loads are, but they won't be anywhere near where they were under a mining environment. The second driver is the cost of power. So when you do a rate adjustment, there are some true-up mechanisms. So since 2010 to present, our cost of power has gone up from 7 to 8 cents. And so you see that, or members see that in the fuel adjustment clause. But it varies month by month. When we do a cost of service study, and we do hire a third-party consultant to do this for us, you true up. So in the base rate, instead of the 7 cents, will be 8 cents. So we're paying that now, we just true it up. Of the $3.5 million increase, 1.2 is the cost of power. About 700 to 800,000 is the loss of Chevron. That's the margins we would get from them that has to be replaced. The other thing that we're trying to fix in this proceeding is a rate design. And so, as important as what the rate level is how do you collect the monies? And so there's really 2 components that we have. We have the customer charge, and that has been probably the most controversial issue, is the customer charge, which currently is at $14.50, that we're proposing at $20.50. This is the exact same amount that we proposed in the 2010 rate case. We didn't alter that. And I think it's important to understand what the customer charge is. It's the minimum infrastructure, transformers, poles, wires, required to service a member. And so whether you use 1 kilowatt hour or 1,000, you need minimum services. You need a transformer, you need a meter, and you need a wire to it, and you need a substation. And so that's what the customer charge really is that's basically the fairness between the classes, is everybody's going to pay the same amount to access the grid. And again, the disparity comes when you pay $20.50 and have low usage. So you have your 200 or 300 kilowatt hour user, your increase on a percentage basis is higher. But the reality and fairness to the system is you still require the same infrastructure to serve your load whenever you want to use electricity. And so what we see, there's a trend, and I'll jump in between these slides that I've given you. Let's see.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you, Mr. Reyes, for being here. So what I hear you saying, if I left off, I'm in that category where I'm going to see it higher. If I were to leave all my lights on, keep my stereo running, keep my TV running, and go above that threshold, am I going to see it be less of a bill?
No, so that was part of the rate. So in the old rate design that we were ordered by the commission, it's called an inclining block rate. So from 0 to 750 kilowatt hours, you paid, let's say, $0.10. And I may be off a little bit on this, but just to give you the concept. 751 to 1250, you paid higher. So the more energy you used, the more you paid per unit. And if you used over 1,500 kilowatt hours, you paid a very high premium. That was ordered. We're scrapping that design because the reality is the average kilowatt hour use for residential is about 480 kilowatt hours. So the commission put a lot of revenues in the above 1250, actually above 750 that we could collect if people used electricity in those areas. This is a very energy efficient community. We probably have the second lowest energy use per residential consumer in the state of New Mexico. Based on 2014 data, the only co-op that used less was Nora Co-op in Chalmers. But that doesn't take away that we still have the fixed cost of the transformer. So we have to invest that transformer, whether it's at Commissioner Gallegos' home or a business, you still have the transformer that has been invested in and needs to be paid for. And so that's really where I think where the education comes in, is how do you make that fair for the members when it comes to a higher customer charge. Now what I have on the screen, because again, there was a lot of concerns that Kit Carson was doing something that no one else in the state is doing. This has really become more a national standard. And if you look at the chart, all the bars that are in red, those are current customer charges of the other co-ops in the state of New Mexico, including the San Luis and the north of us. So there's always a lot of comparison of what happens in Colorado. If you see, San Luis is actually at $27.50 as far as their customer charge. Kit Carson currently is at $14.50, asking to go to $20.50. Even at $20.50, we'd be right in the middle of the other co-ops in the state. But if you go down, you see most of the co-ops, the three big co-ops in the state, Jimenez, Continental Divide, and Kit Carson. Continental Divide is going to 20, Kit Carson 2050, and Jimenez hasn't decided what the new rate is. So I just want to articulate that what the co-op is doing is really what's happening in the industry, because you have decreasing kilowatt hours across the country. There's more efficient devices. People are migrating from desktop to laptop to iPad. So most energy devices today are more efficient. But that isn't taken away from the fixed cost of having that transformer. And so if we focus on that fixed cost and trying to recover that, regardless of how many kilowatt hours you use, it's not a new concept either. Telecommunications has used that concept for years. When you pay a fixed charge for your phone, whether you use it or not, you're going to pay X amount per line, and then you pay a data package. Some of the domestic water associations have the same concept. You pay a fixed charge or fixed high cost to connect, and then the water is at a cheaper rate. So the concept itself is not new as far as infrastructure, but it's new in the electric industry. And as we move forward, this is the way to recover those costs. The third item that's driving, so the rate design, we're proposing a flat design. Whether you use 1 kilowatt hour or 1,000, it's going to be the same rate. And the reality is we do not have a lot of high users on the residential side. We do have some high users in commercial, but we treat them differently. Things that drive electric usage and why our averages are so low is air conditioning. When the state of New Mexico puts out a publication to say the average residential usage is about 1,100 kilowatt hours, that's really tied to people in Albuquerque and south of I-40, where you have a lot of air conditioning. We have very little. I don't know how many residential homes we have in our service territory that have air conditioning. So again, our profile isn't really the size of homes. Most homes are basically 15 to 1,800 square feet. They're heated by propane, natural gas, wood. About 8% of our heating load is electric, so about 8% of our members use electric. So we've seen a decline even on electric heat and devices that use electricity. Again, doesn't take away from the fixed costs. We still have the substation in Penasco that we have to pay for. The substation in Talpa we have to pay for. And we are also in a no growth mode. Generally, utilities can maintain the rates if you have growth. We have not had growth, both because of the economy and second, because of the political climate in the area where a lot of projects don't get approved. And again, that's just the side effects of that is if you have no growth, you have no more electric units to spread those fixed costs on. The other expenses driving our rate case is depreciation. As we maintain and upgrade plants, depreciation, maintenance would be number 4. We maintain our system. Our maintenance expenses have gone up about $400,000 from 10 to 14. A lot based around the Forest Service. And really, because of the recent Hemmes Electric conscious verdict, in which, and I'm not sure how much of the commission is aware of what occurred there. There was a tree on private property, about 70 feet away from the line. Heavy storm winds blows a tree into the power line that Hemmes Electric owned and operated. That started Las Conchas fire, now the largest fire in the state of New Mexico from a historical perspective. About 2 weeks ago, a jury rendered that Hemmes Electric is 75% negligent for the cost of those claims. And Tri-State 20%, and I believe the Forest Service 5%. I'm not sure what the claims are, but when they first filed the lawsuit, the claims were in the $200 million range. Kit Carson's opinion is the lack of maintenance. Because of lack of maintenance and extenuating circumstances, now puts Hemmes in a situation that they may be on the hook for tens of millions of dollars that they don't have. And so we've really beefed up our system out of the 3,000 miles of line that Kit Carson operates. About our 1,000 are through forest and BLM properties. Kit Carson is fortunate that we have a very good working relationship with both the Carson and BLM here to maintain adequate rights of way. But remember, this tree was 70 feet out of the right of way. I'm not sure if anyone could have foretold that that specific tree was going to fall in. But we do a lot on the maintenance programs.
Excuse me, Luis, is the maintenance you're referring to part of your capital expenditures?
They're an expense item, so they basically go to the bottom line and they're expensed.
So they're not considered CapEx. Is your capital expenditures keeping up with your depreciation?
And yes, and that's what I want to go over now, because that's, again, I want to put things in context. When people talk about the debt and debt service, there's a couple ways that the co-op can acquire capital. You can have higher rates. You can charge members for their services. Okay, so right now, let's see if I can find a chart. First, the next one is our breakdown of our costs. So the member's dollar, 56 cents out of every dollar goes to Tri-State. 12 cents of our dollar goes to maintaining the network, the system. 5 cents goes for billing and customer service activities in the office. 8 cents goes to administrative. 10 cents depreciation. And 8 cents to interest or debt service. And all of them, that always seems to be a discussion of what debt service is. So when Kit Carson takes on additional debt, the debt that we take on can only be used for infrastructure. It can only be used for poles, transformers, wire, meters, and equipment to support that, protective equipment, and to install it. It can be used for buildings, for the headquarters of Kit Carson. It can be used for salaries. It can be used for my salary. It can be used for board expense. it only can be used for infrastructure. And so if you see there, the breakdown of our debts, if you look at the green on the bottom, the green and the red, 19% goes to transformers. The other 19% goes to underground facilities, and then 11% goes to overhead facilities. This articulates what the co-op has said for a long time, and people in the industry will tell you, will validate, underground systems cost more than overhead systems. So the more we want to put underground, it's just going to cost more. There may be some benefits as far as when we put underground through wooded areas, you mitigate fire risk. But you raise the cost of operations, the initial cost up front, which then accelerates depreciation and all the other costs associated to that initial installation. But if you look at our debt dollar, it goes into electric plants. Since 2010, 90% of all new construction requested has been underground. The other thing that's occurred is in the 6 jurisdictions that we serve for municipality, 5 out of the 6 have ordinances that require new construction to be underground. So just by virtue of the political climate and the policy of those jurisdictions, they drive up the cost of installation because they want underground, whether it's a historic district at the town of Taos, whether it's Angel Fire, that's all underground, Red River, the Main Street, if you look at it, it's all underground. That just adds to the cost of overall running the system. The other thing that when we talk about debt, and it's not talked, I think, enough, is, and I'll use the example of both, I'll use 2 examples. The first one I'll use is this complex here. When this complex was built, it requires electric service. Under our policies, and it required actually 3 big transformers. So there's a transformer on this facility, the Judicial Center, and the jail. And 2 of those transformers are the large transformers that Kit Carson operates. 1,000, 1,500 kVA, just huge units. When we operate a system like that, we also keep spares. When we have critical infrastructure like a jail, we need to keep a spare in the event that fails. I don't believe the county can wait 8 weeks for us to get a replacement. They want us to replace it in a timely fashion because you don't want your generators running for that long either. So those transformers cost $60,000. The line extension itself, to extend from the road to the different points, costs $50,000. That's about $110,000 that it costs Kit Carson to install the electric infrastructure to power this facility. Under the policy of the co-op, Taos County didn't pay a dime. It was zero that the co-op billed for that infrastructure, for the line extension. The reality, though, is that $110,000 isn't free to the co-op. We have to pay for the transformers, we have to pay for the wire, and we have to pay to install it. That comes out of debt service. That comes out of this pie, where a portion comes from underground facilities, a portion from underground transformers. And then what happens is then the county pays for it in small incremental pieces through the customer charge and through energy over time. And that's how you make electricity affordable. The second example I want to bring up is just a regular residential customer that requires a base 10 kVA transformer. And 10 kVA is just the size of transformer that's a basic unit to serve a home in Taos. That unit installed overhead costs about $1,100. And the wire to drop to the house costs another couple $100. So about $1,300 to service a customer. When a customer comes in for the transformer and the drop, they are not charged that. They basically are charged a connect fee of about $30 and a deposit. The other $1,300 goes into debt service. Otherwise, most people would not be able to afford that initial $1,300. On top of that, just like this recent storm. So we just had a storm today. Our crews have been out since 10 last night. We've had some trees fall on transformers. Transformer fails. We replace a transformer that, again, remember, costs about $1,000. We don't ask the members to pay for that. It's absorbed into the debt service. And so when you put things in context, the only way you make electricity affordable, especially in rural areas, is make sure you have a mix of debt and some of your rates to recover that debt. Otherwise, the people who are on fixed and low income will not be able to afford electricity.
Luis, how does your debt ratio compare to other rural costs?
So today our equity is in about the 30% range. It's probably in the middle. There are some, Commissioner Blankenhorn, that have a higher equity. Grants is a good example where a lot of the uranium mines paid for that infrastructure. And so, and there's some that are lower. It also depends on type of growth. So Kit Carson in the state of New Mexico has the most underground, miles of underground than any other co-op in the state. So only P&M and Xcel Energy have more underground in the state of New Mexico. So just naturally by virtue of we want our power lines to be more aesthetic, we don't want poles to block our views, it rises our cost of operation.
Does the 76 million include any debt associated with the propane and internet operations?
So, and that's a very good question. This is an electric-only increase. Under the law of the state of New Mexico, Kit Carson cannot, in electric rates, charge people for these diversified projects. If you look at that next chart, these are the projects that the difference in debt really paid for. The $12 million increase in debt. These are the primary projects that we paid for. And if you look at them, if you look at the very bottom one, the biggest project that we did or had to pay for was the Taos to Penasco transmission line. And that was over a little under $6 million. But if you look at every project, these were all done and they're supported by borrowed money from RUS. If you look at the Taos area, we spent about $3.2 million in the Taos area, just improving H poles, and wire size, upgrading transformers. If you look in the north, Commissioner Gallego, Sunshine to Costera, we rebuilt that whole line going north. Some of these lines have been 50s and 60s vintage. The debt service we carry is for 33 years. So after a certain period of time, you just have to replace this infrastructure. There was a lot of work in the Penasco area. And that is really the nature of the co-op. If you developed rates designed on density or people's ability to pay, some of the most rural areas would have power. And I'll give you an example. We serve into the Entero, New Mexico, right outside of Mario, 17 meters. We've had to build 60 miles. There's 60 miles of transmission line. So if an average meter there is using $60 a month, and it costs us about $200,000 a mile to build transmission line, we would never pay that. So you socialize those costs so that the most far-reaching areas of our network can get adequate service, and they're all charged the same rate. So if you live in Taos, or you live in Ute Park, or you live in Los Altos, you're all getting paid the same rates. That's why the customer charge is so important, because regardless of where you live and how long it takes us to go to Las Trampas to change a transformer versus changing a transformer here in town, you all pay the same customer charge. So that's the fairness in the way we try to apply these rates.
I'm still wondering how much debt is there on the propane business and the internet business and how that affects operations? I know it's not included in the 76 million that you provided us,
So,
you provided detail on.
so Commissioner Blankenhorn, on the broadband project, the award was 44 million grants, $19 million of loan. We've drawn down the entire 19 million, but it has no impact on the electric because it's a separate operating unit. As far as the propane, we're down to about $1.5 million worth of debt, and again, it has no impact on the electric. What you have in front of you is really a summary of the electric expenses. In 2010, this was vetted. There was, out of the 250 protests that were deemed just and reasonable, and 90% were tied to challenging diversification. At the end of the day, the commission ruled that there was no cross-subsidization and nothing had been violated.
So just to be clear, the 3.5 million per year that this increase would raise, none of that money could go to operations of propane or operations of broadband?
That's correct.
Or servicing propane debt or servicing broadband debt?
That's correct. And all those are separate. We have separate auditors for our propane company. We have separate auditors for our broadband business. And then we're audited on our electric probably twice a year, both by internal auditors that the co-op hires and then by RUS. This is strictly an electric increase. And again, I'm trying to lay out the major factors of why it's occurred. There's never any good time to have an increase. I mean, even if the economy was good, we would have members say that it's not good enough. I think the other element we're trying to address is that there is a $3 discount on the customer charge for the low and fixed income if they qualify pursuant to LIHEAP. So they don't necessarily have to be on LIHEAP, but if they have the criteria that they qualify as they were a LIHEAP benefactor, then their customer charge would be $17.50 versus $20.50. It's an attempt to acknowledge that there are fixed and low income that are struggling to pay their electric bill. But I think there's a lot of programs out there that will assist them. This is one of them. Kit Carson has a Members Helping Members program where we allocate about $50,000 a year, and we help members pay their electric bill through that.
Is that $3 discount currently in place?
No, it needs to be approved by the PRC.
Would that be approved at the same time that the rate increase is approved?
Our expectation is yes. No, there's two processes here, and I guess...
I'm sorry to interrupt. What's the cutoff on that to obtain the $3?
It's being LIHEAP qualified, so it's an income level based on number of people in the household and their income. It's a straightforward formula that the state has approved, so we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, not trying to politicize the process, kind of fill in the blank like the state, and if you fall out below this range, then you qualify.
Can we make your increase contingent on the subsidy being, I mean, we being the commission, I guess, the PRC?
Well, the PRC, so there's, that's a good point. So there is the process. So currently, we notice the members November 3rd, December 3rd, that's 30 days. We will file our formal application December 3rd. The members have 20 days to protest those rates. If there are 25 protests in a class, then we have a rate hearing. At that time, Commissioner Blankenhorn, when you go to a rate hearing, then the decision is in the hand of the PRC. And in Kit Carson's opinion, the PRC failed in the rate design last time, where they gave an inclining block rate where we didn't collect some of our revenues. Our ask, and we know there's people that will oppose it for several reasons. They don't like diversification. There's some, they don't like the manager. They don't like me, so we're going to oppose the rate case. I understand that, and we're okay with that. The last rate case cost our members $450,000. And so we're willing, I have members come to us and say, let's help the poor, let's help the fixed income. But we're willing then to pay, almost $500,000 to attorneys and consultants that money will never get back here, that we could probably use better locally. And I do think because this is the same rate case that we proposed last time, and we got about 3/4 of it, that there's no reason that we would get the whole thing. But do we want to go through an extended, litigated rate case when we can try to solve those issues here and save $500,000 for our members? Because the members pay for it. That $500,000 is built into the rate case. And so what we do is we amortize that over 3 years, and we'll pay for it. I mean, it's not, when people perceive it's coming out of Kit Carson's pocket, it comes out of everyone's pocket incrementally every month. So Chairman Blankenhorn, basically, what we've started our public meetings, and I do invite anyone who wants to speak with us, whether it's in different districts, groups, city councils, we'd be happy to do that. But our asks are first, we don't think that a protest is warranted. We're keeping to our commitment that we're going to increase rates or adjust rates every 4 to 5 years. It is not the co-op's fault that Chevron closed. I mean, that is not, when you lose $700,000 worth of your margins, that was out of our control. I mean, I'm not sure how you argue that that didn't happen. And if we want a good, solid infrastructure going forward, we need the capital to keep to operate. I think
I believe Commissioner Vegas has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming. I do agree with you that, the unknown of Chevron coming in and closing at such a, after they've talked about double, it's like me expecting to get a raise and then the raise doesn't come and I've already bought 2 cars and a house. I would hope that we as a co-op didn't make any investments that we were expecting that gain to come in and then, the floor falling. So, I do hope that we're moving in that cautionary step. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is, why now would you want to put the application in December 3rd? Can't you put the application in the springtime? I mean, you're giving the public 20 days to protest, and we're in the heart of holiday season, and that's the last thing people want to be doing is running to Santa Fe to be chasing down, protesting and doing that thing. It just kind of, for me, it just kind of seems like the timing is not right for the co-op in its whole. Couldn't you just do this application process springtime and make it more, I have constituents that when we could get a rate increase, it's holiday season, it just puts a big damper on the whole winter months that people are really struggling to try and make this, to adjust their lifestyles from Chevron closing a year ago and still having those repercussions. It just seems like the timing is just not right for this application to go in. And if we could hold back months down the road, in addition, having the applicant get the floor, does it have to go up $5 right away? Can it be phased, gradual, every 2 years go up and get to that $5 increase to $20? And let the constituency, the co-op members see that progressive approach that we are paying that debt, we are taking care of the bills that we need to, we're still having customer service. Then, getting that big hit. Those are options. I don't know if there's something that the membership of the board has considered, but to absorb this is just really tough, especially at this time of year.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Diego, so a couple things. First, from a rate-making policy perspective, we're using the 2014 test year. If you wait too much, if Kit Carson waits too much longer, then the test year gets dated and you have to do another study. And so the studies themselves can cost $50,000 to $60,000. I would agree with you that no time is good timing. I mean, if we did this before school started, the excuses would be, well, we're getting ready for school and we need our kids' get clothes and stuff for our kids. So no time is good. I think the reality and why we're filing is we also have our mortgage covenants to hit. We have an obligation to our banks to hit certain financial targets. Year end closes out a second year that we won't hit those because of the impact of Chevrolet. So it's also a timing issue that we need to assure our bankers and those who we owe money that we're going to make the tough decisions and adjust our cost or our revenue stream when we need to. As far as the phasing, we've had discussions with the commission about phasing in rates. They have not been too warm to that because there could be conditions that change. So let's say we do have we've discussed options of saying let's go from 14 to 17 to 20. What if there's something that in between the 17 and 20 that spikes and we're already authorized to get to 20? I mean, and this is what's coming back from the staff. So we are pursuing those phase-in options. They haven't been successful in the past. I do want to remind that during the last rate case, when we offered 2050, both the protesters who protested the co-op's rate and the PRC basically said $17 is okay. And the commission hearing examiner came back at $14.50. I'm not sure what that disconnect was, is when all the parties agreed that this was the number. So I think we're also concerned, Commissioner Gallo said, if we agree to something, but you get enough protesters, the commission may not grant what we're talking about now. And I have an obligation as the CEO to make sure we're financially solid and able to run to operate the system.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Fambro, something that was brought up, thank you for coming, by the way, Mr. Reyes. Something that was brought up to me by people, and I don't know where this is in your presentation, if it's coming up later, that's fine. But one time we had a discussion about you have limits of how much renewable energy can be put back into the grid. Can you brief, I mean, is that part of today's presentation?
Yes.
Is that, okay, then I don't understand why there's a limit, because it seems to me that people are really, the time is right for people to do that. We want to do it here on our own buildings. This building was constructed for the weight of those panels and everything, but we're reluctant to do it because it could put you over the limit.
So, Commissioner, I'll address that. Let me just finish with a couple more charts. So on this chart, this really looks at the profile as classes of what's happening to our electric usage. And so you see the orange line. And this goes maybe to your some of your concerns, Commissioner Gallegos. And you being professor, look where Chevron was in 2008, 91 million. They were basically 25% of Kit Carson's total load. And so as a governing board, as management, we then tend to try to put as much on them as possible, given that they're never going to go away. And then they go away. But you see how they collapsed down to about 21 during the test year, and the note on the top, the left-hand side, they're about 9 million kilowatt hours. They're going away. They're not coming back in any form or fashion. And they have subsidized the residential class for years. They just have. If you look at I think it's the second page, you look at our rate of returns by class. And again, subsidizing the residential class is not such a bad thing if you have loads that can subsidize it. But if you look at our test year, our residential class cost the other members $3.6 million at 3.6%. If you look at the large service, large group power service, and Taos County fits in that, okay? you have a 23% rate of return. So in reality, the large commercial and Chevron are subsidizing the other classes. The comment I made at the last time, to your point, is if the large commercials are willing to take up more of that increase, then we're good to go. I mean, if Taos County, the town of Taos, the schools, Walmart, Albertsons say, you know what, I want to take on more of the load electrically, then we can bring the residentials to break even. But right now they're being subsidized, and now you have one of the, so you have two things happening. You have the large load that has done it for years, Chevron, they've gone away. You have loads like Taos County, Town of Taos, Village Rangefall, all wanting to do renewable. Renewable is good, except it takes away from kilowatt hours because now you're self-generating them. And so it is kind of a catch-22 that we want to become a more renewable community, but when at nighttime you want to use the grid, and someone has to pay for that grid if during the daytime you don't use it. And so there's always options. My discussions with large commercials is they don't want to keep subsidizing the residentials to this limit. It's pretty simple. And so the question is, where's that limit? Where's that fairness when it comes to rate making? So it's not an easy process, and that's why we do it now, so we have some time to deliberate and to try to figure this out. We've been talking, Commissioner Guerrero, we've been talking about adjusting our rates since June. Made that announcement at our annual meeting, and it seems that no one really pays attention to it until all of a sudden it's here. But we've been talking about this since June.
Well, and I agree. I mean, I can see, I mean, it's a shame that Chevron can propose that they're going to double up their power, and all knowing they didn't wake up one morning and say, we're closing today. They had it already projected that they're going to close. When and why they left that discussion with Kit Carson aside is still, and to the whole county, is still tender to the touch for that reason. And I can understand your point where, we're trying to get economic development and business to come into the area, and these big companies have to pay a larger electric bill. It's tough, but, I guess, like anybody in here can say that, when you turn the switch on and the power doesn't turn on, you try to call Kit Carson right away to know what's going on. And not till then do we worry why we don't have power. And sometimes a lot of people don't realize, all the work in the background. I just still feel adamant about making it not such a big spike in the proposal and the timing. I guess if it's makes sense for the board and yourself to do that, I guess it's your decision. But it's just real hard to swallow stuff.
And we can appreciate those comments. I think, though, I'm just trying to make an honest assessment of what we have to do if we want to have good, reliable electric service. The last chart before I get into the power supply discussion, again, goes to debt, because I want to, when you don't put debt into perspective, you say, Kit Carson's taking on debt, it makes people think of what did they take it on. And so I'm here to say this is what we did. It's no different than sitting on the board of the Valle. When they talk about debt, it's for pipe and trench and stuff tied to a water system. We're no different. And there, the plant change, the big is, I think it's 50 or 30% of a newly acquired debt went to pay for overhead work. And that ties into all those projects that we talked about. The Llano, Ranchos area, predominantly overhead. Costilla, Maria, predominantly overhead. So you see a lot of costs going into improving those systems.
And ultimately, the limit to debt is its ratio to your power, your plant.
That's correct.
And so that's what people should worry about. They should worry about whether the debt is too high as a ratio to the value of the equity.
That's correct. And today, Kit Carson has, not taking us to the first slide, our plant is worth $134 million. And we have debt of $76 million.
And again, is that in the sort of average range of rural co-ops?
That's in the average range mainly because we don't have a lot of industrial or industry that pays for infrastructure. And so there's not a lot of contribution aid to construction of other people paying their way, so to speak. So that's pretty average in the system. Before I move on, basically the two asks we're making is, and I understand your comments, but this is an increase that the co-op needs. We wouldn't increase Commissioner Gaius the rates if we didn't have to, because we're raising them not just on the members, but we're also raising them on friends and family, and it's hard to make those decisions, but we have to make them. And second is, let's not spend $500,000 protesting and arguing in Santa Fe over things that can be resolved here. I mean, I think the co-op, at least, and I myself, have been open to meeting with anyone, anywhere, to discuss these issues, and to try to come up with some resolution, to meet our goals, but also meet the members' goals of what you just said. The only time people really think about Kit Carson is probably twice a month, when you have an outage, and when you get the bill. Most of the time, we're just too busy with other things to think about what the co-op is doing. I'd like to then segue into the power supply issue. And Commissioner Fambro, you brought that up. So currently, we're with Tri-State GMT. We have a contract with them until 2040. And it's an all-requirement contract. It means we have to buy all our power from Tri-State, except for up to 5% of renewable energy that we can get from those type of sources. Once we hit the 5%, that's it. So with the projects that we have in the ground and projects that we have under contract, 2016 Kit Carson will hit the 5%. So what then happens going forward is Kit Carson cannot participate in any renewable energy projects that won't violate its contract. Or in some cases, we get a double charge. Recently, there was a FERC case, a federal case, that said Kit Carson had to allow projects on regardless of the contract. Tri-State's position is that's fine. We're still going to charge you as if you are a 95% customer. So if we let's say we got to 10%, we're still going to get billed 95% from Tri-State. So the 5% I pay to the solar company X, I'm also going to pay another 5% to Tri-State to keep them whole. And then we don't have any rate certainty. We don't know what the electric rate for Tri-State is going to be until September of the following year. And it can be 0, it can be 8%, it can be 5%, we just don't know. And based on that, based on community discussions we had, Kit Carson went out and has sought exit from Tri-State. And so we received by the board permission to exit our contract of 25 more years. And so we've gone on a parallel path. I'll be careful, I'll let you know as much as I can because we do have several NDAs in place with power suppliers that would give us latitude first to get out of the 2040 contract, get shorter term fixed rate contracts, and enable the community to have more renewables by election that previous year. So for 2016, if we want to build 2 megawatts or the county wants to put something on this facility, we just tell the new power supplier, we're going to get X% more from X. So when you go onto the market to buy power from Kit Carson, this is what your requirement is in the daytime. Our goal is to have a new deal by the end of the year. If we are successful, we will take power from the new supplier July 1 of 2016. The main 3 objectives of a new power supply is first a shorter term contract that gives our community time to migrate if they want to a different and cleaner environment, cleaner power environment. Second is to have fixed rates. We know what the rates would be. And third, that we get cheaper power. Right now, as I mentioned, This cost of service has an 8-cent rate. If we were to get it under 8 cents, then that flows back to the members. And so anything that we get on the power supply, by virtue of the way our rate design is structured, you automatically get the credit that next month. Those are the goals. There's still a lot of work to do, Mr. Fambro, but we've really accomplished a big hurdle by having Tri-State's board and let us out. Now we've interviewed power suppliers, and we're in that process through an RFP to develop which is the best power supply that fits the member of Kit Carson.
It's going to cost money to get out of that contract, right?
So if you take our contract today, 25 years left, and you factor in the increases that Tri-State has on their long-range forecast, our contract today probably has a value of about $800 million. Okay, that's what we're going to pay to Tri-State anyway. So if we do nothing, we're guaranteed to pay that amount of money anyway. The exit fee is two things. We're going to pay that either to Tri-State or someone else. But the exit fee is really a keep whole figure. There's 43 other co-ops, and they don't want to subsidize Kit Carson exiting. And so we'd have the same position that if another co-op got out, I wouldn't want to subsidize them getting a better rate than me. So the 37 basically is twofold. It's first to exit what I consider a bad contract. A contract that we probably, as a renewable community, can't live with. And second is to keep, it's a fairness issue, is to make sure that the other 43 co-ops do not subsidize Kit Carson exit. And mainly because we would not want to subsidize another co-op. We wouldn't want our ratepayers to pay for another co-op to get better rates. And so that's the basic reason for the exit. And to get it from where it was to now, we've got the price down about 80%. I mean, so we started in the high tens of millions and got it into low tens of millions. Still a lot of money, but we believe that we can, with the negotiations going on, we'll get, even with the exit fee, a cheaper price of power.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Reyes, you, just real quickly, talking about that, I mean, it's the same scenario as Chevron leading and everybody else having to pay, the co-op having to pay. Through, I applaud the co-op for carrying a heavy load of workforce and always trying to, not have to let anybody go on the employment side. How many people do you employ on the electric side?
So Kit Carson has 97 employees. During the last rate case, we had 107. So we decreased by 10 employees from 2010 to current. We believe we're at the right size. And days like today, you need linemen to be out there. The skilled labor that we have, it takes years to train them. And we don't want to continue to train our employees so they can go somewhere else. I think the other just fundamental issue that I brought up, because we do right size, Commissioner Gallegos, we're very sensitive to making sure locals have work. But I don't think that's always the best solution, is to lay off employees to have a short-term gain. Because we still need to maintain the system, we still need to bill people, we still need to read meters. And anytime we start to erode services because we want to lay off employees so that we don't take criticism from a small group, I think that's wrong. I don't believe that we should be putting more people on unemployment when there's other opportunities out there. I mean, if we did some economic development and gained some load, stuff that you're doing in Cuesta, if we can build that resource, then we hire more employees. But Kit Carson's right-sized. We've analyzed that. We also have a union. And so under the union structure, when you have a layoff, you're laying off the lowest paid employees anyway. And so the impact doesn't really get you what you want in the short term. In the long term, our system continues to grow. We still have trees to trim. We still have maintenance to do, and we still have lines to build. All that happens, and you've seen it with Chevron, they lay off employees, then they end up hiring contractors. So at the end of the day, it's the same amount of people, it's just people from the outside getting the jobs.
And I guess the reason why I asked the question is in respect to how many electric employees work is, you know, the village of Cuesta will have a utility employee that gets paid out of the sewer fund. Do we have that same structure in Kit Carson where there's propane employees or telecom employees that get paid out of the electric fund to compensate for what maybe the other departments aren't being able to pay?
Chairman, Commissioner Davis, no, as I mentioned earlier, this is electric only, all expenses are tied just to electric employees, and that's how we operate.
I mean, I asked the question only because we as a commissioner are going to at some point have to be responding to the public as to, did you ask this, or how come, you know, we want to be able to be that additional tool that co-op can use to answer some of the questions that people may not want to ask the co-op. So that's why some of these questions that we're asking today are so that we can relay the message out.
I guess, Commissioner, in general, I'm here because I want hard questions. I think what we're doing is the right thing. This is the proper forum to do this. So I believe those questions are appropriate. We can defend this great case, and I can defend what I've just said for the last few minutes.
You'll get another chance, I'm sure.
I'm sure I'll get several chances.
Commissioner Fambro.
Has the expansion of the amenities and everything in the ski valley been factored into this as maybe offsetting some of the part where Chevron turned its back on all of Taos County?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fambro, to a certain extent, when you do a rate case, you also have to factor in what is called known and measurable. And so the only thing we can really measure, and we know, is probably the new hotel. And so we don't want to factor in that they're going to triple in size and then also they don't, mainly because the co-op has had experiences in resort construction. If you look at the plans for Angel Fire, they should be as big as Rio Rancho. I think many of you remember Ski Rio. That was going to be bigger than Taos Ski Valley. And so we would have factored all those in, the rates would even be higher because we would have said we're going to get all this money from these different entities. I think we're at the point where we need to see really what the new ownership of Taos Ski Valley really is going to do. I mean, you know, talking is much different than doing. And so far we're building underground infrastructure there, so we're mitigating.
That's a good project. That's a very
we used all locals. All the contractors, after a year of negotiations, all the prime contractors on that project are local, at least for Kit Carson's portion of the project. But the only thing we know for sure is that the hotel is being built. And so we factored in that. The new hotel is going to be the same as a Sagebrush or a Rock Orlando 500 kW. It's not a big electric load. It may look nice, but electrically, natural gas is going up to Taos Ski Valley. And so we think that's going to displace more propane, but still, we won't get the heating load that we had in the past.
Commissioners, do we have any other questions? Mr. Reyes? If not, then we'll thank you for the detailed presentation. I think it was useful for all of us, as Commissioner Gallego says. We hear from our constituents, and we appreciate you coming in and filling us in.
Thank you very much. And again, Chairman Blankenhorn, and to the public, if at any time anyone wants to speak with us, with any group, we're happy to do that. Whether it's in evenings and weekends, we want to make sure that our membership is informed and has a forum and can tell us what they're really thinking. Why don't you give us ideas like the Commissioner guidance? We're not opposed to taking that idea and taking it to the Commission and see, can we have a phased-in rate? And we may be surprised and they may decide yes, if the community's behind it. But if the community's not behind it, then it probably won't go anywhere because the Commission itself is elected.
Well, to the extent that you can come up with any negotiated position that will lessen the burden of an adversarial hearing,
And,
But also, you know, as you said, it can be very expensive to carry on those hearings, so obviously it would benefit the community if we come to some agreement before then.
We appreciate your support, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, can the county manager give us an estimate of what that rate increase would cost us?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just very roughly, we just kind of estimated it could cost us as much as $50,000 a year. We have been using less kilowatt hours over the last few years, so it kind of depends on what our usage is.
Well, it doesn't depend so much on our usage, does it? It's a flat increase.
Now, if you look at the third page, Commissioner O'Donnell, the power usage as a class, and again, it depends on the efficiency of the building, how you use your building electrically. And I think in following some of what the commission's try to do is enable some of the equipment here that is tied to energy efficiency work. If you look at the power service, the increase is basically 0.02%. That means if you're an average customer, but if you're a snowmaker, you're going to have a higher bill because you're inefficient. You only use electricity for 4 or 5 hours that you drive up to peak. A jail probably won't go up because it's on all the time. It really doesn't have variations in its electric usage. So what we can do is we can model that for the county manager based on his accounts and tell you by account what the impact is based on historical usage patterns.
Question, now that I was looking at that page, I apologize for not asking a question earlier. The irrigation power service, is that for your agricultural use?
Agricultural.
And is there a charge for if the power goes out and you have to reconnect or reboot? Is there a fee on that?
Reconnect fee?
Well, not a reconnect fee, but in the past we had power outages out in irrigated areas, and then to get that three-phase power back up, there'd be a charge. Not that, you know, it would be either through the wind messing up the system or something like that. You know, I guess the reason why I asked this, Mr. Reyes, is that if possible, in the near future, the Village of Cuesta or a land trust group may be trying to be organized to promote more agricultural use up in the Sunshine Valley via some Chevron properties. So for this irrigated circle, it'd be important to know how the process works, so we're not looking at a lower rate and then we seeing that our rates are different.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, on a case-by-case for those type of, we can actually go over different scenarios to determine which is the best rate for you. And then from that, then we can work into the pros and cons of that rate.
All right, thank you. I think Mr. Cordova would like to set up a meeting with you.
Yes, I'm hoping my good friend here will let us talk to you and Mr. Cordova folks.
I think that maybe within the next couple of months, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Cordova, Mr. Bolon, you will probably be having a moment of silence for the people of Taos County because of the terrorist attack by Kit Carson Electric. What I heard today was a little fear-mongering. If you protest, it's going to cost you 50 or whatever, 500,000 if we protest, it's going to cost us for legal fees. Well, I'd like to see the legal fees that the co-op is paying to their attorneys. We know that the CEO is getting $240,000. So it's $250,000 that we are getting there. But I'm here to talk to you as a person of the Department of Human Services. I retired from as an administrator with the Department of Human Services. And I worked the Taos County area, I worked the whole state under those circumstances. And it's hitting home as far as the poverty level is concerned in Taos. You know, we have probably 37% of our people are operating under the poverty level in our community. We also have a number of people participating in the food stamp program, commodities program. You go out there to different communities and see the huge lines that are out there. And average salary in Taos is $8.50 an hour. You know, we take away the mine. And Mr. Gallegos, we did, you know, when I worked with Human Services, we predicted that the mine was going to be closed, you know, long before, you know, I'm surprised that we didn't predict that with our utilities, but we predicted that. I had to be there when people had to give up their livelihoods, their cars, and you know, their mortgages, lost their property and things like that during that particular period. And at that time, it was predicted that the mine would not last very much longer. I think we have to look at the poverty rate of our community. You know, we read about housing. We read about the different aspects. You know, $1 million owed on trash pickup, you know, that we can't even collect in our community. And I don't believe the fact that the co-op is self-sustaining in the sense that we have not offered it up as collateral for our other diversified projects. You know, for a fact, I know that the collateral, the assets have been offered up as collateral for other projects that we are doing there. We have a very negative attitude in this community. On the online survey, this morning before my lights went out, Mr. Reyes, at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's a good thing that I get up at 5 and showered up. I was looking at my computer to see how many people were in favor of the increase. Well, there were 17 people in the online survey that were in favor of the increase, probably the trustees and Mr. Reyes voted and had their families vote. But there were 200 people against the rate increase this morning. So let's look at the unemployment rate in Taos. You know, I mean, we're the highest in the one of the highest in the state. I think Mora is probably higher than we are. You know, but we're close to 10% unemployment rate, and it's probably going to get higher with the people after the closing of the mine and the cleanup that goes on. We talked about solar. Mr. Fambro, you asked a question about the solar aspects of I was talking to a gentleman that does the solar, and he said that the cost is so prohibitive for the people here in Taos to go to solar. You know, so it's not going to save any money, anything like going to solar. He says, I'm committed. He says, I can't, people that can't afford it are committed to several years that they have to pay for that solar power. And what's involved is very, very complicated. So these people, the average citizen cannot afford solar in this community. We have an example already in the federal government where they bail out. You know, what we're asking you is, as a customer, is to bail out whatever our people are suffering from. You know, let's bail out like we did Chrysler, like we did all General Motors and things like that. So we're asking the poorest of the people of state of New Mexico to bail out some mismanagement. I think you know, there hasn't been that much accountability. And you know, when we come before a board and we say, you know, it's going to cost you $500,000 in legal fees if you protest. Well, you, Mr. Reyes, I'm telling you right now, I am going to protest. And I'm going to get 25 other people to protest. Because I think that what you are doing is an injustice, and your trustees are doing an injustice to the people of Taos County. You know, just with all the unemployment that has come about and everything else. Tri-State, you know, you're going to come back probably within the next year and ask for $37 million, another rate increase to buy out tri-state commitments. You know, just where are you going to find somebody that is going to give you a short-term contract? They don't operate that way. You know, they operate. My son did this documentation on how much his electric was going to go up based on the kilowatt and things like that. It's not $6.50 like you're telling the people here. It's $18 it's going to go up, and it's residential. And that's going to happen to all the people here. You talk about people heating their houses with wood. The elderly can no longer do that. You know, I gave that up a long time ago, going for Lenya because it's tasking, and we have an aging community. Our kids are moving out. You send a four-page explanation. The same day that you send out that 4-page, the results of the testing came for Taos County schools and things like that came out. 25% proficient in English, and 17% proficient in mathematics. And you want people to sit there and go through a 4-page thing trying to figure out decimals and fractions and things like that. People have been asking me about that. And like I said, I'm talking to you as somebody who dealt with the poverty in the state of New Mexico. And as we do that LIHEAP, you say, oh, they can give us LIHEAP. Who's paying for LIHEAP? You are, I am. Different people are paying. That's a tax thing. So the state is bailing you out on LIHEAP to give somebody a discount on their electric here in town. Chevron, we anticipated that, 40% of our load was, it's what you mentioned, you gave there. But, it's concerning to me that, one of the questions that you were asked about, the number of employees that you have. If you are in such dire needs, they're paid well. Why don't we do a freeze on the CEO's salary? Why don't we do a freeze on some of these high-paid administrators? And, and try to help the people that way. I'm sorry that it comes to this. We're a community, but, you and the trustees should be promoting, you should be promoting something that will help the people. Our assets are used as collateral. What's going to happen when broadband or propane fails? Are we going to lose our co-op totally? I'm sorry to have said that, and I encourage people to protest this and I encourage you, Mr. Reyes, to go out to the communities. You're going out to the organizations. You're coming here and telling them it's going to cost $500,000 in legal fees. If you dare protest, how dare you say that? I will protest, and I will get people to protest, and you will have to answer to the PRC. Of course, some trustees say that they have the PRC in their pockets. We'll see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cordova. Okay, Mr. Lucero. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes.
Well, I don't think I have to say too much after what Mr. Cordova said. He's right on with what he said, so I won't say too much. But I'll just say a couple of things. I'm glad that Mr. Reyes' spokesman is here, because even in Mora, they know that if you serve on the Kit Carson board, you can't serve on any other commission. Mr. Reyes pays Andrew Gonzalez, whatever he pays him, $6,000 a month, to be the company spokesman. To me, that's great, but Mr. Gonzalez, get out of being the town councilor on that council. You can't serve two masters. As far as the $37 million, Mr. Reyes is counting that with, we'll get the new supplier to pay it. if you believe that a company is going to come to Taos and give you $37 million, they're not going to do it. They may float you a loan for $37 million, and then over time, you have to pay that back to this new supplier. That's what's going to happen. As far as the rate increase to the residential consumer, which I am one of, the last time we went to the PRC, they gave them a 7% increase. For the average consumer now, that's going to be 19%. I do believe they need an increase. But I do believe that there's a lot of mismanagement at this co-op. I mean, he stands up here and he says, we've got 17 customers that we have to build a transmission line to. I forget what the community was. Well, maybe that's the problem. You don't build transmission line to that customer. You build them a single phase line, or even if you need 3-phase, you do it at 24,900 volts. It doesn't cost $200,000 a mile. We need accountability at this co-op. We thought we had a good person when we got Mr. Adang elected to the board. It took 6 months, but this man is a genius at turning these people around. I don't know what he gives them. But from being a full-fledged protester the last time, Mr. Adang called us cockroaches. He called us haters. He called us sewer rats. County Commission, wake up and smell what's going on around here. And yes, I know I have bad breath. I'm an old man. But don't call me a sewer rat. You're elected for the business of taking care of this community. I hope you do that. The other thing is that next year, next June, there will be an election at that co-op, and I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of new board members on that co-op. One thing that Mr. Reyes couldn't orchestrate this time is that this rate increase doesn't happen at a time where there won't be elections for new trustees. So I too, like Mr. Cordova, I'm going to protest, and I'm just one simple person. But I think there's going to be a lot more than 25. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time we will move on to our next agenda item.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Fambro.
For a 5-minute. Second.
Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. Call the meeting back to order. So we have a motion on the table.
A second.
A second. Please call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. On to item 8B. This is a presentation regarding a summary of the PASEO event, this marketing plan and the impact of the community. Matt Thomas, the director of the PASEO, does not appear to be here. And so we will move on.
Move to table, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Vice
Call
Chair,
for vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes, now we'll move on to the item that most of you are here for. And this is, well, we begin with presentation by groups opposing the resolution that we will consider right after we have these presentations by those opposing. And the first one on the list is the New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. We have Valerie Huerta, the regional director, and Zach Riley. They do not appear to be here, so
Mr. Chairman, I would like to read into the record their letter, if I may.
that would be great.
Thank you. This is from the New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. Dear Commissioners, New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau is the state's largest and oldest agricultural organization with over 18,000 member families. NMFLB is comprised of all aspects of agriculture. Our mission is to promote conservation and protect agriculture in the great state of New Mexico. NMFLB feels that it is important to take care of our natural resources. Many times the hands-off approach is taken in the management of our natural resources through the use of wilderness designations and monuments. This is even more damaging and dangerous than the overuse of them. In these trying times of drought and decades of poor forest management, access to water and the proper management thereof is absolutely imperative. NMFLP knows that those people that have lived and worked on the land are best suited to continue this management and caregiving for our natural resources and their conservation. NMFLB is opposed to the proposed expansion of the Pecos Wilderness. NMFLB is comprised of families that practice age-old traditions of farming, ranching, and being good stewards of the land. Many of our members are allotment owners and graze cattle in the Santa Fe and Carson National Forests. Grazing plays an important role in healthy forests. The proposal and its intended consequences would place undue burdens on those who live and work on the land. It may also present problems in obtaining permits from the Forest Service and hinder Taos County community efforts to manage their watersheds properly for the furthering of our most sacred natural resource. Additionally, reduced forest management poses a huge safety concern for those communities such as Taos, located nearest to the forest, lest we forget what occurred, the Little Bear Fire in and around Ruidoso. A wilderness is defined under the 1964 Wilderness Act as an area where the earth and its community of life are untrammeled by man, where man himself is a visitor that does not remain. Many of the potential wilderness areas are not untrammeled by man. Contrary to belief, cattlemen have been tending to their cattle. True sportsmen have hunted and trapped these lands and forests have been logged for multiple uses. All of these things require the need to enter the forest and satisfy the requirement of the allotments. Designating additional wilderness areas in the forest where allotment owners graze not only makes it near impossible to continue grazing, it also makes it very unsafe. Due to prohibiting motorized vehicles, individuals may suffer greatly when faced with a life-threatening injury. In these trying times of growing populations, water shortages, and increasing natural disasters, the best way to move forward is through cooperation. We welcome the opportunity to discuss this matter submitted by Zach Riley, Director of Government Affairs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you know if that organization opposes all wilderness increases or just this one?
I do not know, but I know the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association do oppose it blanketly.
All of them, okay, thank you. All right, at this time we'll move on to the next item, which is the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to read into the record their letter, if I may.
Sure thing.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Jose Varela Lopez, and I'm President of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. As we enter our 102nd year of existence as an association, we have members in all of New Mexico's 33 counties, as well as 19 other states. The purpose of this letter is to share our thoughts regarding the proposed expansion of Pecos Wilderness, especially as it relates to your sphere of influence. The NMCGA has long-standing policy against wilderness expansion. We realized many decades ago that wilderness designations in most areas were being proposed to diminish or preclude multiple use activities on federally managed lands, although the federal agencies are obligated to manage for multiple uses. Unfortunately, when proposals come forward to eliminate certain uses through wilderness or other restrictive designations, the land-based people who have historically utilized these lands are in most cases precluded from the continued undertaking of their traditional uses as a result. As such, what happens is that our rural communities are stripped of their customs and cultures, their incomes decline, and the fabric of their rural communities crumbles due to the lack of economic opportunity, including their right of self-determination. In this case, the proponents of the additional wilderness designations and special management areas have shown little concern that their actions would directly impact the customs, culture, and economic opportunities of many communities in Taos and other counties. At a recent meeting in Penasco, I heard that these proposed designations would save the communities from impacts of mining, oil, and gas drilling, additional road development, and commercial logging. While the aforementioned activities may or may not be palatable to everyone, each of these undertakings are part of multiple use activities prescribed by law, and if proposed, both the communities and the county have both the right and obligation to determine whether these uses are appropriate during a mandated public process. What I found interesting at the meeting is that proponents of the wilderness and SMA designations didn't address directly the impact that these designations would have on cattle grazing, which has been a fundamental part of these rural communities since their founding. The addition of a wilderness overlay on existing grazing allotments would preclude the use of any mechanized equipment to maintain the existing infrastructure, whether we're talking about fencing, spring or stock pond maintenance, or any other undertaking which would normally mechanical implements. As we found out in the Gila Wilderness and confirmed in a study published by the Range Improvement Task Force at New Mexico State University, the burdens of trying to maintain the infrastructure in a wilderness area with non-mechanized tools over many years has caused a drastic reduction in the number of cattle grazed in that area, which led to a decline in economic activity and thus the demise of numerous communities. Additionally, the proposed wilderness designations would preclude any forest management or effective response to wildfires occurring in these heavily vegetated areas due to the inability of the federal government to attack a fire where roads and mechanized equipment are not part of the equation except in extreme circumstances. This also creates the potential to negatively impact the numerous acequias that are lifeblood of these rural communities and the fiber in terms of firewood that allow these people to maintain their imprint on the land as they have for many centuries. If we deprive ourselves of the opportunities that are gained from the multiple use of our lands, we do a disservice to the self-determination of our communities, and we handcuff the ability of our governments to determine that which is in the best long-term interest of the constituents they serve, and this is signed by the President, New Mexico Cattle Growers Association, Jose Burrell Lopez.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. We'll move on to the item F, which is Northern New Mexico Stockmen's Association. Mr. Joe Romero, President. Mr. Romero is not present?
Yes,
he is. Good morning.
Right around, sir.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Joe Romero. I've got a little correction on the agenda. I was listed as president of the New Mexico, Northern New Mexico Stockmen's Association. I'm not a president. I am a board member of Northern New Mexico. The president is Carlos Salazar. He was not able to make it here tonight because there was a death in his family. I am a board member representing Camino Real Ranger District in Penasco. I'm originally from Velarde. I'm a fourth generation rancher. And I have permits of the Forest Service and BLM. I depend on this Forest Service allotments to sustain my income to where I can make a living. If we go into the proposed wilderness area and expand it, that will limit my access into those areas. Right now, we are using some ATVs, some trucks to be able to get in and out to do some maintenance in our allotments. If we go into this wilderness area, we will not be able to do none of that stuff. The days of the mule and the horseback and packing horses to carry in materials are gone. We cannot afford and make a living that way. So we cannot afford to have another expansion of the wilderness area. I border the wilderness area in one of my allotments. If they expand this area, I'll come into my allotment and it will drastically affect me. Now, there's an argument saying that this area is a roadless area. Well, it is a roadless area right now at this point. It has not been roadless area for the last since Forest Service came in. This became a roadless area through the travel management plan that was created several years ago. And that's when they identified this area. The Forest Service determined that they could not maintain all these roads. So therefore, they called it a roadless area. They closed these roads due to the fact that they could not financially maintain them. But if you look at the history of those roads were done during the logging area, during the logging era. And they're still there. True, they do need to be maintained, but the Forest Service claims that it's not accessible, and they are accessible. So therefore, that claim is not really a true thing. It's done through travel management planning. One of the reasons why the Forest Service doesn't have money to maintain some of these roads is because they have spent most of their money fighting forest fires. 2/3 of the budget in the Southwest of Forest Service goes to fighting fires, which is really, if it was being done correctly and was done through the right management, that money could be used to maintain and improve our forest. Grazing, in our opinion, is a holistic practice and reduces fire problems. If we make it hard for grazing or permittees to do any grazing on the Forest Service, we will have another catastrophic fire. Northern New Mexico Stocklands is diligently opposed to any wilderness area expansion, especially this one here. This assessment was done through a group, never was done through the Forest Service. It has not been going through any NEPA or EA, which has to be done, and it's a long process. They are trying to get the commission and the counties and the local people on board so they can go in, and once they go into the National Registry, which they have to do in order to get it expanded, they'll come back and say, well, we got people behind us. Well, no, they do not have the people behind them. In Peñasco, I attended a meeting a couple of weeks ago. There was over 100 people there. There was only 3 people for it out of those 100 people. So, and this is people that already affects their neighborhood, right next door. So therefore, a lot of civil rights laws that are identified need to be worked on before they had worked on this thing. The social and economic effects of this wilderness area will be very drastic. Everybody talks about economic development. You heard it through the Kit Carson. And everybody talks about economic development. If we go into a place where we'll not have economic, and we close this grazing rights, we will have a disaster in our hands. Northern New Mexico requests that this commission tables or votes no on this expansion. We will formally send a letter stating our opinion. This time of the year is very hard for ranchers as everybody's trying to get their livestock into the lower lands and into the market and get payday. So, therefore, we are requesting that you vote a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Questions?
Yeah, I have a question. If this was successful, the resolution was successful and the area was designated wilderness, any grazing that already existed would be able to continue, so I'm not sure what the...
That is correct, but it's under a different, if it's under a wilderness area, it's under a different status. So yes, it does have, your grazing will continue if it's there, but it's under a different status, a different way, but the way I understand it, it'll be managed in a different way as if it was not for a wilderness area. And the fact that we cannot get into any equipment in there to maintain the springs, fences, etc.
Right, yeah, the idea is to keep some small percentage of public lands from having any mechanized
Yes.
tools.
Yes.
That's the purpose.
Sure, I understand that, but, you know, if we start expanding these wilderness areas, you know, where are we gonna go? You know, I cannot afford to make a living with a mule and a pack horse taking the equipment up there. Simple math. Any questions? Yeah.
No other questions?
Thank you.
Sir. All right, next is the State of New Mexico. We have the New Mexico Acequia Commission, Mr. Vigil, Chairman, and Mary Mascareñas, neither of them. Where is it?
Mr. Chairman, Mary called and said she could not make it because of the 1.5 foot of snow up there in Penasco, and she asked me to read this letter into the record, if I may.
Please do.
Thank you. This is from the State of New Mexico Acequia Commission. Dear County Commissioners, as you already know, the commission was established by executive order and state statute in order to provide guidance to local, state, and federal agencies regarding New Mexico's historical acequias. It is for this reason that we are contacting you again to encourage you to participate in the forest planning process now ongoing within the Santa Fe and Carson National Forests. Last November and again this past October, we appeared before you to speak against the expansion of the Pecos Wilderness, an action the Wilderness Alliance and its partners is seeking your support. While we respect for the work of the Wilderness Alliance, we believe that any expansion of the Pecos Wilderness would create an additional risk of catastrophic fire in that area. Such a fire could have devastating and lasting effects on many communities in the acequias. As you have already seen, you know wildfires can have devastating effects on our communities. Preserving our precious natural resources for future generations is a belief we also hold, and one I am sure you hold as well. It is for this reason that we recommend that you consider participation in the planning process and support forest plans that consider the importance of healthy and well-managed watersheds rather than what we currently have. We have already seen the effects of wildfires. At a public meeting held on November 4th in Penasco, there was overwhelming opposition to any expansion of the Pecos Wilderness. Participants at this meeting shared similar concerns of forest management and the danger of fires. They also voiced opposition to any expansion of the Pecos Wilderness. To that end, the Commission has serious concerns of the proposed expansion. The proposal promoted and benefits described by the Wilderness Alliance may have the unintended effect of placing additional stress on traditional users of water. It may also present other problems for acequias and communities as well. Decades of poor forest and watershed management already threaten our communities and the acequias. Further expansion of the Pecos Wilderness is, in our opinion, not in the best interest of those of us who depend on our watersheds. We therefore ask that you please consider the importance of having a healthy forest plan, one that considers the importance of healthy watersheds. Again, we encourage you to participate along with other residents in the forest planning process and that you consider submitting your comments regarding the revision. Respectfully, Ralph A. Vigil, Chairman of the New Mexico Acequia Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, do you know how the management of the forest would be safer regarding forest fires if the wilderness was not expanded? What would make it safer then?
The Water Trust Board has been recently formed. There are grants and forest thinning projects available. And what we need is to thin those forests. Too bad we can't thin the wilderness because wilderness needs thinning too to create a healthy watershed. In going to the 64th Annual Conference of the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute, they pointed out that we have to manage our forests given the consequences we may face with climate change and drought, and that scientific research is showing that you can increase the value of the watersheds by thinning the forests. So this is the big push that we're seeing. Water Trust Board, the Nature Conservancy, that instead of restricting wilderness, expanding wilderness, which would restrict thinning projects, that we need to be aggressive. We need to ask the Forest Service. We need to comment on these plans, that we need healthy watersheds, and we want forest thinning projects. And I can say that I want forest thinning projects in this area in particular. I don't care if it's steep slopes. You can still get chainsaws and workers on that steep slopes. If that area becomes a wilderness, you're going to have to go in by hand and not use any kind of chainsaws. So that's the main argument, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up is the Champas and Santa Barbara Land Grant heirs and Penasco area executives.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I skipped one, I'm sorry. Next up is the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. We have Mr. Gabe Estrada, Commissioner Region 4.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro.
Mr. Estrada was informed that the meeting was last Wednesday. He did show up here. I did meet with him for a brief time, but I don't see him.
Okay. Can you make any representations to us?
Yes, he spoke of the thinning is more essential at this time than any designation. Was pretty much his fear is that the grazing is going to be compromised because the grasses aren't being able to grow properly in certain areas, and he explained the process that he was basing that on to me, and it was a very constructive conversation. Someone was also with him that was on the other side of this, and it was peacefully done, and I got a lot from both of their discussions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sarah, please state your name.
Thank you. I'm Gabriel Estrada, and I've served on the Soil and Water Conservation District for 53 years. I'm a newcomer to it. I admit I don't know it all, but we've lived in the Pecos Wilderness area most of my adult life with permits and working. As a young man, I worked for the Highway Department, and we put in the connection at the Mogollon, which is a Gila wilderness area, the first wilderness area established in the U.S. And I remember that wilderness being a pristine forest, just like I remember the Pecos wilderness being a pristine forest in my young youth when I was young and foolish like this young man, no gray hair on him.
You didn't point at me for that.
Yeah, well, or maybe.
So I'm not a newcomer to our wilderness areas. The designation of the wilderness area is what's hurting us. I've been to Washington before the Interior Department, which today I call it the inferior department, because the regulations that our regular Forest Service employees have to work with come out of there. Don't blame the local Forest Service employees for the mess we have in our hands. They are limited to what they can do. My Forest Service district has like 22 employees. 11 of them are behind desks doing the technical work that these people before us here are doing. What does that leave to take care of 2 or 3 million acres? People, this basta. The Forest Service does not have the personnel to do it. They have the mismanagement coming from up high to deter this. You know, God placed us on this earth, and that's what I've believed in for over 53 years, to be the stewards of the land. When you designate an area, I saw the proposal that the Wilderness Alliance people had. The land grants were never surveyed. The Forest Service, when they set their boundaries, they projected sections into the land grants in a straight line and created what is the boundary of the Forest Service. They didn't care if they took in land grants, private checkerboarded ownership of those lands. And incidentally, you heard prior from letters that your commissioner read and what Mr. Romero presented. They took over and engulfed private land. And because we brought it up many, many years ago, the Washington people said, okay, we'll give northern New Mexico a special designation. It is not a privilege for you to graze our forest lands, it's a right. And that's in the books of the U.S. Forest Service, the northern New Mexico designation. Look it up. We had to get the dust off of those books to find it, but we found it. And they should be given. Many years ago in the Pecos Wilderness, there used to be 7 bands of sheep that used to come out of Encino, Corona, Carnero, Yeso, in that plains area, besides a bunch of wild horses, besides a lot of cattle, and besides your wildlife. And every fall, when they left the wilderness area, which wasn't a wilderness area then, they would send these young people a horseback from where the Cow Creek goes into the Pecos River. When they got their sheep out of there, that a fire wouldn't catch up with it if it happened to go in that direction. And they'd send those young boys with torches. This was the management that was happening in those early days. There wasn't a wheel turning, it was all horseback. And they would get on the perimeter, and there was still enough grass left for fuel, and they'd light those areas and let her go on grass. And it kept those meadows open, wildlife, vegetation was available, and we could see miles in those areas. After they designated the Wilderness Act, you can put a tree in the wilderness or take one out. You don't have any motorized equipment that you already heard from the letters that were written in Mr. Romero. How in the world is 7 or 8 men going to take care of 1 million acres with an axe and a crosscut saw? People, it's impossible. The people in Washington who make these rules don't know what the hell, what they're talking about. This rule should be made on what your commissioner read by local people. We're going through a 10-year plan now. We need your ideas and your input that this regulations to be done on our local forest should be done by local people who stand on the ground and get it done. And that's our soil water conservation districts as I represent, and we cover every inch of New Mexico. You've heard from other people that are with 1 or 2 groups. We cover every bit except Los Alamos, who is not a soil and water conservation district. And we know our people. I just came back from Ruidoso, where they had that little bear fire, and we had our annual meeting. The association went totally against any wilderness expansion. The area that you're looking at here locally is already forest area. I think the people who presented told you. Why do we need to put the W on it to make it America's abandoned land? Because that's what it turns out to be. You can't do anything on it. I don't see what this group that are proposing to include it, what intentions do they have of making it better? You're just adding more problems to the problem that already exists. I had a lady, I tried to get some information locally. I had a lady from Pennsylvania State University. That's a little bit east of San Miguel County. She was an expert in forestry. And I asked her, what amount of water does a 1-foot diameter pine tree take? And she said, in my area, which is 60 to 70 inches of rainfall a year, it'll take 100 gallons to sustain a tree. You're in a semi-arid area, and say half of that, 50 gallons. I had the natural resources engineers work this out for me. In the Pecos Wilderness, we have over 2,000 trees per acre. You know what is recommended to have a healthy forest? Not over 200. What are we doing with 2,000 trees per acre? In that 1 acre, her calculations came out that it took 247 acre-feet of water to sustain that 1 acre with 2,000 trees. People, I don't know how many of us understand, an acre-foot of water is in 1 acre, a foot deep. Can you imagine 147 feet high? How many of our, that's a disaster from the Forest Service. That's all pine trees falling on the ground there. 247 acre-feet of water would raise probably all of the gardens in Taos County. And 247 acre-feet of water in 1 acre, multiply that by millions of acres. Now we wonder why our streams are not running. This Wilderness Alliance wants streams to have fish, to go participate in fishing. Thank you, ma'am. Unlike the Forest Service, I'm limited in resources. And hunting, recreational, these people behind me depend on making a living off the land, not recreating. And that's what you're facing on the other side of the fence that they're trying to add to the wilderness area. You're just adding more and more problems. And I feel that we need to get down to brass tacks. An environmental group, and it's surprising that it came from them, because when we started to implement fire as a saltwater conservation project, they didn't want us to burn a tree. They chained themselves to a tree, not a burning tree, mind you, but a live one, to stop the fire. This group estimated that the Conchas fire took $2,150 per acre to fight it. $2,150. The recommended by, this is NRSCS, they're the experts in managing forests and giving recommendations to our soil and water conservation districts, figure that it will not take more than $700, not $2,150, to thin an acre of land. Can you see the millions of dollars? I was at that Little Bear fire. I went, and because that's part of our, as commissioners, that's part of our area that we cover. And you want to see the billions of dollars of reconstruction of that area, take a ride down to Ruidoso. You see the ugly picture of trees falling on top of each other, just like we have in the Pecos Wilderness with that Vivash fire. But underneath, once the sun hits the ground, you're going to have a growing triangle. All of us know what a fire triangle is. I teach our 5th graders, 4th graders, kids, anybody I come across. The growing triangle needs a soil. La tierra es madre. Our soil is like mother. It needs water, it needs moisture. And agua es vida. And we need the sun. Without the sun, we have no growing. Just like the fire triangle, you eliminate the oxygen or spark or the fuel, you don't have a fire. The growing triangle in the Pecos Wilderness is a canopy cover. It looks like you have an umbrella over the whole wilderness. You don't have a growing situation, except a growing threat of fuel to burn. That's where we stand today. This Wilderness Alliance group said we want to leave this, and they paint a pretty picture, and I give them credit for that. We want to leave our kids something to enjoy, and right now, people, as I stand before you, and I'm not a young man anymore, we're leaving our kids a hell of a mess. That in their lifetime, if you don't change anything upstairs to do things on the ground, we have a total disaster. And I am a commissioner in 5 northeastern counties. I don't do the little things that you do in your Taos County. We don't get that deep. You do a lot of things countywide. We kind of oversee the soil and water situations, our natural resources. But like you and me, we were elected officials. And as a commissioner, I feel that it is our fiduciary business to represent our people, not misrepresent. And I ask you not to approve this expansion. It's already in forest areas. I think the people who presented this to you told you that already. Let's leave it out so we can get in there with axes and saws and improve the situation. Because unless they change that W on wilderness, we cannot do anything inside. And I am with Mr. Romero and people from cattle growers. I think you have 100% of the agriculture representative groups that are totally against it. And our group in Ruidoso, 48 soil water conservation districts from corner to corner in New Mexico, do not want any 1 acre added to any more public lands. And I thank you very much for having us present this to you.
And again, sorry you showed up last Wednesday, but thank you for the time you spent.
Well, I didn't think I'd make the commission at Walmart, but sir, it's a pleasure meeting you and meeting all of you. And this young lady, I was also in Peñasco. And the overwhelming, I mean overwhelming, I thought there was 4, they said 3 people were in favor of the addition, and the other 100 and some were against it. And I think that's the feeling of your outside people. I don't know if the storm had a lot to do with people not making it today. I hope they don't feel that coming before you is a waste of time, because you are the key people to help us do what is right for our soil and water and our stewardship of our public lands. And I thank you again.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Estrada.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I want to thank you for coming. I know you live in Las Vegas, and it was quite a journey to get here this morning. And so I just wanted to thank you very much for coming here, and mention that he was prohibited from speaking at the San Miguel County Commission meeting. It was actually the manager who recommended a resolution, which will probably come back and see if it'll be rescinded. But this, I just am thankful that, Mr. Chairman, that you allowed him to speak and gave him the time that he needed, because he was denied that in San Miguel County.
Ma'am, it's San Miguel County, but as you realize, this inclusion involves 5 counties, of which you're one. If we take the Skyline Trail, which we wore out, I don't know how many horseshoes working, and that's in the wilderness area. You're on the west slope and we're on the east slope, and we meet right on the top of the mountain. So it involves about 5 counties. So it isn't just you, and it isn't just us in San Miguel, Mora, or Taos County. It involves all of us. And I hope that we can get around to hoping that we'll have a little better weather to travel. But it needs to be done, and I appreciate being here with you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next item, which is the Las Trampas and Santa Barbara land grant heirs and Pinasco area acequias. We have Mr. Bonifacio Vasquez and Henry Trujillo that have been listed. Please state your name for the clerk.
Yes, I will. Mr. Chair and other board members, I wish to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this governing body today. My name is Bonifacio Vasquez. I'm a landowner on Parciente of Llano de San Juan. I am here today to formally request you postpone the decision to allow the expansion of the Pecos Wilderness. We ask that you please listen to the people of District 5 in Taos County. We held a meeting prior to your board meeting on October 6th, in which there was a unanimous show of hands of 59 people opposing the expansion. We had an additional meeting on November 7th, where the proponents of the expansion provided information on their plan. Of the 120 people present, there was only 4 people that favored the expansion. Furthermore, we have collected petitions against the expansion of the wilderness in the Santa Barbara and the Trampas land grants. Over 300 people have signed a petition against the expansion, and more signatures are being gathered to reinforce the solidarity. There is overwhelming evidence that there is unquestionable support from many of the communities in District 5 against this expansion. We believe the interest groups that are involved in increasing the Pecos Wilderness have applied and are overreaching in using the Wilderness Act of 1964. Currently, the Pecos Wilderness is 223,637 acres. They are proposing to increase it by an additional 120,000. It is time that we push back. The act was intended for federal property. The Santa Barbara and Las Trampas grants are not federal lands. These grants are common property that belong to the surrounding communities. They are not to be sold or divided. Again and again, we have been told by representatives of the interest groups that they are declaring these lands as wilderness so that they can be preserved from development. Nevertheless, the Act itself states that if the President deems it desirable or in the public interest, such lands can be subject to all kinds of development. Why should we agree to turn over our lands to the federal government? The U.S. Forest Service has been managing the lands in the land grants, and the condition of the forest has much to be desired. Many streams can no longer be fished because of the dead and down trees. This condition is also true with hunting. It is nearly impossible to get your killed out because of the horrible condition of the terrain. In many areas, there is no grass or animals to graze. Large canopies have developed from the overgrown trees. One of the biggest threats to our watershed is a forest fire. One forest fire can pollute our acequias beyond comprehension. I do not think there's a person in this chamber today that can tell us the negative health and environmental impact a forest fire would have to our communities. But maybe we can start planning on this, because there's a high possibility that a fire will happen, and if something is not done to remedy the condition of our forest. As we speak, there's a new Carson forest plan in progress. We are being told it will take some time to develop and implement. Finally, again, we request that you postpone expansion of the wilderness. The people of the communities do not want this expansion. New Mexico already has vast amount of federal land declared wilderness. We believe that it is time to seek solutions and proper restitution to the issue of the claims to the land grants. The wrong and the injustice that took place must be acknowledged and a sincere effort to correct them. In the interim, we would like to work with the Forest Service to develop plan and implementation. There are ways that the common land in the Santa Barbara and the La Trampas Land Grant can be properly managed, preserved, and used by its rightful owners. Subject to your questions, thank you for your time.
Well, there doesn't appear to be any questions. Mr. Vasquez, we appreciate you coming and offering your testimony to us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next item on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Trujillo.
Yes, my name is Andrew Trujillo, Chairman, fellow commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the expansion of the land grant into Santa Barbara and Las Trampas grants. My job is to give you a little bit of history on the land grant, okay? And so to give you an idea how long it's been in existence and who was part of it. Before I start, I'd like to give you, Mr. Chairman, a copy of the patent to this land grant in 1905, and also a copy of the survey that you can share with fellow commissioners. Application for the first Santa Barbara land grant occurred in 1753, but was subsequently abandoned. It took 43 years before the present land grant, or Merced, was taken possession of. The Santa Barbara land grant, or Merced, was granted to Valentin Martin, Eusebio Martin, Jose Holguin, Clemente Mestas, and 67 other unnamed settlers of the place of San Jose de las Trampas by Lieutenant Colonel and Governor Don Fernando Chacon on the 11th of January, 1796. The grantees were placed in possession of the grant 3 months later by Don Manuel Garcia, Chief Alcalde of the town of Santa Cruz de la Cañada, on the 3rd of April in 1796. To give you some perspective as to what was happening at that time in the English colonies on the eastern seaboard, George Washington was serving his second term as the first president of the United States. 8 days after the grantees were placed in possession of the grant, the first elephant known in the U.S. arrived from India, 1796. The Santa Barbara grant of 1796 was registered with the Court of Private Land Claims in 1894, 3 years after the court was established. It was granted a patent in 1905 for an area of 30,638.28 acres. That is what is left of this grant. Originally, it was hundreds of thousands of acres. New Mexico's Constitution states, New Mexico is an inseparable part of the federal union, and the Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the land. Let me state for the record, gentlemen, lady, the New Mexico Constitution, which you as elected county officials have sworn an oath to uphold, states in Article 2, Section 5, rights under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo preserved, the rights, privileges, and immunities, civil, political, and religious, guaranteed to the people of New Mexico by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo shall be preserved. The Mexican-American War began in 1846 and formally ended with the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. Under the treaty, Mexico ceded most of what is presently the American Southwest, including the present-day states of New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, and California, to the United States for $15 million. The United States agreed under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo to recognize and protect Mexicans' ownership of property within the ceded territory and to admit Mexicans living in the ceded territory
as U.S. citizens if they wished. As a young college student, I remember educating other equally young yet racist students about my ethnic origins. They would ask, well, when did you cross the border? In response, I'd say, I didn't cross the border crossed me. New Mexico law considers grants to towns, communities, colonies, pueblos, or individuals for the purpose of establishing a town to be community land grants. The principal difference between community land grant and an individual land grant was that the common lands of a community land grant would be held in perpetuity. It could not be divided or sold. While the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo provided protection for property in the ceded area, Article 10 expressly addressed land grant protection. However, U.S. President James Polk objected to the provision, fearing a revival of land grant claims had the potential to jeopardize the grants that had already been settled in Texas. Subsequently, in 1848, the United States and Mexico signed the Protocol of Querétaro, which explained certain aspects of the treaty. In Article 2 of the Protocol, the United States indicated in its interpretation that the exclusion of Article 10 in no way meant that it planned to annul the land grants. The protocol specified the United States position that land grants titles would be protected under the treaty and that grantees could have their ownership of land acknowledged before American tribunals. Tribunals such as this commission. Dr. Clark Knowlton, professor of sociology at the University of Utah and a professor of mine, provided testimony in 1975 to a congressional committee stating, within a few years after the formation of the Santa Fe Ring, the majority of the Spanish-American land grants passed into its possessions. He also stated, since 1854, New Mexicans have lost well over 2 million acres of private lands and 1.7 million acres of communal land and 1 million acres taken by the state and vast areas acquired by the federal government. Equally important, Dr. Knowlton stated, this land loss is still continuing on a massive scale and has already been responsible for the destruction of the traditional Spanish-American rural and middle-class groupings. Esteemed commissioners, both the United States and the New Mexico State Constitution unambiguously articulate the guarantee, the protections of land grants. The Santa Barbara and Las Trampas land grants are communal land grants. As common lands, they are to be managed and used by the heirs of these grants. They are not public lands or federal lands. When our ancestors took possession of the grants, they were prohibited to divide or sell them. They were to be held in perpetuity for future generations. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Commissioners, questions? Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to comment on that, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The Santa Barbara and the Santo Tomas Apostol del Rio de las Trampas land grants and the acequias are political subdivisions. As Mr. Trujillo quoted the New Mexico Constitution, there was one word he left out. The rights, privileges, and immunity, civil, political, and religious guaranteed to the people of New Mexico under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo shall be preserved inviolate. I don't know if I said that right, Mr. Romo. They did not mention, but they are in touch with the congressional delegation. I just wanted to point out that the governor has appointed members to a land grant council. There's also a statewide land grant consejo. In addition, Senator Carlos Cisneros sits on the legislature's land grant committee. I attended their 5th meeting recently, and I just wanted to point that out, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, is it your position that these Forest Service lands be deeded back to the land grants?
Well, I think we're going to have to leave that up to the land grant committee at the state legislature, of which I said Carlos sits on, and so does Debbie Rodella. And I think if you were to look at their different agendas, they are beginning to address different issues relating if it were transferred back, how would the taxation go? And so they are examining some of these issues as we speak. One of the main issues they presented was they could create a fund for lawyers to help land grants get organized, help them have their boards properly done, and then that in turn would give them access to funds.
I don't think anybody's in favor of a fund for lawyers, but...
The funds for the land grants, but the fund the lawyers, yes, I know that, I know.
For lawyers, what am I thinking? Anyhow, yeah, so under that scenario, they would no longer be public lands, they would revert back to private hands. Next on the agenda is materials presented by Commissioner O'Donnell.
And I did want to say that we have included in the packet those 300 signatures. They were included in that packet. So I wanted to just point out this boon or bust study done by scholars of Southern and Utah State University, specifically page 5. This is a scientifically researched paper on economics in wilderness areas, and some of their conclusions on page 5. I'm not going to tell you how they arrived at their data, but they were so bold to include other data that refutes them and refute that data. But they did say we find an economically negative relationship between the presence of wilderness in a county, that it decreases household income, etc. Going to page 7, on the bottom, the top of page 8, they determined it had a negative effect on grazing. There was a court order that did not allow any kind of infestation of beetles that they couldn't treat. They've noticed that areas around wilderness have stricter review, and so they conclude on page 18, we find no evidence that the presence of wilderness increases any of our measures of economic well-being. Wilderness designation is also associated with lower per capita income, lower total payroll, and you know, even right now in Penasco, this holds true. I mean, I don't really need the study to tell me that. We have an impoverished area up there, low income, high poverty, high crime, high drug use, and I'm not saying this is the total cause, but it does support the data that the scientific study said. So I bring that up because of the my concerns with economics, and also taking strong disagreement with the resolution, 4th item, that so claims that it provides significant economic benefit if you add wilderness. And in that district, I don't see it. I did want to point out the letter that Carlos Cisneros submitted that is also in the packet. And I don't necessarily have to read the whole thing, but he does say, if you could put that up, the senator is asking that we meet more and get a consensus. He's reconsidered his position on the issue asking the commission to hold off on making a decision until all parties have carefully reviewed the overall impact. Also, the owner of Sipapoo was scheduled to be here. If you could put the Sipapoo letter up. And I won't belabor all the points, but this is from James Coleman, partner in the Sipapoo ski area. They give a whole list of bullet points, which one of the areas that has not been discussed is mountain biking. As you know, would be prohibited in wilderness. I do have a letter I got from a biking group that does not support any further expansion. It was an email sent to me by Strider McCash, and in it he states that they oppose it. It is the Angel Fire Biking Group. They have an alliance, and it's he represents the Angel Fire Bike Club. He's the president, and he's also part of the Del Norte Mountain Bike Alliance. Also, Santa Fe Fat Tire is a biking group, and they also oppose the wilderness expansion in the Santa Fe area. So I wanted to just make sure that the biking groups were represented today, because if you make it wilderness, they would be heavily fined if they were caught riding in the wilderness. And there was some other information I found interesting in my research. Is there was an area that has wilderness. They had a log fall across a major trail. It took 5 years through the special permitting process to move that log in the wilderness area and bring in mechanical equipment. So it took them 5 years. The other thing, because I am a journalist, I read with amusement Forest Service in the Register, I don't know the outcome of it, that if you are caught in a wilderness taking pictures and you post those pictures, you can be fined $1,000. You also have to get a $1,500 permit. Now, this was something listed in the Federal Register as of 2014. Could not find out if that was actually implemented. I think maybe because of the opposition, they decided not to implement. But there are stories of people going up to the wilderness, and if they're commercial photographers, even private photographers, if you take pictures, you are breaking the law. So I thought those were very interesting. And then finally, we did, if I may, Mr. Chairman, we did receive a last-minute letter from the New Mexico Acequia Association. Paula Garcia is the chairwoman, and if we could put that letter up, I'd like to read it, and then I'm done.
You only have 3 attachments, is that?
Oh, you have it in the previous. It should be, it's not in the attachment, it was something I sent to Brent earlier. I'm writing on behalf of the New Mexico Acequia Association with regard to the proposed expansion of the Pecos Wilderness. The NMAA Consejo has carefully reviewed the proposal and considered input from our membership in the affected areas. I would like to acknowledge the time and effort taken by wilderness advocates to meet with the Consejo and explain the proposal. However, upon careful consideration, the NMAA does not endorse the wilderness expansion because of a lack of recognition of the importance of the historical connections to the lands affected to community land grants and acequias, because wilderness designation would preclude certain types of restoration, such as thinning, which could reduce the risk of or severity of wildfire, and because of traditional uses, including common activities and maintenance and improvements of acequias, would be prohibited. Although it has been explained that this specific proposal does not directly impact access to irrigation structures, we remain concerned about wilderness areas generally and the restrictions imposed on historic traditional uses of acequias in designated wilderness areas. The leadership of NMAA appreciates the intent of protecting lands in the proposed expansion area from uses that could be detrimental to the health of watersheds that are the source of water for Native American pueblos, community land grants, and downstream acequia communities. In particular, we agree with the goal of protecting such lands from mining and oil and gas drilling. However, we do not agree that any additional restrictions on access to lands in the proposed area be imposed on local communities who use such areas for a variety of traditional uses, nor do we support restrictions on access that would limit future options for watershed restoration that could improve the health of the forests. The NMAA is concerned that proponents of wilderness have not provided local communities nor policies with a spectrum of options for protecting these lands. Our leadership has questions about the legislative process and the extent to which Congress has discretion to use other types of designations that could protect such lands from harmful industries while also recognizing historical uses of the local forest-dependent communities. They list questions today, and they conclude by saying, today, wilderness proponents have advocated for a wilderness designation as the only option for protecting these lands. This absolute position has not allowed room for discussion of alternatives until we can carefully consider the above questions and explore a variety of alternatives of how to manage our public lands. The NMAA will not endorse the concept of wilderness expansion, and we ask that policymakers at the local, state, and federal level do the same. Signed, Paula Garcia, Executive Director.
Thank you, Commissioner. If you have nothing further, then let's move on to the resolution itself, which is item 9A. And this is discussion and decision regarding the approval of resolution number 2015-53, supporting the designation of wilderness and special management areas for the inventory roadless areas adjacent to the Pecos Wilderness. Who is going to initially present for this?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Garrett Baca, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. We are a statewide organization with approximately 17,000 members statewide. I am a Taos County resident. I'm a constituent of Commissioner O'Donnell. I live up in Taos County, back up to National Forest. I don't believe that my proximity to National Forest bestows any privilege on me. I do think that it adds to a greater sense of stewardship. One of the most glaring things that I heard today was such a profound amount of misinformation and mistruth about what wilderness is all about and about what this land conservation proposal is all about. And I personally have exhaustively reached out, especially to people of Peñasco, to try and engage individuals on really intensive and detailed conversations about what wilderness is. There's been such a intense conversation about wilderness, but wilderness is just one of the components of this land conservation proposal. I think what keeps getting lost in this proposal is the special management area. And that is the most exciting thing about this proposal. The wilderness portion of this is in really rough, inaccessible country. It is steep, it is rough. It's the kind of country that I like to hunt in because there are no ATVs getting in there. The only people that go in there are people on horseback. The only people you see in there are hikers. You see the grazing permittees in there on horseback. It's wild and rough country. It's the country that existed around here before there were even people here.
But the special management area is the most exciting part of this. And Commissioner O'Donnell, you talk about a process of land management that is an inclusive process. That is the essence and spirit of the special management area proposal. What we're trying to do is have an inclusive conversation of sort of a new era of how we manage our land. Senator Heinrich has proposed the Watershed Protection Act, which is all about a collaborative process in which our community, everybody in this community, and that's what makes Taos so special, is that we are a community and we do listen to each other, that we come together and we talk about progressive land management. And this is where we start. This is where this community starts. And there are some really great things that are happening in Taos, and I think most of you know about them. There's the Taos Valley Watershed Coalition, which is made up of Soil and Water Conservation District, the state forester, there's grazing permittees at the table, there's forest products industry at the table. Everybody's at the table to talk about progressive, collaborative land management. That's what the special management area is all about, that pink there, that 14,000 acres there. And again, I think it's really important that we're talking about a working document. This resolution today is, the essence of this resolution today is our elected officials, our county elected officials being open to the idea of progressive land management. Land protection is not a dirty word. It's so strange to come into this room, into this county, which I'm a resident of. I feel like I'm in Otero County. I really do. There's been so much fear-mongering today. There's been so much misinformation and this is the problem that we, for the first time in Taos County, that we can't get past. I mean, I have reached out to you all in Peñasco. You know, I came to that first meeting in Peñasco. You guys said, Garrett, I want you to go to the commission and table this thing so that we can have a conversation about what you're talking about. And I said, I give you my word, I will do that immediately. I got on the phone with the chairman and I did that. But you guys promised to me that we could sit down and have a meaningful conversation about what this is all about. And I called and I emailed and for weeks and weeks and weeks, and nobody would talk to me. No one would have substantive dialogue with me. That's the problem here. We can come up with excuses about why we shouldn't do this, but that's the biggest mistake that we could ever make. This is about our children's future. This is about our cultural future. That's what's so cool about the special management area, is that this amazing community, which is Peñasco, which is, in my mind, the heart and soul of what northern New Mexico is all about. The only voice that isn't here, which is unfortunate, is the tribal voice, which is a very legitimate voice, who also needs to be in this conversation about who owns what and who's entitled to what. I think that's an important consideration. But we need, as a community, to have a conversation that's meaningful about how we manage our public lands. That's what this is all about. Special management area is lost in the conversation. We have a coalition of people in Taos, the Taos Valley Watershed Coalition, that is across the board the most complete coalition of stakeholders in the entire West, that's having conversations about how we manage our land. Why can't we have this conversation? If we have a resolution, the resolution is about being open-minded to progressive land management, which you all need to be part of the conversation. Nobody is excluded here. The resolution, if you have this resolution, if this resolution passes today, we're not going to see legislation passed tomorrow designating what's on this map. This is going to take years and years and years of conversation, meaningful conversation that this county needs to have, because the future of our culture and water and land and wildlife are at stake here. This is what this conversation is about. We're not going to have a designation tomorrow, but we need to keep the conversation going. we're not going to walk backwards into the future. That's not the spirit of this county. The spirit of this county is being a leader in the Southwest about wise water use, about wise land use. And the people that need to be at the front of that conversation are the traditional land owners and users. But we need to do this as a community together. We can't just put our hands like this and say, tu madre. We can't do that. Because that's not who we are as a county, as a community. This is the last real community, collaborative community that I know of in the state. And so really what this conversation is about is being open-minded to the possibility of the future for our children. And that's all this is about. I mean, I went into these meetings and I heard gringo, gabacho, cabron, all these words. I'm more than a gringo, gabacho, cabron. I'm a community member. I care about the land. I cut firewood. I heat my house with firewood. I fill my freezer with elk every year. I mean, I get it. I want nothing more than to preserve the interests of this amazing community and the amazing communities in this amazing county. And so that's why I'm here today, to have a conversation. When you shut the door to conversations like this, it is a fatal error that this county can't afford to make, because it's about our water, it's about our land, and it's about our culture. And so really what I'm asking you all to do, and what I'm asking the community to do, is to continue these conversations which are meaningful. And Commissioner Donnelly, you had very compelling information why we shouldn't do this, but there's more compelling information and necessity why we need to do this as a community. And it's interesting, a lot of the letters and a lot of the groups, Cattle Growers Association are one of the most outspoken advocates for public land transfer that there is. A lot of these organizations are actively trying to privatize our land. And that's a fact. This is our children's land. This is your children's land. And so I just want to have a chance to continue to have this conversation. There is such a long list of mistruths that I heard that I want to have a conversation about, but I want to continue the conversation. And I don't want to get in the weeds here, but there's no way to have this conversation in a public meeting where there's 5 or 6 people in the back of the room that anytime you try and say something, you're being insulted. And that's just not who we are as a community, is it? It's not. And so I don't think there's any reason to get in the weeds. I think that the special management component of this is a really exciting thing. I think that there's legislative opportunities to bring opportunities for land management that we've never seen, collaborative land management that we've never seen. I think the Watershed Act is really exciting. I'd love to share some of that stuff with you all so that you can be part of that conversation. But we need to have a conversation. This does not preclude, and I want to make this clear, and I think this is the biggest block between this conversation. This resolution does not preclude, or this designation does not preclude the land grant community from moving forward with a legislative initiative to get your land back. The biggest obstacle between that initiative and the most real one is Congress. It's Congress. It's not the state legislature. It's Congress. And Congress, these lands are federal lands that are held in the trust for all U.S. citizenry and the sovereign nations that are within our boundaries. That's the obstacle that you have to overcome, which I think is insurmountable. I think we need to be realistic about that. But this designation does not preclude you all from moving forward with that legislative initiative. It does not. And I think that that's the biggest misinformed notion. Nothing precludes anyone from having a legislative initiative. So I think that there's a conversation about traditional lands and who's entitled to their traditional lands, and we all honor that. We all honor that fact in this room, I think. But the fact is that these lands are owned and managed currently by the federal government, which belongs in trust for all citizens equally. Again, just because I live up in Taos Canyon against Forest, I don't have any special privileges. It belongs to my sister that lives in Washington, D.C. It belongs to our future kids. And so, I mean, we need to have this conversation. We need to be realistic about this conversation. And again, we're talking about 14,000 acres of land. The Carson National Forest is 1.5 million acres. It's a massive chunk of land that has 3,200 miles of roads in it. There's so much opportunity for multiple use. The world is looking for places that are wild and untamed and special and culturally unique. Peñasco is that place. That's what's so special about Peñasco. And it's important to have pieces of land that are as close to what they were when the people first came here. That's the first chapter in your book. That's the first chapter in this county's book. You gotta maintain that integrity. 2% of New Mexico is wilderness. 2%. What is that? You can still graze it. It's still going to be grazed the way it was grazed back in the day when it first started getting grazed. But we need to stay away from all this fear-mongering. This is not what this county is about. This is my county. It's not about madrazos. It's about working together as a community. We don't need to be afraid of this. It's just so crazy to walk in this room and be like, this is us against them, because it's not. And I just want to have the opportunity to sit down and have conversations with my fellow community members about what we're talking about. There's so much, it's crazy how much. The stuff about the photographs and wilderness, that is factually incorrect. It's just flat out factually incorrect. I have a list of like 15 items that are they're just not correct, and I'd like to have the possibility to have that conversation.
Well, Gary, if you want to list that 15 incorrect statements, that would be okay, but I have a question about the thinning. So that was like a prevailing concern, was that there should be some thinning. Do you share that concern?
Well, let's just look at one really important fact about thinning. Thinning costs on average $1,200 to $1,400 per acre. Okay? That is a fact. So where do we start as a community about our concerns about wildfire? We start with wildland-urban interface, which is where this community and our other communities should and can be going, right? Because that's doable, the interface between our wildlands and our communities. What realistically can we thin? That's the first question, and that's the question that the community needs to address. We started at our boundaries of wildlands. The great thing about this special management area is that legislatively we can mandate a restoration and thinning priority for this area, which enables the U.S. Forest Service to be prioritized. Suddenly, the Carson National Forest, and especially the Camino Real, is recognized as prioritizing thinning and restoration as a mandate within that designation. So suddenly there's an opportunity. We're creating an opportunity. That is one of many opportunities, but we have to be realistic about what these costs are, and the associated costs are astronomical. And so, again, we're creating opportunity. We're not creating a restriction.
Well, so if this designation occurred, it would not preclude thinning in areas that may need thinning. It would just make the decision-making process centered on the Forest Service and the coalition that was put together to manage this special management area, rather than taking that decision to the cattle growers or some other group that obviously has additional trucks. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. And again, I think we need to be realistic from a cost perspective about what we can reasonably thin. And it's not just about going in the forest and cutting down trees. That's the first step. That's the first $1,200 an acre step. The second step is you have to maintain thin forest through burning. And that's a tricky process also. And so I think that's a really important consideration.
But I could take my iPhone and take a picture if I go up there.
You could take, and the federal popo would not come down and arrest you for doing that. No, it's
How about mountain biking? Is that precluded from all of these areas?
so wilderness mountain biking is not acceptable in the orange area. There are no mountain bike trails in that area. If there is a mountain bike trail in that area, and this is an interesting process that we went through with Columbine Hondo, if there is a mountain bike area anywhere in there and there's enough interest in changing those boundaries, we can make those changes because that map is a work in progress. It is not set in stone. None of it is set in stone. But we need the community to come forward to tell us what they want changed. To our knowledge, there's not a used mountain bike route in that orange area.
In the 20,000 acres, how about the 14,000 acres of the special management area?
In the 14,000 acres of the special management area, if someone wants to have there are designated motorized routes. I think it's really important those yellow routes in the pink there are going to be designated motorized routes that will be permanently designated. So that's really important to know. If there is some sort of mountain bike, and mountain bikes obviously can use motorized trails. To our knowledge, we don't know of a existing mountain bike route through the special management area, but special management areas do not preclude motorized use or mountain bike use, or chainsaw use. Motorized, ATVs and vehicles are going to be limited to using those yellow routes. But mountain bikes can go anywhere they want, anywhere they can, in that spider web of old forest roads that are in the special management area. So it's a non-issue within the SMA.
Did you want to point out any other particulars that you thought were misrepresented?
I don't think that the grazing issue is an issue. I think that the grazers, I have personally talked to two of the grazers. Ernesto Hurtado is one of the grazing permittees. I think the permittees who are actually in the area are the people with obviously the biggest dog in the fight. I didn't get a sense that they felt as though this designation was going to keep them from doing what they have been traditionally doing. It hasn't do so in Columbine Hondo either. I think the acequias, the specific Sierra ditch, we've really tried to cherry stem all that out to make sure that their ability to access head gates and use motorized equipment within that area have been, to our knowledge, addressed. But if they haven't, again, this map is not set in stone. These are conversations and compromises that can and should be made over years and years from now. This is a conversation. The resolution is not a designation. It's just not. And so, and then again, I just think this land grant thing keeps getting in the way of this conversation. We're not trying to stop people from their own legislative designations, nor will this designation preclude that. It's going to be Congress. It's going to be congressional delegates from other states who feel as though their constituency are trustees of that land. That's who you're fighting against. And other interests, tribal interests. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Romero.
Garrett, what sort of a timeline are you looking at? Say, for example, if the commission does approve today a proclamation we'll pass a proclamation today. Can you give us a little bit better of a timeline as to what the next steps will be?
Well, clearly, one of the communities or several communities are not, they're very unsure about this. And so there's going to be an exhaustive process now to reach out to people and have these conversations about what this map looks like and what, especially within the special management area, which has the greatest flexibility. We need to know if this is to be considered, how they want it managed. I mean, obviously, oil and gas development, mineral development are off the table. But again, I think there's a greater conversation that should be had among this greater coalition of interests and stakeholders that needs to be had. That will take a long time. I mean, it will probably take years to have that conversation. It may not, it may take 6 months. But those conversations need to be had in every single one of the counties. Remember, we have 5 counties that we're talking about. So this whole process is so intensive and will take so long because we want the process to be inclusive and community-based and collaborative. I think if we had a Congress that was friendly towards land protection, 5 years, but we don't. We have a Congress that is unfriendly towards land conservation. So, I mean, Rio Grande del Norte took 25 years to come to fruition. And boundaries were changed, and maps were changed, and lines were changed. So who knows?
How does Rio Grande del Norte compare to this particular area?
I think Rio Grande del Norte, in its essence, from a conservation standpoint, is very similar to the special management area.
Does it have as many land grants, land grant claims? Does it have as many acequia users? Does it have as many people that are wanting to continue burning wood for cooking, for heating?
It doesn't have, I don't think it has the same acequia component because we do have the Sierra Ditch in there, but I think it does and did have the same sort of land grant complexity. And I'm afraid, I'm very sad that Esther Garcia isn't here today to talk about her kind of collaborative process in the process itself, which started out as a legislative initiative and turned into an Antiquities Act designation. But it was a long and inclusive process. Bobby Ortega, one of the permittees, was at the table. Johnny Mestas, which is a permittee. Again, they all needed to be engaged one-on-one and assured that those traditional uses would be protected and guaranteed. It's a long process, but you gotta have open dialogue, and that's where we're at. And so this is a long process, and as long as there's, I assure you, as long as you have opposition to this and you're loud and noisy, this isn't going to go anywhere. It's just not. It's going to move slowly until people are satisfied with what we're proposing.
So would you recommend not approving any sort of proclamation by this commission at this point until everyone is heard?
I wouldn't, because I went in good faith to Peñasco in October, and I said, I will go to the commission and I will have this tabled, but I want your word that you will sit down with me and the fellow members of my coalition to address your concerns. Not in a crowd frenzy atmosphere, but this is the group, I think, that is really kind of willing to have a conversation without Gringo Gabacho Cabron being thrown in the conversation. And so I gave them my word that we would table this thing until their concerns were satisfied, but we have never had the chance to have open dialogue. And so sort of perpetually tabling this resolution doesn't get us anywhere. I think passing this resolution makes people more inclined to come to the table to have a conversation. Because I don't think we're going to have a conversation until we take this to another level. And again, Our congressional delegates are not going to do this until they have a sense that there really is majority support for this. So again, I don't think we don't have to be afraid of this. And I don't think passing this resolution is a threat to this happening, not tomorrow or next year. It just isn't. So I don't think that anyone has anything to be afraid of, but I think we do need to take some really legitimate steps towards acknowledging the fact that we do want to have progressive land management. You, as our community leaders, care about water. I think that the community cares about the integrity of our watersheds and wildlife and landscapes. And I think that this is an acknowledgement of that, of our leadership saying, let's move forward with this conversation.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, do you have a suggestion then as to how to move forward to continue that communication with those individuals, those parties, those associations that are directly involved in this?
If you pass this resolution today, I and the coalition will again meet with anyone in the community at their convenience. I mean, I offer to come on the weekends, I offer to come for coffee, I offer to come for whatever. We will continue to endeavor to talk to everyone and to put down on paper what people's concerns are, but to have a real legitimate conversation. We'll continue these conversations.
You don't feel that you need to do that before a proclamation is passed?
I don't feel that we need to do that before a proclamation is passed, because the proclamation is just an acknowledgement towards open-mindedness to a proposal. It is not a designation. It's just, and other counties, San Miguel has done it, Santa Fe has done it, other counties are doing this.
But you don't feel that people need to be listened to before a proclamation is passed?
I think people need to be listened to, but people need to come to the table and have a conversation. And that's not happening. And I think that this is the only way to do it. I really do. Why do we have to keep postponing this? It's not a designation. It's just an acknowledgement at the end of the day. And what are we really afraid of? I mean, I can assure you again that our congressional delegates are not going to move forward with this until they feel as though the community the majority of the community is on board with this.
So why should this commission then move forward with it if you feel that 100% of the constituents are not behind it?
Well, you're never going to have 100%, so I don't think that that's necessarily realistic. I do think that there is going to be a greater amount of people that are open to this conversation once they realize the potential of what especially the special management area can do.
Commissioner Fambro?
Garrett, I really acknowledge that something is broken, because in my conversation with Mr. Estrada, I brought some very well thought out comments by him to you, and basically you guys agreed. So I don't understand, because he's got a really good message about the grazing and how to improve it before any of this goes, and you agreed that needed to happen. And so I see that there is I took some of Mr. Trujillo's comments from the email correspondence I had with him to you, and basically you guys agreed on the land grant thing, that it should be decided and it should be protected. And so, Commissioner, I do see something is broken here, and before we continue this process, let's fix what's broken, because it's only going to get worse. I saw this as when the previous commission dealt with this issue last year, and they chose not to act on it, or couldn't get the votes. It was 2-2, I think, when they did vote. It was not as contentious. Now it's very polarizing. It's very contentious.
It's tragic. Yeah.
So I think we
we need to get you and Mr. Estrada talking because you both got the same thing going. And Mr. Trujillo on his thoughts about the land grant, we need to get people talking because I'm hearing the same from both sides, and that's confusing to me as to why we're not coming together on it.
Well, again, my willingness and the coalition's willingness to meet with Mr. Estrada or meet with Bonifacio or meet with whoever, I keep on reaching out. Henry and I started an email correspondence and then it just stopped. And it was like, we're willing to have these conversations because again, I think we share common values. The dialogue has reached a point of impasse and
We've got to fix that.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. And we tried to bring up a mediator to the meeting, but the meeting was an ambush.
I think the one thing everybody agrees upon is that this watershed is critically important land and resource for New Mexico, for all of us, for all of our children, for all of our grandchildren. That's the one thing we all agree on. But this resolution and this plan is, in my mind, the best option for attaining that. I don't see how any of the groups that are objecting are going to make it happen. You know, you've got different claims about cattle grazers and land grants, but this is the only option that we have on the table that actually protects and preserves the property in a process that continues to be inclusive. And I think that, you know, Commissioner Romero and Commissioner Fambro, with all due respect, you know, your notions that we can't move forward until there's some total meeting of the minds and unanimous agreement, you know, it's not going to work that way. You know, we are going to have our different histories, our different perspectives, but this doesn't preclude further conversation. This plan that is brought forth to us to protect and preserve this critical land does not stop any of this. It doesn't stop the land grant claims. It doesn't stop the concerns about things, some of the overgrown areas. It just provides a process to move forward so that we all get to our goal of protecting and preserving this property.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I can totally relate to both sides. I'm an heir of the Cristobal de la Zona land grant, and since a very early age I have made the decision to buy land as I could afford it, solely to protect it, to conserve it, so that not only my heirs but others in the community could enjoy it. But I can also relate to the residents of Peñasco and Mora and all these areas. I know what it's like to be poor. I know what it's like to have to go to the mountains to go for wood. I can relate to that. I know I can relate to having to irrigate a field of crops and not having sufficient water. I can relate to all those things. And so that's why I say that at this time, for this commission to approve a proclamation is kind of putting the cart before the horse. And we're not ready to make these decisions. There is no rush to make these decisions if you say that this is something that is going to take years to get done. I'm in favor of the idea. I think we need to protect our mountains. We need to protect our wildlife areas. But we also need to protect our culture and our traditions. I don't want to be in charge of approving something that is going to create genocide to a culture, to a community. I want to be able to preserve it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, Michael Casals, I'm the New Mexico Director of the Wilderness Society. Commissioner Romero, I couldn't agree more. And that is the last thing that we want to do. Over the past 5 years, we've led an open and inclusive process that has led to overwhelmingly positive support for. Our conversations with the Peñasco and Valito community did not start in the past few months. We have minutes and agendas from when we had half a dozen community meetings in Valito in 2012 and 2013. We've continued those conversations in 2015. And the people who we have been able to speak with, the organizations that we have been able to meet with, when we are able to be in front of them and answer questions that are very real for communities about, hey, are you going to block me from going to get firewood so I can heat my home? We can tell them no. And we can look at the map and show them exactly where they're going for wood and the areas that we're hoping to protect. When they come, when a rancher comes and tells us, hey, you're going to take my grazing privileges away or my grazing rights away, we can say no, and we can show them a copy of the Wilderness Act where it clearly shows and indicates in writing that grazing shall be allowed to continue where it currently exists. I can go down and down the concerns that are very legitimate by these local communities, but the problem that we are having is that there are people, there are individuals who just don't want to have a conversation with us. And I don't see, we have delayed this vote for a year to have conversations with people who are willing to have conversations with us. During that time, we have built even stronger support for our campaign. Each one of you should have a bound copy of this support booklet. And in there we have past resolutions from the City of Santa Fe, the City of Santa Fe, the Santa Fe County Commission, the Mora County Commission, the San Miguel County Commission. Pueblos who have obviously strong connections to these lands are also in strong support. Bicuris Pueblo, the leadership of whom was at our last meeting, Governor Pine and former Governor Marmejo both spoke during public comment in support of this proposal. We also have the support of Taos Pueblo, Nambe Pueblo, Powaque Pueblo, elected officials who also represent this area, sportsmen's organizations, not only from the New Mexico Wildlife Federation that Mr. Veniclausen represents, but New Mexico Trout, Trout Unlimited, the Backcountry Horsemen of New Mexico. It's not only conservation groups like the Wilderness Society who are supporting this proposal. And last but not least, we have tremendous support from the business community. And I'm not familiar with the economic study that Commissioner O'Donnell referred to, but I know of several peer-reviewed economic studies that show the exact opposite, that protected public lands actually leads to positive economic growth in local communities. I think the percentage was communities that live near protected public lands, their economies have grown by over 345% compared to communities that don't live near protected public lands. Those grow by only 87%. Over 50 businesses in Taos are currently supporting this proposal. Almost 300 in the region are, and this list is growing. When we go out and talk with people, we have overwhelming support. Where do I sign? Those are the people who are willing to have willing conversations with us. I see letters from, for example, the New Mexico Acequia Commission. I have personally reached out to the leadership of that organization for 5 years. They do not once return a phone call. They don't want to hear, they don't want to meet with us. They don't want to find the common ground that I know we have, that you mentioned and that Commissioner Fambro mentioned. The beauty of the Rio Grande del Norte National Monument is that people were willing to sit down to work together towards a common goal, and that is protecting lands that are important to those communities and protecting the water sources that those communities depend on. There were several individuals, land grant heirs, acequia parciantes, in that Rio Grande del Norte region, who at first glance were just as opposed as the people who are here today. But over the course of willing conversations, a perfect example is Esther Garcia, who was extremely opposed. But when the National Monument was designated by President Obama, she was at the Oval Office by his side. because we were able to have this conversation. And the thing that I'm most concerned about today is the question of values has come into question. We share values. We are from these communities. I'm a Nuevo Mexicano myself. And if we can't come together on shared values, what can we come together on? So I just want to reiterate, we've been having meetings in these communities for 4 years now. I don't see any improvement happening. When there's a community meeting hosted and the flyer is titled "Concerned People Against the Wilderness Proposal," who's going to come to a meeting like that? Is it wilderness supporters? We went to that meeting knowing we were going to get kind of beat up, and we wanted to have that meaningful dialogue. So I don't see a reason why to delay this vote any longer. It's been delayed for quite some time now. And just as an example, the County Commission in Santa Fe passed a similar resolution in 2010. We're still having conversations with people in Santa Fe County about this on both sides of the aisle. So I do appreciate your time. I just wanted to mention those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mark Allison. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Wilderness Alliance, and I won't try to speak as elegantly as my colleagues, but I did want to point out a couple things. The Protect the Pecos Coalition, as Mr. Casals noted, is not just a Wilderness Alliance proposal, but it's made up of sportsmen and individuals and businesses. We have thousands of members throughout the state, including hundreds in Taos County, that feel very passionate about protecting this land. And we're all talking about a very small piece of land. The boundaries and the acreages were not done arbitrarily, but done very deliberately and with a lot of thought. It represents a very small percentage of this forest. And actually, the proposed boundaries were part of the original wilderness prior to the 1964 Wilderness Act. They were taken out, importantly to know, because of industry interests, because of logging in the southwest quadrant and mining in the southeast. And I think that's what we haven't really talked a lot about today, is that the threats to our public lands are real. And it would be just a shame if we woke up someday tomorrow or a year from now, having delayed and deferred this conversation that we so much want to have, and having that threat become real. And we want to protect these very special, rare, wild places proactively before there's an imminent threat. We're not enemies. We do share the same values. The tagline of the Protect the Pecos Coalition is safeguarding our traditions, protecting our watersheds. Hunting will still be allowed, fishing allowed, pinon gathering allowed, fuelwood collection allowed, grazing is allowed. The motorized routes that grazers, permittees would take to service their stock tanks would be grandfathered into the special management area. That special management area was created as a result of conversations with communities to allow the kinds of uses that Garrett talked about. So we have been listening, we have been accommodating, we have been working, but we're not the enemies. We're all New Mexicans. We all care about this land. But the threats are real. Just a few months ago, there's a proposal in the Santa Fe National Forest in the Jemez District for 190,000 acres of geothermal development from an out-of-state company. That just happened out of the blue. That is still a proposal being reviewed right now. So for us to kind of be complacent and think that we've got all the time in the world for this area just to sit there, I think would be a mistake. So, and just one thing about the land grants, I think it's a complicated issue, obviously, but we're not going to solve that here. That's beyond the scope of this commission. It's beyond the scope of the resolution. As Garrett said, this resolution or the designation itself would not preclude claims from being moved forward. But, you know, right now, the reality is these are federally recognized public lands. And what we can do now through this commission is have a statement of support that we're going to continue the conversation to pursue ways to protect this land from industry. I saw Paula Garcia wrote that she was concerned about development, industry, mining, oil and gas. This is the single best way to do that, through this designation. So thank you for your attention. I would urge you to move forward with this resolution. I would commit, like my colleagues, to continue conversations with anybody, anytime, anywhere. We want to win folks over. We think we're on the same side. And I think if we had the opportunity to make our case and for people to hear the facts, then we will be. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do appreciate you being here and your efforts. This controversy has been raging since the Wilderness Act was enacted. It excludes certain groups from wilderness. It does not allow grazing to take their ATVs into wilderness areas, to fix their fences. And I represent land-based people. The people that Mr. Casals has said are businesses are in favor. These are not land-based people. They are not on the land. In addition, these talks that you said you had in Vadito 4 or 5 years ago, those are not heirs to land grant. You were speaking to the wrong people, just so you know. You were speaking to the wrong people, and I do resent the fact that you keep bringing up that these people are misinformed. They're not misinformed. They're defending their rights as a land-based people. So I have to disagree with most of the comments you are making, and it continues to be confusing because you do continue to give us conflicting information. So I hear that Mota County may rescind that resolution, as well as San Miguel might too. So just know that these resolutions can be rescinded. So that's what I want to say, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Blankenhorn, County Commissioners. And I will address one thing about San Miguel County.
Well, please state your name for that.
My name is Max Trujillo, and I am with the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. And I will state one correction about San Miguel County. It was passed 4-1, and the dissenting voter signed the resolution to support this. That resolution is not going to be rescinded. They are in full support of this inclusion. And another correction is that Mr. Estrada was not given any time. He spoke longer at the San Miguel County Commission meeting than he did today. So I just wanted to put that out there. I was there, I was a presenter, and I just want to make that correction. And I hate to be on the defensive because this thing is not, it's not a water, but there is misinformation out there. And I will make it clear to those who have said that the coalition has something to benefit, a profit to be made by this designation. There is no profit here to be made from our members of this coalition. Normally we're business people and working people just like everybody else in this room. We want to protect our cultural ways of life. And by preserving and protecting this land, we're sending a loud and profound message to the world that we, the people of northern New Mexico, care enough about our land to do this. The high country from the Pecos Wilderness is where most of New Mexico gets their water. We have higher quality water than most of the world because the place where our water comes from is protected. People from all over the world come to visit northern New Mexico, not because of our skyscrapers or our amusement parks. It's because of our culture, our land, our people, our food. Our land for centuries has been our refuge, our protection, our provider. We can't change that. This is all we have left is our land. We have to protect it. And there's a very dark energy that's coming after our land. And some of those organizations, Commissioner O'Donnell read letters from them, are fully in favor of public lands transfer. And they will be in Santa Fe come January, advocating for that public lands transfer. I've been there for 4 years fighting that public lands transfer legislation. And for 4 years, some of those proponents of that legislation have been there advocating for public lands transfer. Our own state land commissioner has already stated that he's in favor of public lands transfer. His son is a professional witness for public lands transfer legislation. There was a man who so eloquently spoke at that meeting in Peñasco the other day. I think his last name was Cordova. He was from Cuesta, or from the northern part of the county. And he was talking about que nos robaron la torta y nos están dejando con migajas. That they stole the loaf and they've left us with crumbs. Well, let me make it clear that loaf is still intact, to the tune of millions of acres of public land that's owned by you, by me, equally. But this reoccurring history of northern New Mexico, we've already been taken once. Our land has been taken. And had it not been for the federal government to come back and purchase this land, the Catrins and the Bonds, they would still be the owners of our land grants. At least now we have a fighting chance. And we are not opposed, and we are not minimizing or making small of the issue of the land grant. If it is right and just, I hope they get their land back. And this designation does not in any way interfere with their moving forward to a congressional action to give them their land back. I was part of a land grant. We lost all our land too. It's a hard reality to face. But the other reality in northern New Mexico is that we allow organizations to come and divide and conquer us. It's the oldest tactic in the book of battle. And it's happening again. And it's that dark energy that I'm talking about. They're coming in, they're going to divide us, and they're going to conquer us, and we're all going to be left con migajas. And they've got their eyes on our loaf. That's the reality that we're dealing with. It's much greater than 30,000 acres of special management area and wilderness. There's a much greater agenda out there. So I hope this commission, will send a message to everybody out there, including those that are coming after what we hold so dear, that we will protect our land and we will stand by our land. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Francisco Guevara. I am the board president of Amigos Bravos, a grassroots conservation organization concerned with protecting the clean waters of New Mexico. We have over 1,600 members in northern New Mexico, most of them here in Taos County. I've been asked by the board to read a letter that we are sending to our congressional delegation in support of the wilderness expansion. As a statewide New Mexican water conservation organization guided by social justice principles, Amigos Bravos is committed to ensuring that New Mexico's waterways provide clean water for drinking, irrigation, recreation, and wildlife. Amigos Bravos writes to you today to express our support for expanding the Pecos Wilderness into the surrounding roadless areas and designating some of these areas as special management areas. This proposal will ensure that the headwater system that 5 New Mexico counties, Taos, Mora, San Miguel, Rio Arriba, and Santa Fe, depend on for clean water will be protected for future generations. Human activities such as mining, drilling, road construction, and logging have the potential to degrade water quality, affecting downstream communities and ecosystems. Communities in northern New Mexico depend upon the clean, dependable water supply that flows off of Forest Service land to feed our acequias and farms and provide clean drinking water. By designating these areas with wilderness or special management area protection, Congress will ensure that the headwater system for both the Pecos and Rio Grande watersheds are preserved for downstream users. Amigos Bravos did not come to the decision to support the Pecos wilderness expansion lightly. Our board of directors took several months to to research the proposal and speak to others in the community. We specifically researched the concerns expressed by some that 1, wilderness expansion would negatively impact acequia operations and maintenance. And number 2, wilderness expansion would negatively impact wildfire thinning activities. We concluded that both of these concerns were unfounded. First and foremost, Amigos Bravos believes that wilderness designation will be beneficial to acequias by protecting water quality in the streams from which acequias diverge. Also importantly, there are no acequias or head gates within the proposed areas. Thus, maintenance and operations of acequias will not be impacted. While there is a stream channel within the proposed area that has historically been altered to redirect stream flow to a downstream acequia, we did not find that wilderness designation would have negative impacts on acequias downstream from this altered stream channel because 1, the original work on the stream channel was done by hand. 2, there appears to have not been any maintenance needed over more than half a century since it was built. And 3, there are currently no roads to this section of stream and the terrain would make it difficult to build one. Therefore, any potential future repair work on this stream channel would be done with hand tools regardless of wilderness designation. In addition, Amigos Bravos does not believe that wilderness and special management area designation will negatively impact wildfire mitigation. Amigos Bravos supports thinning activities in low elevation forest where predominant species are a mixture of ponderosa, piñón, and juniper. The areas proposed for expansion are predominantly high elevation forest ecosystems of spruce and fir where stand replacing fires are the norm and thinning is not ecologically appropriate. In addition, mechanical treatment and prescribed fire can still occur after wilderness designation when necessary to protect public safety, FSM 2323.52. Amigos Bravos also reached out to several northern New Mexico Pueblo communities to see if they had any concerns with the proposed expansion. Their initial concerns were discussed at length, and no outstanding concerns were communicated to us during these conversations. Amigos Bravos urges you to protect these wild areas from future development, thus ensuring that the headwater systems of the Rio Pecos and Rio Grande are preserved for future generations. Sincerely, Rachel Kahn, Interim Executive Director. On a personal note, I just want to express how my heart is broken by the fact that the people that are connected and love this land with all their heart and soul could be on such opposite sides of this particular issue. But it occurred to me that the right thing to do, and you as leaders of this community must come to this decision, is to give this special area the protection that it needs and vote yes for this recommendation. As it's been stated, this decision right here doesn't make it a wilderness. It's just part of a process. And part of the process needs to know that the people of Taos County love the land and need the water that it protects protected. It's the right thing to do. I grew up chasing cows through these areas. I grew up riding the river, and clean water is extremely important to me. I'm lucky that my business does benefit tremendously from protecting public land and waters. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo said something about and protecting these lands for future generations. The future generations are here now. It's time to protect them. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kellen Emery, and I'm not here representing any organizations. I'm just here as a citizen of the county who also enjoys the opportunity very often to walk around in the woods. And I would like to disagree with Commissioner O'Donnell's concept that we're not all land-based people. I think that we are all land-based people. We're not going anywhere else. We have only one place to live, and that is planet Earth. This is an issue that has been posed in terms of economic development. And when I think of what economic development means, it ultimately comes down to expansion of the impact of humans, the expansion of resource exploitation for the never-ending progress of the human race. And I think that the human race needs to have some limitations on its progress. We have to define what progress means and whether it is beneficial ultimately, even if that may mean that some people are hurt economically. We came up with the Wilderness Act in 1964, and we have land grants that have been in existence for a few hundred years. These are very short-lived things. The history of the earth is that it's 4.5 billion years old. Human beings in its modern form have only been here coming out of South Africa about 200,000 years ago, and in the North and South American continents for only about 15,000 years. We had a population of about 1 billion or less until the American Revolution came about. And since then, we've gone from 1 billion to over 7 billion. We are progressing very quickly, and we need to put a limitation on that progress, or we will find out how unsustainable continued progress will be. We won't have clean air, we won't have clean water, and we'll find out just how land-based each one of us is, whether we're lawyers or doctors or ranchers or woodcutters. I do have some concerns about the fire issue, but I don't see that this designation will have a significant impact on how fire is prevented in this area. I don't think we'll spend more money on it one way or the other, and so even though that's a concern, it shouldn't stand in the way of this proclamation. The lungs of the earth, that's what our forests are. That was the name that was placed on the Amazon rainforest, which is just about all gone now. And we do have a lot of forests left on the earth, but we need to keep them. We need to preserve them. And I do not believe that designating this area as roadless and returning it to its most natural state can be anything but healthy for our planet and for our community. Even if wilderness designation results in less economic development, that is what we need. It is the government's job to do the right thing. We elect our officials in this Republican democracy to represent us, to do the right thing. I don't elect anybody because I want them to do what I want every time they vote, but I want them to do the right thing in their own mind, whatever that may be. And the right thing in this situation is to vote in favor of this proclamation for the preservation of our local forest and for the preservation of our planet. We need to set aside considerations of how we get ourselves reelected when we are community servants and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to comment, if I may. Mr. Emery, I appreciate you being here. That will be hard for me to say to Sipapu, who is the economic driver in that area, that, you know, we don't really care. Wilderness takes precedent over the economic interests of my district, and we need jobs. So it's kind of hard for me. I do vote with my heart, and it is kind of hard for me to put myself in your position and then go back to Sipapu and say, hey, you know, we don't really care about the economy of the area. So I have problems with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, hi, Commissioner, Chairman Blankenhorn, Taos Commission. My name is John Oliva's. I actually represent the New Mexico Wilderness Alliance. My title is the traditional community organizer for this organization. And the idea is to make sure that traditional communities around Los Sequias, land grants, grazing permittees, hunters, fishermen are at the table when these types of legislations, these types of campaigns are being proposed. So a lot of the language that's being discussed here, what I'd like to actually point out specifically on this map, just so that we're all on the same page in regards to this. So the pink area is the area that's identified as a special management area, and I'll give a definition of what that looks like. The orange area is actually a proposed wilderness area that's part of the campaign. The green area is the current wilderness as it currently exists. If you look up to the top and to the left, you have that white area. That is the community of Peñasco and Llano, and those places right up in that. Picaris is just a little bit up to the north. So from the pink area, if you look at that black line just on top of the pink area, that's Highway 518 that exists right in there. That big open section right in there is Sipapu. So we initially had conversations with Sipapu. We understand the economic benefit that they provide for the area. That's why a special management area was actually kind of discussed and created as a result of the economic benefit that they provide. There's the yellow areas are motorized use routes that actually currently exist that are used by Sipapu in that area. So we're not limiting any of the uses within the Sipapu area in regards to any recreational value that it shows. So what I wanted to do, and just to make sure that we identify what the orange is, that's a proposed wilderness area. So when we're talking about this as a wilderness campaign, that's not completely accurate, because we do have the pink area that is a special management area. So the definition that we're using, this is a fact sheet that we'd like to give out to you as commissioners have this. The wilderness is the highest level of protection for our public lands and is designated to protect lands and wildlife in their natural state. Thus, mining, logging, oil and gas development, and off-road vehicle use are not permitted in wilderness. Wilderness areas are designated by an act of Congress. So the definition of a special management area, SMA is what we're referring them to, it provides a high level of protection but are less restrictive than wilderness areas. SMAs are designated by Congress. Each SMA comes with specific sets of rules on how they are managed. And the important thing there is how can we get the community within these SMA areas to define what's going to happen in those areas. So that's very important part of this special management area. Extractive industries such as mining, logging, and oil gas drilling are not permitted in special management areas. Existing recreational uses that are not allowed in wilderness, such as mountain biking, would be allowed to continue in a special management area. Those would also include uses of ATV use, the chainsaws for wood gathering, mechanized equipment for cattle grazers, or any other improvement projects that are happening within that special management area. Special management areas are managed with special emphasis on preserving its natural character and protecting and enhancing water quality in the watershed. The second one, protecting and enhancing populations of fish, wildlife, and native plant species, allowing for traditional uses including hunting, fishing, grazing, wood and herb gathering, pasture for the grazers that use those during the summer months. The other one is providing significant opportunities for recreational and scientific research and studies. We had briefly talked about the Aseki infrastructure. There's actually conversations that are going on right now about an area, it's called La Sierra Ditch. It's actually on the bottom right-hand pink section of this area, that they actually utilize heavy equipment to go in there and clean that. So we're having conversations to go ahead and carve that out to make sure they have complete access to the Aseki. So these conversations are always happening within this area. So like some of my colleagues had mentioned, because this resolution is passed today, doesn't designate this as a wilderness area or a special management area. I think we just need to make sure and clarify that. And the second piece of it that we have on this is we have a big push for transfer of public lands. Federal lands are wanting to go into state ownership, so there's a big transfer happening there. So we're having conversations not only in Taos County but all throughout the counties that have federal land. What happens to PILT in regards to that? I know Taos County gets approximately $700,000 from PILT monies. What's going to happen if that transfer happens? So the idea of going ahead and postponing this vote so we can have more conversations. I mean, we've been here in front of this county commission since last year in November on this campaign. We've been trying since August to get this resolution through. Every 2 weeks it's been tabled. There's been something that's come up. So, I would encourage that the Taos County commissioners that act on this and let us have conversations, because just because this resolution is passed today doesn't mean the conversation stops. It's going to continue to happen. There was a question by Commissioner Gallegos in regards to the numbers around the Rio Grande del Norte. What has happened as a result of those designations happening? So back in 2012, there was roughly 124,000 people who came to Taos County to visit the Rio Grande del Norte. In 2013, when the designation took place, in March of 2013, that number spiked up to 182,000 people that came into Taos County because they were excited to see a special public place that they were able to come in to visit. In 2014, it dropped off. It went down from 182,000 down to 128,000. So the excitement of the designation kind of fell off. In 2015, this past summer, there was 213,000 people that came to Taos County. Where do you think they ate? Where do you think they lodged? Where do you think they spent their money? How many multiple days did these guys have to stay here to see 255,000 acres? So it's an economic driver. We started out this meeting today about Chevron Mining and Molycorp having to, they had to leave this area. They had, and actually if we could get that picture up, they had to leave this area. Just look at the wake that it left here within Taos County. It's not a sustainable economic driver that we have here in this community. So when we talk about protecting this area, specifically the oranges and the pinks in this area, what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep it out of the hands of major industries who have lots and lots of money that want to come in and they want to take our land from us. If it gets into the hands of the state, what's going to happen with this is a perfect example. This is an aerial flyover that we took of Molycorp Mine up just on the other side of Cuesta. It's between Cuesta and Red River. This is a scar that they left on a tract of public land. Back in the day, there was this is all Forest Service land. Back in the day, there was an administration that what they did is they went ahead and found a resource in there that they wanted to extract. They went ahead and started Chevron with Molycorp Mine. They started extracting. They destroyed the fisheries. I mean, Commissioner Gallegos, what's going on with the water in Cuesta? There's a whole lot of factors that, at one point when they were deciding to leave the federal land, they were suing the federal government because they didn't want to create a Superfund site to clean this area. So this is what we're trying to avoid from happening within this area around Peñasco. So when some of the comments come in from, the last meeting that we had, what are you trying to protect it from? This is what we're trying to protect it from. Because within a special management area and a wilderness area, this cannot happen. So that's where we're trying to keep protection of this area. So I would encourage the county commission to move forward. Let us move forward with this resolution. Let us continue having our dialogue. It's going to take a long time for this to happen, to get through Congress, to get through the president's desk. It's going to take a while, but with this resolution in place, it's going to allow us to continue having these dialogues with these guys. So I appreciate your time and your effort, and please consider what's happening within our public land system here in Taos County. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you, Mr. Olivas. I just texted Jose Lopez, of the New Mexico cattle growers, to see if this dark side of these groups that can't speak on their behalf, he said it's a scare tactic and it's untrue. We heard from Steve Kopelman from NMAC. There's nothing in the legislature that's going to bring this forward. I do want to make one comment that unfortunately I didn't have the chance to go to all the areas, but I did go to Road 207, which starts in El Valle and dead ends to where you want this wilderness. And I object to where the cattle guard ends, you want the boundary to come right up to where the wilderness you're proposing. And I think we have anybody from El Valle here? We have one person. I know, are you opposed to this 207 extension?
From what I hear, I made it push my bike, is that they've been having conversations with
Hold on. If you're going to address us, please step to the podium and state your name first so that we can properly record it. Thank you.
My name is David Cruz from El Valle, and ditch commissioners for 3 ditches. We have the upper, lower, and the Llano ditch. And I heard about this wilderness expansion about a month ago. And it's not true that they've been talking to all community members, because in El Valle they haven't talked to us, to Las Trampas. We get water from the Las Trampas River. Ojos Arco gets water from that as well. The expansion, the map that I've seen, they're getting pretty close to the San Leonardo, where there's a measuring box where the Ojos Arco community members get their water from, and they've never talked to us about that. They've never had any meetings with us. A month ago was the first time I heard about this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. You got a couple of words.
Just real quick, clarification, Commissioner O'Donnell. I spent almost my entire life in the legislative session, and I would suspect in dozens of legislative committee hearings supporting public land transfer. Jose Varela Lopez is an outspoken advocate of public land transfer. And so I have stood in committee meetings personally and heard him advocate for that. So I think that's really important to consider. And again, I want to reiterate that that map is a working document. And if you or anybody else in the community wants to talk about moving boundaries, that is the purpose of open dialogue. And again, this is going to take a lot of time, exhaustive amounts of time. So this is a working document. We can change boundaries. We can move things. And that's going to be part of the process. I think that the designation of this resolution is going to push that process forward so that we will have meaningful dialogue. Thank you very much.
Okay, John.
Yeah, Commissioner Chairman, we do have the Forest Service that's actually here that would be willing to answer any of your questions that you might have in regards to this proposal. If you don't mind, I'd like to maybe call up Amy Sims to answer any of those questions you have. Fine.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good afternoon. Getting a little hungry.
My name is Amy Sims. I work for the Carson National Forest. I'm the Recreation and Lands Program Manager. I work out of the Taos office, but I did spend about 10 years on the Community Real District, so I was asked to be here just to answer, from a management standpoint, any questions you all might have on how wilderness designation does change how we manage the landscape, and then also let people know a little bit about the forest plan revision process if there were questions about that.
Commissioner Fambro.
I guess my question has to do with the thinning that's been brought up, and I'll base this on some comments that were given to me by retired, both Carson and other areas, federal FMOs that were charging. They're saying that, they're telling me that this is a real problem area. Why haven't we addressed it before? And if that's addressed now, I would have a lot, I mean, that puts a lot of the concerns that I've heard aside. So what's the plan?
Is your question if thinning can happen in wilderness, or?
Well, no, I know it, I understand that. I've read the Wilderness Act and everything. I get that. I'm talking about why it hasn't happened now, and what is between now and what Garrett is telling us, between 7, 10, 15, 12 years, whatever it is, that this would actually happen at the federal level, not Taos County level, at the federal level. What's the assurance that we're going to make this safer when we haven't done it now?
I'm not sure I can give any assurance to that. Someone earlier mentioned that most of our thinning occurs around wildland urban interfaces. That's on purpose.
Priority.
We prioritize around communities because communities have said, for obvious reasons, that is the most important place to focus limited resources. When we start looking at the Pecos wilderness, or really any wilderness, most of the time those are in the more backcountry settings, more primitive areas. So although I believe the Forest Service would like to be able to treat all the acres, or at least consider treating in key locations, we do have to prioritize. So I don't know if we could give any assurances that the Forest Service would be doing any treatments in that area. I can say that near the community of Trompas, so not included in this proposal, that is the Community Real Ranger District's priority watershed that has been identified. There's analysis going on right now. We're collaborating with state and other tribal entities to do a huge landscape restoration thinning project. But that is outside of any of these lines that are drawn on the map right now.
Because I guess, well, I think you would agree that a moonscape fire does nothing to help the watershed, and no one put it more eloquently than Cisco. I mean, so how do we do both?
I think, again, prioritizing which areas we go to. People have mentioned, someone mentioned, we're in the forest plan revision process right now. I think this is the perfect time for the community, for the local government, to tell us where are those priority areas, where should we be doing work, and how quickly should we be moving towards meeting those objectives.
Because this is Louis area, it's along the highway, there's houses all along through there. I've driven that trying to inform myself of what this is really all about without being able to see the top version of it. But that, I mean, I guess I'm concerned because as much as people don't think the fire comes downhill, the Encebado fire proved that to be wrong. Anything in Taos Canyon is going to prove that to be wrong, and I see the steepness that's there. It's hard to say on mile markers or anything like that, that's right next to the highway. That is interface area.
Yeah, so you mentioned steepness, very steep country, and not a lot of roads. So what's highlighted in the yellow is they're actually old logging roads, very old logging roads. They're now open to motorized, they're ATV trails, but they're old logging roads. I believe it was from when the Santa Barbara Pole and Tie Company was logging the area in the early 1900s. But other than that, they're not roads in there that people can be driving on. And that does cause the cost, of doing treatments to really go high. If we would have to look at building roads to get people in there, to cut wood, to get firewood, to do thinning, to do burning, all of those considerations.
There can be no assurances either with this designation or without this designation. Obviously, there's all kinds of forests that arguably could use thinning, as someone mentioned. It's an expensive operation, and it's easier said than done. But creating these designations would not make it more dangerous. In fact, I would argue that it would make it less dangerous, because there's special management areas that would then have a process for identifying areas needing thinning, such as the woods.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Thank you for being here. Isn't it true that if, say, we were to pass this resolution, that whoever is in charge of the Camino Real district would then advocate for the inclusion of more wilderness? It's my understanding that even though this is, saying, oh, this will get us talking, that this, if we were to approve it, it carries more weight with the Forest Service to then advocate during this Forest Service plan to include wilderness.
So the Forest Service has not begun reviewing wilderness, existing wilderness, and looking at maybe inventorying and evaluation recommended wilderness. That'll happen through our forest planning process. And I do have the person leading our forest plan with me here who could speak a little bit more articulately than I can on the plan revision process. But what happens here does not impact what happens during the plan revision process. They will be two very separate processes. We are required by the planning rule to do an inventory and evaluation, and the forest supervisor will make a recommendation on potential wilderness. It could include some of the same acreage, it could include none of it. And all of that will happen through the process. There will be lots of public input and opportunities for comment, but I don't think what happens here and whether or not the resolution is passed will really have any bearing on what happens in the plan revision process, other than just listening to people from the community regarding how they want to see their forest managed.
So what I hear you saying, that it's important that we get involved in the planning
Absolutely.
process, because that's how the forest supervisor will determine whether he includes it in wilderness or not?
Well, all our forest supervisor will do is recommend what could be wilderness in the forest plan. As other people have mentioned, it is only Congress that can designate wilderness. So we will not designate anything, only Congress can do that. But our forest plan is the document that is used for potentially 30 years. Our existing forest plan is 30 years old, very, very old. And this is the opportunity for people to tell the Forest Service what you want to see, where you want to see it, and how you want to see it, so that we have management direction for the future. But we will be looking at the wilderness evaluation. We are required to do that.
When will you look at the wilderness evaluation? I
believe in January. We're going to start January or February, potentially having our public meetings, but I'll ask Kevin to answer that.
And then before he answers that, the Federal Register rule I read about permits for photography and $1,500 permit, $1,000 fine, is that true or not true? What happened to that? Did that die?
Well, so there is commercial filming and photography regulations. It is across the forest. It's not wilderness specific. You do not need a permit to do any kind of still photography of Hickory to Peak or other landscape scenes. If you were using props, if you were going into closed areas, if you were using explosives and doing stunts, things like that would trigger the need for a permit, and the fees are based on the number of filming people in your crew per day.
Has that happened in the Pecos Wilderness?
Filming?
Filming and permits and all that process?
I don't believe we've issued any permits. I don't think we've had any requests to do any kind of commercial filming in the Pecos.
Oh, so on our plan revision, so when we look at our wilderness, I mean, it's independent of what's going on here. So this doesn't, we listen to, we open it up to public involvement. So, we have to look at what's best for the forest, what's best for the watersheds, but also we consider the needs of the people. So we have to do that. But when we start to look at wilderness, it'll happen after the first of the year. So we'll have public engagement where we establish an inventory for the whole forest and look at all the lands, and then we'll go through an evaluation process looks at all those lands to evaluate whether or not they have characteristics for inclusion in the wilderness for wilderness protection. And then at some point we decide, we recommend areas for inclusion as wilderness. But it could be none, it could be all, it could be some of all that come out. And I do have that I could provide to you a paper that just kind of walks through our process and how we're different. I'll do that when we're done here. And I can have copies for other people as well. I brought other copies.
It seems to me that one of the points is that designating a special management area actually enhances the process and the communication for local input as to the use of these areas.
As does, Mr. Chairman, the formulation of the new forest plan, which is going to begin in January, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that process will go on for about another 2 years before we finish, so 2.5 years. So there's continually there's opportunities for public engagement as we go through that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the Forest Service representatives? We do have a number of other people who would like to speak.
I think, Mr. Chair, if we may, after everybody has spoken, before we go to vote, I know everybody's been sitting down patiently for a couple hours again since the last break, and it's kind of a little unhealthy to sit here for an extra 2 more hours. So, I think it'd be good for us to take a 5-minute break after all the speakers or presenters have been.
Okay, thank you. Please approach Ms. Garcia.
Good afternoon. I'm Esther Garcia. I'm with the San Antonio del Rio Colorado Land Grant. And I've been listening a little bit, and I'm sorry I was late. We have some interviews going on, so I'm a little bit late. But I'd like to express what has happened with the National Monument. And it's been different because when it originated, our land grant had the right to sit and draft a bill proposing what we wanted, because first it was a conservation area, then it became a national monument. But in the declaration, it's very clearly stated what the land grant wanted. And I'm always saying, if we don't have a voice, we don't have anything, and we can't complain. We have a seat at the table where the management decisions are being made with BLM. Our concilio, the land grant concilio, has one member, one of the council members sitting in, and I'm the other one that's sitting in there. We are there to protect our traditional and cultural and historical uses of the land, which is the grazing, the hunting, the fishing, the herb gathering, the piñon picking. And we sit there, we've been having meetings throughout the year, and we sit there and we say, okay, this is what is the cultural use, this is what the traditional use is, this is what the historical use is of this lands. They are our common lands, so we the people should have a voice. I don't know if the Forest Service is going to have that. that, but I would recommend that they have people at the seat of the table when they're making those management decisions. And I'm not talking about politicians, I'm talking about the local people that use those lands, that are their lands. And so when we did the national monument, it's an extra protection. I look at it as an extra protection of our lands. We didn't want any oil and gas drilling where in that beautiful, beautiful area that I want to see protected, and a lot of people wanted to see protected for generations to come. We don't, those are things that we wanted. We wanted our traditional uses protected. And so when you talk about protecting, it's about protecting our land. And we, all of you, including myself and everyone in this room, has the right to have a voice. So when the Forest Service is starting to do their management plan, I suggest they take local people into consideration to sit at the table and say, hey, this is the traditional uses of our people, the wood cutting, the hunting, all of that. But if we don't have a voice, we don't have anything. And by sitting back and saying, we don't want this, you know what? The federal government controls those lands. And they can impose anything they want on them unless we, the people, have a voice. And those are my comments.
Please approach.
I'll make it quick. Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioners, John MacArthur is my name of the Taos Saddle Club. We have approximately 40 recreational rider members, some of whom are here, some of whom had to leave, along with many of our hiking friends. We are land-based people. We regularly ride and hike in this area being discussed. That is the north end of the existing Pecos Wilderness and the lands approaching it. We see firsthand that this watershed and fragile ecosystem need to be protected. We support this resolution for all the reasons that the coalition speakers have presented. We feel that adopting it would be a good step toward protecting the watershed from further deterioration and the trails from further erosion. Excuse me. We are quite concerned about the federal to state public land control transfer issue that has been documented at the county, state, and federal level. It's a danger to all of us. We're afraid the passage of this could conceivably mean privatization and closure of our national forests. We feel that adoption of this resolution would help protect the greater area wilderness against potential loss to all of us. We support and endorse this resolution and strongly urge you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, I'm Pete Line. I don't represent anybody. I have no prepared statement. I just want to say I think we all agree that the lands are important to us. We all are concerned about protecting these lands. And we probably all agree the most important thing we get from these lands is water. Commissioner O'Donnell, I believe this proposal impacts your district, and I appreciate that you're trying to inform yourself, and I hope that you'll continue to do so and get more information about what this proposal means for the people of your district and of the whole county and really the whole nation, because the whole nation has a stake in this matter. I believe that the best thing we can do is to pass this resolution and try to move this thing forward, because wilderness designation will significantly improve protection of the area, protection of the land and the water that we all depend on. And we may not all agree that that's the best way forward, but I think we can agree that the lands are important. And I also want to say that many businesses will benefit. It will not be an overall loss to the county economically if you pass this resolution. Many businesses will also benefit, although it may be inconvenient for say for a grazing permittee to get a permit to take equipment to repair a stock tank or a fence. I understand that, that's a difficult process, but there is a process so that they can do that. I think if we look at people who have faced this issue in other areas, who have had wilderness designated where they live and where they move stock, and that they can help inform us about exactly what this will mean. But there is some question as to whether there will be an economic benefit to the county in designating wilderness, but there is considerable evidence to support this, and maybe we owe it to ourselves to educate ourselves about what the potential is for all of us, and what the potential is for protecting the land that we care about. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, if there's no one else at this time who would like to address us on this issue, then I'll make a motion for a 5-minute break, and we can come back and vote on the resolution.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. Commissioners, we have before us a resolution that is asking us to support the designation of 14,000 approximately acres as a special management district and another 20 as wilderness that's bordering the current wilderness. Neither of these designations preclude traditional uses. Grazing, none of them interfere with the operations of the acequias. They do not preclude good management decisions regarding thinning. What they do is they provide a process and a way forward to allow us to protect and preserve what we all agree is this critical watershed. I guess, some people want ATVs and chainsaws everywhere, but most of us recognize that we need to set aside some critical areas where motorized vehicles and motorized tools are not allowed. It's critical for us and for our children and grandchildren. I understand the objections, but none of the objections would be precluded from these designations. And this is the only plan out there. This is a well-developed plan and ongoing process to protect and preserve this land. And so I feel very strongly that this is a resolution that we should support. And I will make a motion to do so. We obviously have further room for discussion if anybody else would like to chime in on this. But I do make a motion to support this resolution.
Mr. Chair, for discussion.
Commissioner Gallegos.
I appreciate everybody's time that they spent today. I want to acknowledge those that have worked hard to take care of some of the lands that we have, and preservation. As former Mayor Garcia stated earlier, your voice is what makes a difference. Being who, in the area that we've been in Cuesta and going through all those trials and tribulations of having to deal with water contamination and working on trying to, and getting that water back to a good fishery standard and people can drink water out of Cuesta's streams and those are the things that we worked hard on. The difficult part is that the land grant that we had up north didn't have any precedence as to what happened on that Forest Service. And it would be difficult to sit here sometimes on the other side and say, I didn't have a chance to make a difference for the people in Yasco area. I would hate to see that mountain look what we have back behind our back door, and then the government goes, oh, here's your land grant, have it back after it's already been destroyed. You know, I have strong feelings on that. I've worked the forest before with the family logging business. We have grazing permits that are going to be on the national monument. So I have a little bit of both. I also understand that in simple terms that it's hard to go get a marriage license and then find a wife after. You have to have some courting. And for me right now, it's still real difficult to see the idea of have we done enough courtship between the groups all around to understand and move forward hand in hand, not having to worry about what somebody's saying here because they're not in the room and having to depend on some hearsay that you get. So, you know, this is not something that I don't think that this commission, especially the newly elected officials, have just put a wayside and not really considered the fors and the against and try to find that. So it's not like it's something that's been, you just come in and say, okay, well, I like the idea and I'm in for it. And you know, it does weigh heavy on our hearts and it does weigh for our future generation. And, you know, if it becomes a working document and it's something that can make changes through the process, you know, we definitely need to consider how we move forward from here forth. Because the last thing we want to do is have that black hole, that black side. I can't remember the organization. Is Lands for the America or America for the Lands is a group that's coming out from the West that are trying to promote states to take over the forest, and then the state can't afford it to take care of the forest. Then they start selling pieces for private use. And I would hate to see that happen in the areas that we're talking about, especially in Taos County. So, you know, I've had that discussion. We had that meeting in last February, went into a presentation, and there was a gentleman from Utah talking about how they want the states to take back the lands, and then we manage them ourselves. And if the state of New Mexico can't manage our own land by tree thinning, by commercializing some of these areas and making a revenue to manage their own lands, what are they going to do? They can sell that property. And then we, you know, when do we see it as it being enough? Will this preservation, wilderness preservation, have some teeth to that? I would hope so. So I with your motion, Mr. Chair, I want to have more discussion with the commission still.
Commissioner Fambro. From the Carson National Forest fact sheet, I read under the revision that the Carson National Forest current forest plan was written in 1986 and is outdated for the condition and uses of today over the next 10 to 15 years. I believe that to be a true statement. And if they want to show us, we talked about priorities and prioritization of not only the WUI and things of that nature and thinning. I think there's a lot of areas that I hear reported through this process, rightfully so from both sides, that we could have done a better job. And I don't see an assurance that we're going to do a better job here by doing this designation. My fear is right now saying it's not on the priority list because it's already wilderness. So we don't need to look at this, we're going to look at everything else in the Carson plan. This is very important. Preserving those lands, preserving the water Cisco spoke about, preserving what Mr. MacArthur wants to do, and I want him to be able to do it safely. And right now it's not getting any safer, it's getting worse. So with those sides are in, start your plan process in January. Make this a priority on how you're going to address the concerns that people have made on making it better grazing lands. You know, take the canopy away to where the moisture can get to the ground to plant the grass to where we can graze this, which is allowable by the Wilderness Act. Give us the ability to make that happen. Make that a priority And then, I think, that's a 10 to 15-year process or something like that. Put it in writing that this is a priority area for you. Yes, John, we've been talking about this I was here before I was sworn in. I was already elected, but I came to the meetings. I didn't hear this opposition. Garrett, we finally got dialogue. We've got people talking now. Let's take this and expand on it and get this done right. But the first step to me is when you redo your plan, make this a priority on how it's going to be made safe prior to the designation. Because once it's designated, it's closed.
Commissioners, any further commentary?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we do not have a second. This is just discussion. I would encourage, we do not have a second. I would hope the commission would not second this motion. I'd like to thank everyone who's taken the time to be here, both the wilderness and the land grant people. I'd like to thank all the many emails and the text messages and voice messages I received. They were clearly against the wilderness, so we have heard a lot of comments. I've had one town hall meeting in Penasco and 2 meetings hosted by the local Acequias Land Grants and the Wilderness Alliance. I think I've reported what the New Mexico Constitution says about upholding the treaty, talked about the land grant councils, CPAPU is against it, they are the economic driver. I've already mentioned my observations of the local economy, and I believe the current wilderness has done little to boost the economy. And we've heard from land-based statewide organizations who also spoke and sent letters. I do have concerns about aging ranchers who have allotments in wilderness areas and they can no longer ride their horses and they need ATVs to build fences and check on cattle. Well, maybe you can get permits to do that. The process is long and lengthy in a wilderness area. I think we need forest management, not undermanagement, especially with the unknown factors of climate change, fire, and drought. Any additional wilderness does limit management. It is undermanagement. And it could very well be because we've seen so many catastrophic fires. This is one way the Forest Service will get out of their responsibility of managing the lands to the degree of which we would like them. We know that this opposition centers around a 50-year-old antiquated act. Its application to lands administered by the Forest Service presents challenges to properly managing for a healthy watershed. Without mechanized equipment for efficient thinning, we're seeing a consequence of these management limitations. The possibility of catastrophic wildfires, they would have huge impacts. We will not see forest recovery for generation. And just because the Forest Service has seen drastic cuts in funding, I believe it's no excuse to recommend for more wilderness areas. We need healthy forests. To accomplish this, we need thinning projects. As I mentioned, I was at the Water Resource Research Institute. I gave opening remarks to those attendees, and we put up a map, Taos County watershed map, and we saw that the Santa Barbara watershed, in spite of wilderness, delivers more water than any watershed in the county. So imagine if we were doing proper management, how much water we'd see in that area. There was talk about trees, how much water they take up. You thin those trees, the more water flows down. And everybody down south understands the value of enhancing the watershed. That was apparent at the Water Resources Research Conference. People down south, all the way down to Elephant Butte, they depend on a healthy forest stand up here. It starts up here. We are the headwaters for the rest of New Mexico. And we need to thin in these forests. As I said, I'd like to see forest thinning projects in Penasco funded by the Rio Grande Water Fund. There's even talk of a pellet plant coming to the Carson National Forest. I say, let's bring that pellet plant to Penasco, get some jobs going, thin the small diameter trees in the forest. This seminar stressed thinking outside the box because of what we are facing in the future with climate change. So restricting more acreage to thinning, mechanical thinning is not the answer in my opinion. I've had overwhelming comments and petitions asking me to vote against any future expansion. I do value wilderness. It does provide spiritual inspiration. But to expand it when the land-based people are asking me not to. So I do want to apologize to the wilderness people and Picaris Pueblo who are for it, but I cannot support this resolution.
Okay, Commissioners, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion dies.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we postpone indefinitely the vote on the Pecos Wilderness Resolution.
Is there a second to the indefinite postponement motion? Hearing none, the motion dies. Commissioners, should we take a lunch break?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to table the resolution number 215-53, that we readdress this in 6 months. I feel that that would give a good opportunity for everyone to go ahead and have a little bit more discussion, and if we have to use the commission chambers and maybe have an update through the Wilderness Alliance and the land grant associations and have that meeting here so that we're not expecting that nobody shows up at a meeting in Penasco, nobody shows up at a meeting here. Let's have those meetings here, maybe part of some of our public hearings, just to continue to have that dialogue. I think that it's important to get this accomplished. I think it's a win-win for both sides. We just need to make sure that everybody understands exactly what's going on. And we're not sitting waiting for one side to tell the other and the other to have that discussion. So
I'll second the motion.
With discussion, please.
Discussion, Commissioner Fambro.
If you would amend your motion to see what progress we have in the January beginning process of the forest plan revision, to see that this is being addressed from both sides, and that that's a tool that could help ultimately drive this. You know, I would support this be a resolution saying this be a priority of that, because obviously this is very important to those people that want to protect this land, that live there, the people that use the resources of that land, and the people that want it for their future. All of this tied together, in my opinion, has a lot to do with this plan. And I want to see the progress of that plan at that 6-month note.
Mr. Chair, I amend my motion to request Commissioner Fambro's comments.
Good idea, Commissioner Fambro. I'll second.
Mr. Chairman, would you also consider amending that motion to make it 9 months? That would put us in July. That would give a little more time for the whole birthing process. That would be July instead of April.
I think 6 is plenty of time for them to start their process and us be involved.
I wouldn't want to extend it any more than 6 months, Commissioner. I do respect your request, but I think there's a lot of work that's been done, and I think that some of it needs to be just fine-tuned and have a little bit more urgency to get through the process.
And I feel doors have been opened here today. I really appreciate the way that everybody professionally dealt with this. That's what I heard from this side, and now it's up to you guys to continue that dialogue, because I think they want to listen. And if they don't want to listen, you come tell us.
What do you think?
So, hold on a second.
We're still in discussion. So we have a motion to bring the resolution back yet again to this commission for its consideration in 6 months. But I'm, and I understand there's broad support for this motion on the board, but I'm not altogether clear what conditions would need to be accomplished for the commission to actually reconsider this with an open mind.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important, and I think what I hear as a county commissioner is that more dialogue take place, that more discussion take place, that folks on both sides of this are agreeable to this resolution, to this proclamation, but only after they've been completely heard and that they have, as former mayor had suggested, that they have all communicated and that they are assured a place at the table when it comes to these discussions or any decisions that are made.
My concern is that it seems like the condition being set is that we come back and consider this resolution if everybody agrees on it. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Mr. Chairman, I feel that, like you said, it's not going to be 100%, but at least there's an opportunity to have a little bit clearer understanding. Now, you can't squeeze water out of a rock, but you at least, if you've held the rock and know that nothing's going to happen, at least you made the effort. And I think that some of the discussion that, as we said earlier, was that in past, bringing a resolution to the table has brought groves of people to work together now. And sometimes you have to do that to get the attention of the community, and from there you can make more progress. Unfortunately, 3-4 months ago, there was 1 to 2 people here from the Peñasco area as opposed to what we have today. Now more people have been informed, and hearing it one time from the horse's mouth is a lot clearer, and you have less likely for interpretation than going by hearsay. So I think everybody in here had a great opportunity to get a lot of information that wasn't passed on, that we can continue to progress to it.
Thank you for that.
And Mr. Chairman, I could add
Excuse me,
that,
hold on one moment. Commissioner Fambro, you had a requirement for a priority being set. Could you explain that a little better?
Well, part of the first part of their plan, as was spoken about, was, anyway. So they've got to set the priorities for getting their new plan, because like they're saying here, their present plan is outdated. It's not, it's longer, it's been around since '86. So tell us what they're going to do to make this area. I don't want it moonscape. I don't want them destroying the watershed if that's what this is going to result in. I want it to be able to still be hunted and all that. So show us what they're going to do and ask them the tools that they need. Show us the tools that they need to help adequately preserve this.
The Forest Service.
Yes, in their plan. Because this is a federal issue. They're asking for Taos County support, but this is a federal issue. They're the ones that need to step up to the plate and say, this is what we will do to make this better. It's not ours. I can't do that as a county commissioner. You can't, nobody can. It's a federal issue. Let's see what they're willing to do to make this better and to listen to all the people, as Mayor Garcia said.
Will the Forest Service be prepared to further inform us about the priorities for this area in 6 months? Would you be willing and able to do that?
Mr. Chairman, point of order, this is a discussion between us and not anyone else in the audience.
Well,
This is, when it's on the table and we're voting, this is a discussion between us, and we're not going to be asking questions from anyone in the audience. And what I wanted to point out, that one of the things that could happen, Mr. Chairman, is if everyone came to the table and the Wilderness Alliance agreed to remove the land grant boundaries, to remove that from the forest, proposed expansion, that maybe, I can't speak for these people, but maybe we'd get farther along than what we are today.
But the important thing is people need to talk about it.
Exactly. I call for the question.
We do have a motion and a second on the table. Please call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, contrary to what Commissioner O'Donnell has just said, I still would like to hear an answer to your question.
Yeah, is would the Forest Service be willing or able to set some priorities that could further inform us on this question?
Give us hope.
I said it was about 2.5-year process still. We have last.
Got to start with priorities.
And so 6 months is really not going to give you enough time to.
I didn't ask for their finished product, I asked for to be part of their product.
Okay. Well, when this thing comes back to us, we will reach out to you and invite you to come back. And
That's not a question we should answer. I think that has to come from us.
all right. Thank you. Thank you then.
Motion to adjourn for lunch.
We have a motion to adjourn for lunch.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Yes. Chairman Blankenhorn.
Second.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Well, we have hospital people here and interested in the 10A, which is our next item.
Motion to table, Mr. Chair, item 10A down to potentially 10C or that will be or until Commissioner Romero gets here.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. On to item 10C. This is a discussion and decision regarding a grant agreement from the state of New Mexico for the plan design and construction improvements to Camino del Medio. We have our relatively new grants administrator, Lori Montoya, here to make her first official presentation to the board.
Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon.
had my notes ready for good morning. How are you all this afternoon?
Tired.
Yeah. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Cordova, Mr. Malone. Before you is the grant agreement from the state of New Mexico from the Department of Finance for acknowledgement and to agree to the terms and conditions for the capital appropriation project 15-0956. It's for the plan design and construct for improvements to Camino del Medio. It's a $30,000 appropriation and the reversion date is June 30th, 2019. Currently, the town of Taos is drafting an MOU and I'm corresponding with Miranda Quintana and she said that she will administer the grant. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Fambro?
this is the 30,000 that brought us up to par with what the town was given, and now we had an equal job in the fight, and I have the 30D plans with me, so I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Chairman. There's a clause that says that we will be the lead agency. Is that going to be a problem with the town of Taos taking the lead? The document states.
Defer to Brent.
Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell, Floyd Lopez, the town attorney, he's working on a memorandum of understanding that will cover this legislative appropriation plus our 130, and the town of Taos will be the fiscal agent and lead agency for both legislative grants for us.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in discussions with Floyd, and that agreement will require approval by DFA, so that will sprinkle holy water, if you will, on the idea that we're not the grant administrator.
Is this going to be enough to finish all of the design work for Medio? I'm confused about where we're at. We had like 300,000.
I'll be able to answer that question after this meeting.
Oh, yeah. I know, I remember.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, December 1st is our meeting to get to the 30% threshold on this project. And we should be able to ask some questions at that time and see
going through what we just recently received, I'm not an engineer, but I think that there's still some work to be done. And so I think we'll ask all those questions on the first and see what they tell us at that time.
Mr. Chairman, I misspoke when I said DFA, I meant DOT.
We didn't notice. Thank you. And the December 1st meeting is the joint meeting?
No, December 1st meeting is a meeting that they scheduled with the engineer, Solder Miller, with the town's public works, and they invited us to be able to participate. We haven't set a final date on the joint meeting. It's been proposed for December 8th.
Okay, great, thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table. No further discussion, call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenham.
Yes. Budget matters. This is 11A, and this is a discussion and decision regarding DFA Resolution 2015-16, number 10, full-year final budget, increased revenues of the CDWI grant. Lupe Martinez. Hello, Lupe.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, DFA Resolution number 10 is to establish a refund that Taos County received for the 2015 CDWI grant. A check was issued in the amount of $1309 ready for the end of the fiscal year. For some reason, that check didn't get returned. They cashed it, got sent to their lockbox. They didn't know where to apply the monies to. They since sent the money back to Taos County, and in order for us to issue payment to balls for the flashlight purchases, we need to increase the revenues and expenditures by the $1309, and I recommend approval.
Commissioners, motions, questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenham.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lupe. All right, should we continue with this route or just go back to the matter that was at hand?
I think there is.
Okay. Excellent. Well, then we'll continue. Take care of one more item, which is 12A, and this is for direction to the county manager regarding Taos Pueblo's interest in contracting for the detention and communication services.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll step here to this one. I mean, we did receive a letter from Taos Pueblo requesting for us to do their 911 emergency dispatch services as well as to house the detainees. At this time, I wanted to ask the Commission the direction you would like management to take. Should we move forward with that, put something in place and get approval from you guys, or do you want us to send a letter back asking for further verification? And I just want to know, this did come up in July. Here's the letter. Basically, after review and consideration, it's their intent to contract services from Taos County for detention and communications. In our meeting, we discussed our support for the standards of safety, security, sanitation, and discipline that should promote a physically and emotionally sound environment for inmates. We're willing to meet to further discuss and negotiate contracts with Taos Pueblo. We did have some concerns. Our detention director's here today, I think, probably voiced a couple of the concerns that she had. We don't have any jurisdiction on the Pueblo, and so the detainees we also wouldn't have very much jurisdiction over. So I know that is one big concern, is how we would handle the interaction with DIA and Ms. Gonzalez. I don't know if there's anything you would like to elaborate on that, but I know that was a major concern that she had addressed. And one reason why we're bringing it to you in this capacity instead of just having an agreement in place.
I'll stand for questions if there's any.
Okay, thanks, John. Just to update Commissioner Romero, we did pass over the hospital question, waiting for you to return. The only thing we dealt with were the budget matter and the $30,000 commitment in video.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're on 12A now regarding the Pueblo's letter of interest on contracting with us for detention and communication services under E911. And our manager is looking for a little direction as to whether to pursue those negotiations. That's where we stand.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fambro.
I'm gonna do a lot better job of biting my tongue than I usually do, so. This is gonna be tough because if they change their leadership every year, I mean, were you thinking of something multi-year to make it, I mean, I can see where this could bounce back and forth, and I don't think that's in anybody's best interest. But I know, I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fambro, I think that's kind of why we're here today, to kind of keep the process from bouncing back and forth so much to get the direction. I don't know if you want to go longer than a one-year term, if that's the will of the commission, but they did place a date of January 1st on here. We began the conversation back in July, but it didn't go to this point until we got this letter on November 6th.
I mean, to last longer, to make it worth our while, it's gotta be for a longer. Mr. Malone.
I'll go wait till the chairman sees. Chairman, Commissioners, I need to express concern that's similar to what the manager mentioned and somewhat broaden that concern. We have all kinds of due process items that we have to observe in terms of when somebody can properly be incarcerated, when they can be released, all those kinds of things. And it's difficult enough to interface with our own court system and understand that we do all those things right. Because if we do them wrong, we expose ourselves to liability. And trying to integrate that with a tribal court system could be extremely difficult. And if we're going to go down that road, I need to get some advice because I don't have the answers. But I do know that their judicial system is completely separate from ours. And I don't even know where to begin understanding when we properly incarcerate, when we properly release somebody, what the paperwork is. I'm sure those are some of the things that John might be concerned about.
And if they're already a state and a municipal prisoner, they're already in ours under different courts, okay, so I get that.
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, could we possibly look at similar arrangements that, I don't know if that's been suggested already, and I apologize for coming late, but if we could look at similar contracts that may exist in Albuquerque possibly, San Juan County, or other entities that have this type of an arrangement with our tribal neighbors.
Yeah, these questions may have been answered in other jurisdictions, so that would be a good start. And the E911 doesn't have the same problems. There are requests to join in on that. Obviously, need to follow up with them and have some discussions.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think there was just slight concerns maybe about mapping, addressing, which we have concerns about all over the county, but that's probably the main issue on 911 at this time. Mr. Martinez is here for any questions related to that specifically. I think that's probably a little bit easier to do. The questions on detention that also rise are the rate that we would be charging. We would charge the same rate as we do for the town of Taos. I think that would probably be the fair at this time.
Mr. Chairman, with regards to 911, didn't the county at one time already have that arrangement with Taos Pueblo?
Dominic, you want to help us out here on this? Do you think this is a good idea, to negotiate something with the Pueblo, or what's the history? What do you think?
Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Cordova, Mr. Malone. What was done in the past was, we didn't actually, it wasn't dispatched for them. What we did was we ran all of their NCIC checks for them. So their driver's license checks. They currently have their NCIC system set up over there at the Pueblo. So they're running their own NCIC stuff now, so we don't run it for them. We did, prior to coming to the county, the town of Taos was running it, they were running it for them, and there was a small fee that they were charging.
So you don't have any objections to entering into negotiations?
We can enter into negotiations, but you know, I have a lot of concerns, a lot of questions that I would bring forth to them, of course, before we had this undertaking. And right now, we're in the middle of this huge CAD deal. That's where I've been all day in training, and
for them to want to have this done before by January the 1st is just too small of a window. There's just no way with us going live December the 8th. And taking on a whole other agency, like I think I expressed it once before, we're gonna have to have at least another 1 or 2 positions up there. They do quite a few, they do have quite a few calls out there, and like Mr. Cordova indicated, their GIS and geo-based system out there at the Pueblo is basically non-existent, and we have no mapping of the Pueblo at all whatsoever. We are having difficulties with the county mapping here, trying to get that put through with our new server that we're going to be purchasing, but there's a lot of questions, a lot of concerns on my part as well.
And Mr. Chairman, there's also the idea of restricted areas on the reservation that
exactly.
the public isn't allowed to
With
go
them being
in.
a sovereign nation and restricted areas, private areas, you know, I don't know. And then there's a lot of stuff that their own sheriff deals with out there that I wouldn't know how to tell my dispatchers what's a law enforcement call, what's a Pueblo sheriff call, and how would we dispatch for the Pueblo sheriff, because I think the dispatch also dispatches for them as well out of the governor's office. So there's a lot of questions when it comes to that part.
This wouldn't include animal control at all, Mr. Cordova?
That was not part of the request, no.
Well, to the extent that we can work with them, it would be good for the community to be able to do so, but I understand the concerns and questions, and if you guys come up with anything, then we'll bring it back to us.
Yeah, for me on the UNM on one side, Mr. Chair, I think it's going to be a lot more than just a month and a half of work. It's going to take some time to work it out with them, and like you indicated, there's a great ideas on looking at what San Juan does and other tribal governments do throughout the state. I don't know how they're set up, but we could look at that if we were tasked with it, so.
Yeah, be a good first step. Commissioner O'Donnell?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is the Pueblo willing to pay for a rural address in person?
I have no idea. That's probably another one of the questions that we
Probably
would
would be
want to ask.
good.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to discourage relationships with the
No.
Pueblos, but
We don't want to discourage relationships. The only issue that we have is that the mapping, the addressing out there is really bad right now. I mean, when we dispatch a medical call for EMS with Joaquin's staff, we basically have the ambulance meet a tribal officer at the governor's office, and they have to escort them to the house.
this would be a good opportunity. Is Matt Foster still over there in planning?
No, he's up in Taos now.
Do they have a planning person?
I have no idea. I don't know what how they're set up out there. I really don't.
Could you check to see if they'd be willing to pay for mapping?
Well, I think that'd be a part of the negotiations, a part of the questions that we would have to have when we have our joint meeting. I don't know if you want me to go and do that just on that part. I think that's one of the questions we need to add to the list of questions that we have.
What joint meeting?
No, if we have a joint meeting with them, or whatever comes out of this, or if we have discussions later on, or we go into negotiations with them, that should be one of the questions we should ask them.
Mr. Chairman, I would highly recommend a joint meeting with Taos Pueblo government. Unfortunately, like Commissioner Fambro said, their term does end in January, and it makes it very difficult to push forward something when they're not going to be around to represent what they want.
And we did have a meeting some months ago before Mr. Archuleta retired, and if I'm not mistaken, the tribal government was invited, and they did not attend. The CMS people attended, but the tribal government, the governor, and his staff did not attend that meeting.
If we could, Mr. Chairman. Yes, a side note, not totally related to this, but I would like that meeting to also include the Pueblo Tourism Department, which I've already started dialogue with, and they're interested in some space at Old County Courthouse. So that should be part of that agenda if we do arrange that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we can begin the negotiations, we'll head down that path. I'm just also concerned about the timeline on January 1st, and I don't know if we will be able to meet that January 1st deadline. We will do our best to work with the Pueblo and start the negotiations, ask all these questions that have been brought up today, and we'll go from there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sal.
One last information that I do have, information was given to our sheriff that their dispatch is basically going to be done December 31st. That's been the rumor that's out there coming from their law enforcement to our law enforcement. So I don't know what the plan is, what they're going to do if they really are going to pull the plug on December 31st.
They're gonna need something for safety purposes, and maybe we can work something out that would benefit everybody. Good luck with that. All right, Commissioners, let's circle back now to 10A, and this is a discussion and decision regarding the Hospital Funding Act Bill Levy election resolution. This is decision regarding the particulars of the resolution, which has not yet been drafted.
Mr. Chairman, each of you have in your electronic packets a memorandum of 5 questions that I need to have answered in order to draft a resolution for the mill levy. And so what I would suggest we do is just take them one by one. For any of you that don't immediately have access, I'll read them to you one by one. The first is the date of the special election. I met with Anna, and the first realistic date, if we put the resolution on the December 1st meeting, would be March 1st. That's already taken by the municipal elections, but Anna says that the other Tuesdays in March are available. So it's a matter of the, would be, I guess, the 8th, the 15th, or the 22nd of March would be the available earliest dates. Do you have any preference of those 3?
I was just going to say, go over each of these.
Go over each of them, okay.
And then we'll see if we got any motions.
Okay, the second question is whether or not to operate all precincts as polling places. In a special election, the resolution has to indicate what the polling places are going to be. And so there's extra cost associated with operating all of the precincts, and Anna explains to me that in a special election, you might have people manning those precincts and sitting literally for hours with no voters. By consolidating precincts, it's more efficient, and I think Anna was going to have some recommendations if the commission was interested in consolidating precincts about how that should be done. The third is the hours that each polling place will be open. That seems relative. I mean, we have normal regular hours that we always use, but the resolution has to include that information, and so that for a special election it might be something other than the typical hours. The last two, the fourth and fifth items, are substantive items about the mill levy. The first is the amount of the mill levy. The statute allows for as much as $4.25 per thousand. Most of the discussion that the commission has had in various meetings up until this point has been talking about a 1 mill levy or $1 per thousand. But I need to know what the commission's preference is in that regard to put it into the resolution. And finally, the number of years that the mill levy will be in effect. The statute allows it to be anywhere, a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 8. So it can be any number of years from 4 to 8. That can then be renewed, but only by an additional vote of the people.
Would the board have any role in the renewal? Would the board, I guess the board would have to set another.
The board would call another election.
And that would be at the request of the hospital, I assume?
Or on the board's own initiative.
On the court, yeah. Okay.
And again, this whole discussion has been in the context of this mill levy proceeds being turned over to the hospital. The mill levy itself, under the Hospital Funding Act, half of it could be turned over and the other half used for other hospital-related purposes at the commission's discretion, but that's not what we're addressing at this point.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Could we hear from our county clerk regarding the first 3 questions, some advice and information?
State your
That's my job. Chairman, Commissioners, so on question number 1, Like Mr. Malone says, the 1st of March is already taken by the municipal election, so anything after that would be fine. I would suggest, if I could, that we could do it sooner rather than later. The later we go into the month gets us closer to the primary, and then that gets us a little busier, so, but that's up to you.
Second Tuesday would be your recommendation?
That would be fine, because we usually open our books back up on the 7th, which would be the Monday following, so then that would be fine with us. And then as far as...
I'm sorry,
Go.
Mr. Chairman. Would their canvassing have any play in when the...
It does not,
Okay.
because we technically don't run municipal elections, we're just there to assist.
And you would be running it, Renee wouldn't, so their canvassing wouldn't be involved. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
And then on number 2, consolidating. So basically, if you had every precinct open during a special election, you don't get a very big turnout, so you'd have a lot of empty, wasted time and space. And so I would suggest to consolidate. We can always put precincts so that they would accommodate every precinct, you know. And the cost for a special election to consolidate is about a $25,000 difference. So you're looking at about $23,000 to $24,000 for consolidated, as where full precinct open would be $47,000, close to $50,000.
And Mr. Chairman, who would pay for that election? The hospital?
It would have to be by the hospital, yeah.
Would that have to be part of the resolution?
Yeah, the statute requires that you name the precincts that are going to be open.
Okay, yeah, you name the precincts that are going to be opened, so it would be consolidated and there would be less number of precincts.
Exactly, so you have to name them so that folks know where it's going to be.
And
I don't know if Anna has specific details on that at this point.
I don't.
If she doesn't, then my recommendation would be that the commission give Anna the authority to provide me with her recommendation, and then I'd include that in the resolution.
No, I'm sure we would defer to her expertise on the location of the consolidated polling places. Commissioner Fambro?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Martinez, that is pretty much the typical feature of an election like this, correct?
Right. And then as far as the hours, they're pretty fixed hours, so it would be Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. If you wanted to do the way we traditionally do, we have the last Saturday open here at the courthouse. It would be up to you if you wanted to have alternate sites open as well. That would be the Armory. Normally we have an alternate site, and you can also go one in Cuesta to give those people opportunity to be able to go early as well. That would all have to be in the resolution.
Right. Okay, so standard hours would be appropriate.
Right, because if not, the cost goes up. If we do alternate sites, then we have to man those places as well, and that's going to be an additional cost.
But we still haven't answered Commissioner Romero's question about the cost. I mean, we sort of answered, oh yeah, the hospital's going to pay for it, but is that part of the resolution? How do we enforce that?
There's nothing in the statute that addresses who pays for the election.
That would be a contract?
We could have a contractual agreement with the hospital.
Because we're going to pay for it up front, obviously.
Normally, that's what happens. We pay for it up front, and then we get reimbursed by whoever the election is for.
Okay, great.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
The satellite polling places, do they have to comply with the length of early voting?
Normally, they're 11 days, and so we always start the third Saturday. The third Saturday. And so they usually go, no, it's the second Saturday. They usually go from Saturday to start on a Tuesday through Saturday, and then off Sunday and Monday.
And the absentee balloting?
Absentee is done through our office. And then it's counted on election night by board.
Commissioners, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question is, the hospital presented last week a list of the items that needed to be paid for by proceeds from this mill levy. And so if we could talk a little bit more about that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as to how, again, how much do we expect to raise from this mill levy, and how many mills are we considering, just the one, and how will that affect the average residents in Taos County?
Well, all along, I've been thinking of it in terms of one mill. Obviously, none of us are thrilled about asking our constituents to pony up more money. One mill would be $33 per $100,000 in property valuation. And it would generate approximately $1.5 million per year. I've also talked about it and favored the 4-year limit. The disadvantage to that is it limits the hospital's ability to leverage because it's only 4 years. But given the controversies and all of the issues that have been associated with the hospital, I've been thinking that it would be good to keep it to 4 years. That would certainly be helpful to them, and then they would have the opportunity of making the case again in 4 more years. That's my thinking. I am open to other discussions regarding those policy matters and changing my mind, but that's my starting place.
Mr. Chairman, if, say, you were to do a 0.5 mil, and that's $15 per, that generates 750, that becomes,
$16.50 per
I'm gonna,
100,000.
palatable?
All of those numbers would work. It would be a direct relationship, direct ratio. I worry that, the 6 million is, well, 6 million clearly isn't enough to pull the hospital out of all of their difficulties. But it would be helpful, and I would worry that anything less would be insufficient.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, with the hospital loan fund, if you could leverage money, do you know what amount you would need to leverage more money?
Yeah. Steve, do you want to, I think Steve Rosenblum, the Chief Financial Officer of THS, who is here, can tell us a lot more than we know.
I don't know that I can answer Commissioner O'Donnell's question. I've not approached the New Mexico Hospital Equipment Loan Council with any specific details, so I don't really know what we can or cannot do. Deb Gorens, the president or the responsible party for the New Mexico Hospital Equipment Loan Council, is available by phone if we want to ask her any questions. She had intended to come, but because of the weather, I suggested they not make the drive this morning from Albuquerque.
So you don't know if other groups would have done something that...
In my discussions with her, typically, they're not mill levy supported type of loans that they provide. It's not that they haven't done that, but that's not their typical approach. They're usually looking at individual projects that are a minimum of $5 million. Again, they've made exceptions to that. And you can bundle different projects together to get to a $5 million total. But that's not the approach that we've been looking at, because we don't have any single project that's a huge number. We'd have to combine several years of equipment needs together to come up to approach the $5 million. Again, they can make exceptions to their, it's not a fixed in stone type of threshold, but that's the typical threshold that they're looking at.
And Mr. Chairman, again, we haven't seen numbers of what you actually need per year, and it seems like the less mill levy, 0.5, if you could leverage, it would, the voters would be, I think it would be better for both the voters, but I think it's important to kind of have those numbers.
I believe you had the numbers last week. It was delineated by year for 5 years. And it was also delineated by urgency of the need. And then there was detail that supported the summary worksheet as well.
How much is that a year? Does that translate into a year?
I don't have, I do have that with me in my briefcase. I think the first year was $3 million, and then the subsequent years were ranging from 1.8 to $2.5 million.
Based on the 1 mil?
It wasn't based on what mill levy expectations we had. I think, now I'm starting to understand the question a little bit better. The Equipment Loan Council, they can help arrange a bond, which we could use the mill levy to repay. Our credit history is not good, so our rating would be lower than desirable to get a favorable interest rate. But when I spoke to Deb Gorens last week, she was so confident that they would be able to find an agency that would help us acquire a bond or other financing instrument of some sort with the proceeds from the mill levy to be used to pay that, repay that loan or bond or whatever the tool or financing arrangement would be. But again, I've not spoken to her about specifics. I would suspect that if we had a mill levy that was $1.5 million, we would probably be able to leverage that into probably at least $5 to $5.5 million, or maybe 6, but I doubt that, because you're going to have the costs associated with putting the bond together. You're going to have a lot of fees associated with that. So to net out $6 million would be pretty unlikely for a 4-year mill levy. A longer period of time, you might be able to get closer to $6 or $7 million, but not on a 4-year.
So what's wrong with your credit? How does that, because you couldn't pay your bills, or when you say you don't have the best credit, how did that happen?
We've sustained significant losses the past 5 years on our financial statements. So for anybody that's looking to lend money, that's a red flag. The counter to that is a sustained, guaranteed, it's not completely guaranteed, but a higher level of confidence if mill levy proceeds are being dedicated to the repayment of a bond or a loan instrument of some other kind, and not coming out of operations. But just based on our operations makes us a credit risk.
I'd sure like to talk to someone from the loan council to see, to get a ballpark number, whether, your 1 mil suggested is appropriate, or whether we could do 0.5, or if it would, I just think it's important to have those numbers, but.
You can only borrow the amount of your revenues, so. Obviously, if you cut it back to 0.5, you can borrow about half as much as you could if you had a 1 mil. And given the hospital's cash position and their capital needs, 5-6 million is in my mind, the minimum that they need to do what they have to do.
Is that, if you were to leverage that 5 or 6 million, is that a lump sum they give you?
We'd have to work out those details. I did have that discussion a little bit with Debbie Gorens, and once a mill levy is passed, we can start discussions about or start negotiating or going through the legwork to get financing arranged, and that would include working with, if it was a bond agent and a legal firm to put all of that together, determining what an appropriate interest rate, best interest rate that we could get, and try to negotiate that. And that's where the loan council would be to our benefit, because they would be directly involved in those negotiations and helping to set up all that work that we don't have the expertise in, but they do, and they do this on a regular basis. So they've got all the contacts. They have worked with RBC in the past. I know that was an agency that was discussed last week during the work session. So they do have experience working directly with them and arranging these financing things.
Have you thought about just using the revenue stream itself and saving the interest and all of those other difficulties? Or is it absolutely necessary for you to have the bulk amount up front?
We may not need to have $6 million up front if I can just use that round number. But I don't think the $1.5 million that would come on an annual basis would get us to where we need to be because of the delays that we've had in initiating some of the projects that we've had, delays in purchasing or maintaining the equipment, fixing some of the facilities, infrastructure, and things of that nature. I don't think $1.5 million would get us where we need to be quick enough. Plus, the money wouldn't be available until January of 17 at the earliest, where there's the possibility that working through a bond agency with a preferred revenue stream, we could get the money sooner than that.
January 17th of 2017.
No, January of 2017 is what I meant.
Mr. Chairman, going back to the ballot idea, is it possible to have multiple questions on there? Or would we want just one question of 1 mil?
I think that the strategy was to keep it a single question election, a single question special election.
A multiple question election could result in an inconsistent answer. You could have 2 different mill rates, and you could have a majority in favor of both, then what do you do? So it doesn't work to present two questions.
Oh, I see what you mean. Whichever you want to do, yeah.
So if an individual has a property worth $500,000, then you're looking at paying $33 for every 100,000. That's over $168,000 up in that area. I mean, $168
Yeah,
per year.
65 a year, yeah.
600 total, if it's 4 years, 750.
Do we know the numbers as to how much would be raised at this point?
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million per year.
More or less.
And do they want us to go 4 years, 6 years, 8 years? I mean,
They want us to go as many mills, as many years as we can do. They want, they want the same thing that you would want if you were in their shoes.
What is the max?
The 2 maximums would be 8 years and $4.25.
If we're going to allow, Mr. Chairman, sorry, please, if we're going to allow the voters to decide if this is the fix, we should fix it all the way because obviously nickel and diming is not working currently, so it needs to be to the amount that's desired. So I don't think we should try to do the minimum in a sense if that's not going to fix it, because then they'll be putting back to us for another one, and then that's where we get into trouble. So if we're going to do it, go big or go home.
Well, one thing, okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think that if we go big, they'll...
No, I don't mean big, I mean, just fix it once and for all. How about that?
It's not going to get fixed once and for all.
That the election would not be successful for last.
Yeah. So obviously, if you have too many mills, then it would be voted down, and it's not going to be fixed. This isn't going to fix it permanently. Every county that uses this does it on a regular basis. They renew, they renew, they renew. That's how it works.
My comment is here, I want to hear from them what they expect of it.
You don't want to hear from me anymore than you want? Is that what you're saying?
That's much fine.
Fine, Bill, you're wrong. I'll be quiet.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it would be nice to talk higher numbers longer term. But from my perspective, I think there's an element of trust here. And I think we need to establish that funds that are given to us can be used responsibly. And from that perspective, it would be my recommendation that we go with 1 and we go with 4 years. And just part of my rationale, the longer term we have, then the longer it's going to be before I can go back to the well. And I would like to demonstrate initially that we can use 1 mil over a 4-year period responsibly, that we can address underlying credit issues so that the need long-term potentially might be changed. I wouldn't predict it, but it might be. So my recommendation in an effort to get this to be approved would be 1 mil for 4 years.
You're right, Commissioner Fambro, that was much better than what I had said.
But Mr. Chairman, again, we're not factoring into what they could use for leverage. So if they could only needed 0.5 mil,
You keep saying leverage as if it's going to increase the dollar amount. It will not. It just gives you the amount up front, but still you can only borrow what you have a stream of revenue to pay back. So, you know, I know that this is something that you've been hoping for all along, that, you know, somehow this loan council would help pull it out and take the burden off the people of Taos County, but it just doesn't work that
as a
way.
supplement, you're just saying it can be done.
Yes, it can be done, but it doesn't get you any more money than what we're talking about.
It gets you money up front.
Either way, it gets you money up front. It does. Selling bonds, the loan, through the loan council, or getting a loan, it gets you money up front, and that's their plan, and that's what they're gonna do if this is successful.
You're saying it won't get you more money leveraging a mill levy to get bond money?
Yeah, it's saying it ends up 5 million, I'm sorry. I'm
Mr.
gonna
Chairman,
Bill talk now.
Commissioner O'Donnell, so if we use as an example that we're going to get 1.5 for 4 years, that's the total amount that's available to us, that's all we're going to be able to use as it relates to our ability to borrow and repay. So a bank, and you might think of the loan fund as a bank. So Bank A is not going to loan us any more based on that 1.5 over 4 years than Bank B will. The variables will be interest rate. So when you use the word leverage, I would say that we're going to try and optimize our interest rate and our repayment terms, but our ability to borrow more money is not improved using the loan fund versus issuing bonds on our own. What we would be looking for is the cost of taking on the debt and comparing it with the loan fund versus issuing debt on our own. On our own, typically that would be an unrated form of paper. With the loan fund, sometimes we could get some sort of credit improvement with them. So I think I understand the desire to be able to say, we're going to get this 1.5 and it will allow us to borrow 2. That is not the case. 1.5 is the most we're going to be able to borrow per year over a 4-year term, minus costs of issuing that debt.
Now, Mr. Chairman, property taxes are the only option that we have, or do we have the option of the GRT as well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the GRT that's specific for hospitals has been used in Taos County and then been repurposed for educational GRT. So a dedicated hospital GRT would need to be approved by the legislature. GRTs we do have available, we could probably implement and then dedicate, but that would be adding to our overall GRT base as well.
Right, but at that point then, everybody would pay into it, not just the landowner. And right now, there is a heavy burden on landowners. I realize that there aren't many who have a house or a property that's worth over $500,000 as an example, but it's still very burdensome to be able to handle that, as we heard from our treasurer this morning. There are a lot of delinquent property taxes, and luckily enough of them were able to come through before the auction deadline and pay off that debt. But it's not something that it is something that we should consider as well, where a tax would be a little bit more open so that everybody could pay into it versus just the property owners.
Mr. Chairman, a quick comment on GRT. Hospital Funding Act specifically allows this mill levy to be turned over to a private entity that's running a hospital. There is no specific language that would allow us to do that with a GRT, so I would have concerns about any donation issues. We might be pushing the envelope. I haven't researched that question, but there's no clear authority under the Hospital Funding Act or any of the other hospital acts that I'm aware of, except what the manager was talking about when there previously was a GRT specifically for that purpose. We've already used it and retired it.
And Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, if I could, just from a strategy perspective, that isn't something that's available to us today. I think it is something through conversation we could look for the future. But for today, it's my understanding that the mill levy is the option that's available to you. And so I'll just, I think we've established for you the need. I hope that we've established that it's a new day at Taos Health Systems. You've seen numerous changes. We are changes in leadership, changes in board transparency, changes in bottom line. I'm happy to report that October was our 5th month in a row for a positive bottom line. Only $12,000, but it was still a positive bottom line. We need to address this backlog of capital equipment and building maintenance. There's no question about it. The contribution our organization makes, not just for the healthcare services, but to the local economy, is essential. And I appreciate and understand the impact it has on the landowners. I believe this is a service that is essential, and I urge you to move forward and allow the people to have a voice and to vote on a 1 mil over a 4-year time frame.
Commissioner Fambro.
Because I was always under the liking of the GRT way, because then everyone pays for it, that potentially uses the service. Right now, the renters aren't going to be paying anything. Tourists, people coming in to shop from outside the county and stuff. And they potentially are going to need your facility as the 911 tax that we've talked about and things like that. So I was always in favor of that one, because you were getting true people to pay for it and it didn't just burden the property owners. It was unfortunate the last 2 meetings that we discussed this, that it was said that we couldn't do that. So in my opinion, this is the only viable avenue, correct? Well, no, I don't want a black and white answer.
Well, first of all, part of the answer is a finance answer, but I'm just repeating what I've already said, and that is there's no specific provision that allows us to turn general GRT revenues over to a private entity running the hospital. There is a specific provision that allows us to do it under the Hospital Funding Act through this mill levy that we're speaking about. To the other quick observation, Leandro, correct me if I'm wrong, but to generate $1.5 million a year, that would require a 2/1/8, a 1/4 GRT, roughly speaking. We generally use as a rule of thumb that a 1/8 generates about $800,000. So that would be a really hefty increase in the GRT, and there's been reluctance to do that at all because of the impact in terms of our relationship to the rest of the state and what GRTs are in the rest of the state.
One good thing about mill levy is no county in the state has a bigger percentage of second homeowners in Taos County.
So do we have a year, 8 years?
So I think his recommendation was 1 mil for 4.
So I'll make a motion. Are you going to make a motion?
Well, no, whoever makes a motion, I think 2 and 3 should be left up to Ms. Martinez. Please don't forget her. Even 1 on that, I'm okay with her making that decision.
Well, give it a shot, you can correct me if I get it wrong. All right, I'm sure I will. So I'm going to make a motion that we direct our county attorney to begin work on a resolution for our consideration at the next regular meeting, hopefully. And that resolution include the following provisions: that the election be set for the 2nd Tuesday in March, that it be an election with consolidated polling places based on our county clerk's discretion, that the polling places be open for regular hours, that the amount be set at 1 mil for 4 years.
second.
Mr. Chairman, with discussion,
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
can we separate out the 1 mil, because that's the only thing I would vote against? And also, would you include in your motion that we have satellite polling places in Penasco and Cuesta? You did not include that in your motion. I think it's important we have satellite polling places rather than forcing people to come in if they want to do early voting. I think I'm talking specifically about early voting.
Well, we gotta have the 1 mil in there, we can't draft a resolution without it, so I can't change that. And,
Vote on them separately? Where's Mr. Malone?
well, we could
It's
just.
possible to vote on each one of these separately. There's currently a motion with
Right.
all of them lumped together, but it could be done separately.
So let's see where this motion goes. Okay, Commissioner Fambro.
But on the satellites, that's number 2, and I asked that be left up to Ms. She's the expert on that stuff, let's not her do her job.
I agree.
Well, she just said the satellites weren't a good idea because it brings up the cost. So.
But she said 1 in Cuesta, 1 in Penasco.
Would
I
there
did
be
say that.
satellites for early, could someone clarify it for me?
I did say that you could have satellites in Cuesta and Penasco
For early voting?
for early voting.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion on the table, and we have a second. Is there further discussion? If not, please call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Gagos.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
No.
Chairman Blankenham.
Yes. All right, thank you. So, is it reasonable, staff, that we can expect this at the next regular
December
meeting?
1st meeting. Yes.
Great. So there you have it, folks. December 1st meeting. Mr. Rosenblum?
If I may ask one question, would you like anyone from the New Mexico Hospital Association or the Loan Council to be present at the next meeting?
Be careful.
I'd defer to Commissioner O'Donnell. It's not necessary for me. Commissioner O'Donnell, are you going to want that information, or have you already made your decision on this resolution?
Are you saying it'll help, thank you, Mr. Chairman, are you saying it would help interest rates?
No, just to answer any additional questions or provide any information with regard to the Loan Council and what they can do, or the New Mexico Hospital Association to clarify what other hospitals around the state might or might not be doing.
How about I call them?
Okay, great.
Would you like me to provide the contact information?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Steve. Mr. Hahn.
I was waving goodbye to Mark.
Oh, right.
It's a friendly little meeting.
By the way, we want to recognize Councilman Barr, who is joining us. And also, I think we have another politician in the group, Mr. Chris Day, Taos Valley. Thank you for coming.
Or elected official.
Elected official, not politician.
Politicians, but we are.
We'll look forward to seeing you again at the next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're a very good communicator, Bill.
Bye, Anna.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Goodbye, Steve. Goodbye, Steve. Goodbye, Chris.
John Boyd.
We will move now on to 12B, which is, now we are back to the county manager's report and matters. And we have Leandro here to ask us to consider a decision for providing the risk management pool a 90-day notice.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, as mentioned in a previous meeting under the manager's report, staff has done a lot of work in looking at alternative healthcare options for our employees and staff. We have gotten proposals from Brown & Brown Insurance with the health insurance primarily being offered by Cigna Health. Cigna Health offers both an HMO and a PPO. The PPO is basically equivalent to Presbyterian healthcare. They use the same doctor network, so our employees would have the same access to doctors as they would through the Presbyterian network. We've had a couple meetings with Brown & Brown. We were able to include the union president, Ms. Rebecca Paras Mondragon. She asked her question. She was able to get the information that she needed to take it back to her union. We also had some meetings yesterday for all employees. We had 2 different sessions, presentations from Cigna and We're also talking about changing vision and some of our other supplemental short-term, long-term disability programs. I've heard the meetings yesterday went pretty well. There's obviously always some questions and concerns about the idea of switching, but for the most part, I think it was well received. I think the bottom line is what's most important to the county, as well as the fact that they're not losing any benefits for each of the individuals, but the county does stand to save between $245,000 and $331,000 a year by switching over to Cigna. The employees will also save. We do pay 90% of the employees, and the employee pays 10%. So they will save on their 10%, we'll save on our 90%. The family plans, we pay 70% and they pay 30%. So they'll save on the family plans as well out of their 30%. So what I'm asking for today is permission to send a letter to risk management withdrawing Taos County from the risk management pool for health insurance. They do require about a 90-day. We are asking to be removed January 1st. There may be a pushback to February 1st, but we are going to ask that we be removed January 1st. There is what's called a runoff period with risk management that we do need to be aware of, that we have looked into. That runoff period is typically 3 months to 6 months, and what they do is they take a look at any claims that are filed up to our date of exit. If any major claims are filed, they do have the right to bill us for that runoff period. Estimates that we've been given are anywhere from $50,000 to $90,000 cost on the runoff. But with savings of $245,000, even the runoff is an affordable option for us. And it should be mentioned that we were able to get lower rates primarily because we have pretty good claim history here in Taos County. They look at our history individually, apart from the whole pool. And because there have not been major catastrophic claims through our past risk management, we have pretty good savings to be able to start with. And Renee Weber, our HR director, has done a lot of the work. She's been working hand in hand with Brown & Brown, and I would offer her as a reference for any questions you may have in the specifics or the details of what's being presented. But all in all, we do feel that this is a positive thing for our employees, for our staff. We save money and they do get the same benefits, if not better in some cases. The vision, as I mentioned, is we'll be changing to superior vision. We have greater benefits out of pocket for them, greater credits for things like glasses and contacts. We go from $100 to $150. Things like that do give an advantage to the employee. So I stand for any questions at this time for myself or for Ms. Weber.
Mr. Fambro.
Sorry. I'm actually in favor of something like this. I know that Cuesta goes outside the self-insurance fund. The Taos Fire Department got a lot better deal on the volunteers by going outside the self-insured fund, and it's unbelievably better coverage. They were limited to $100,000, which Weldon Driscoll went over in the Big fire, and left Weldon with $34,000 out of pocket for being a volunteer fireman. Is that right? No. So, I mean, this is needed to shake that pool up.
Commissioner Romero.
Very good thinking. Thank you.
Under who qualifies under a family plan?
Well, we have different options. I think it's a parent with children, or a parent, spouse, and a child. Domestic partners as well fall under the family plan.
No nieces or nephews?
No, unless they're, yes, unless you're the legal guardian.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
does this affect, how, it's going to be hard to explain how your taxes are not included on the insurance, so you get a reduced tax rate on your income tax. Does this carry over?
I think you're referencing the tax-free aspect of paying into the health. It'll lower that because you're paying less. So your premiums are less, so your taxable benefit will be slightly less, but I mean, you're going to save a lot more money in the premiums, and you're going to save by paying it tax-free.
So is it the same, the tax-free, is it the same? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I believe, I'm not sure if I completely understand the question. I think it is yes. You're not going to have any difference in taxes situation. You're just going to pay less.
Well, with the state plan, they have that where they do not include your plan as part of your overall tax rate. So that's...
This isn't any different. So yes, it'll still be covered as tax-free.
Free, yeah.
Premium. So it's not pre-tax, I guess is what I'm looking for, the word pre-tax. It's still pre-tax. But if you were paying, as an example, $100 a check before, and now you're paying $90 a check, that extra $10 is now going to be subject to tax, but you're saving $10. So, you know, you may pay an extra couple cents in tax on those extra, but you're saving the money.
I guess I still don't understand. I can talk to, maybe I can talk to Renee about it, make myself clear.
It's not going to be detrimental to the employee, if that's what you're trying to get at. If, you know, they're going to end up saving a lot more money in premiums than they would be saving for the tax, the pre-tax, yes. It's going to put it's going to put more money in their pocket after every check, definitely.
And after the IRS.
Yes, and probably on the back end, in some cases, as they go actually pay deductibles and co-pays, there's going to be opportunity for them to save money on that aspect as well.
Mr. Chairman, so Mr. Fambro, what kind of a motion are you looking at?
I'm just looking for your approval as a commission to go ahead and send a letter into risk management, giving them our notice to withdraw from their plan, which will then also allow us to go forward with the new provider, Cigna.
Based on that recommendation, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so second.
Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blakenher.
Yes, great initiative, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to thank HR again, finance, and all the staff that's worked really, really hard on this. It's been many, many months in the making and a lot of public meetings and trying to get as much buy-in as possible, and I think we've done a good thing, so I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Renee. Great work. Okay, 12C. This is a discussion and decision regarding emergency procurement for an email exchange server and backup servers.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, last week we went down on our email exchange server. We have been aware of some major problems with our servers. Last week we hit a very crucial, critical point, both of them. I'm trying to combine them, but it was that bad. It was a very frightening situation. Our IT staff has dealt with a lot of things very well, but this was well beyond their scope of work and their understanding. And unfortunately, we've been working with Harmonix Technologies in the previous IT purchase we made a few months ago on our switches. They've been working with us since. They went ahead and helped us out. Thursday night, they worked well into the morning, and they remotely accessed our servers, cleared up a lot of space, and we were able to get our email back up on Friday. Currently, our printer servers are down. What they were able to do was just a patch, and we are at a critical point here where we do need, and we are calling it an emergency because it is an emergency. We are at the point where if everything crashes, we could lose all data that we've been compiling for years. Unfortunately, the county is working with servers that are obsolete, probably 5 years obsolete. We've been putting money aside for years, but not expending it. Typically, a building this size should be putting $50,000 to $70,000 a year towards IT. We haven't made any major IT purchases prior to the one we did a few months ago for years. What we're asking for today is a purchase of $83,712 with tax. We're buying new servers, we're buying backup storage, and this is basically giving us 10 to 15 years of capacity into the future. We desperately needed this. We had already received the quotes prior to last week's problems, but the problems have now become crucial to the point where we're asking for this emergency so that we can get the procurement done quickly. In the quotes we received from Harmonix, the servers are pretty unique. We've done our best to get quotes that match or to be equivalent but what they're asking for is kind of specific, and we do feel that we're getting a fair price on the hardware. The labor and implementation aspect of it is a GSA deal, so they are covered under GSA for their labor, and I do recommend approval at this time. I have Mr. Medina from our IT here to answer any technical questions you have, if you have any specific questions as to how things are broken, but we have a lot of things that are causing us problems.
Commissioner Fambro?
Herb, is this what you need?
Yes, it is. We actually we have 3 servers that have drives. My name's Herb, I believe the record, that are going down. So this is one of those things that has to happen like as soon as possible. Generally, they don't go down like this, but this is just one of those situations where it's happening all at once. If we lose another server, I think we'll probably start losing data because we're using RAID arrays, so there's several disks per server. So one goes down, the others pick up, but we're reaching a point where more than one is failing on the servers.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as much as I enjoyed watching Commissioner O'Donnell yank her hair out, break her computer, pound on the desk the other day when she couldn't get into the email, as much as that gave me joy in life, I would like to make a motion that we pass this recommendation if Elsa acknowledges it as an emergency.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Malone has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Malone.
Mr. Chairman, if Commissioner Fambro could include in his motion that this is, that this is, in the absence of this emergency declaration, that there would be a serious threat to the functioning of government. That is a requirement of the procurement statutes that Elsa has indicated to me that she believes is the case.
Whatever Elsa needs it to say, I will amend my motion. So I go with what he says.
It's a crucial situation. Crucial. It's crucial.
Yes, this, and to her, I mean, as like I said, we don't need that. She's got enough stuff she is herself.
So we have a motion on the table that approves this emergency request in part because it does
critical to our day-to-day duties.
Potentially, yes, affect our day-to-day duties. We have a motion? Do we
Come on.
I have discussion before.
Okay, discussion first. Commissioner O'Donnell.
As Mr. Chairman, as we've heard from one of our commissioners, I do not like the Outlook web application email. Does this include a new email? Or is it still, we're sticking with this Outlook web?
It's still going to be Outlook, just because that's industry standard pretty much. It'll be an upgraded version of Outlook. The one we're using right now is version 2010. So this would be probably 2013 is the latest one we have now. There's some features that are probably not available on the current version that will probably be available on the new version that will work better with your Macintosh computer or whatever.
So I'm constantly, I have to keep going to the website, getting on my email. I get knocked off in 15, 20 minutes. Is that going to change?
That should change. Yeah, you shouldn't have to be signing in every 15 minutes. You should have it set up so that once you're logged in from either device, you can check your mail on either one without having to put your password every
Well,
time.
we're here in the
that.
chambers.
While you're here in the chambers, once there's wireless installed in the building, that would be possible too. And that's it's actually in the works right now. They've come and done the radio maps that they need for that, so they're working on getting the antennas now.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I mean, at this point, we couldn't do anything extra until we fix the server problem that we have. I mean, even if you see us struggling sometimes to pull things up for a presentation, that's our slow servers. I mean, things that on our day-to-day, and you know, Outlook, yes, it can have problems. It's something else that we're going to address, but with the new servers, we can really start moving forward with new initiatives. We can start looking at the idea of replacing all our analog cameras and doing digital IP cameras. That's would be great for the future, give us a lot more capabilities. And yes, the system is now secure. With the switches that we installed a couple months ago to secure our network, and now we need to speed it up. And so we'll have a secure, very fast network. This seems like a lot of money, 83,000. The amount of work Harmonics put in last week just to diagnose and fix the problem, or just to put the Band-Aid on, was probably 20 to 30,000 in professional services that they're doing for us, because they've been dedicated to the county as a whole and trying to get us a new design. And as Herb mentioned, they're mapping out everything. They're doing a whole new design, engineering of our whole network and trying to build it, rebuild it.
Mr. Chairman, when are we getting fiber optic? When are we getting the high-speed internet?
That will be connected after these servers are done. I did find out that we have the ability to turn it on when we have the servers to support it.
Point of order, Ms. Commissioner O'Donnell, point of order. We have a motion on the table,
Well,
so please
I'll save my comments after the
confine
motion.
your questions and comments to the motion on the table. Any other discussion? We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll go with the second, Mr. Chairman.
Please call for the vote.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Yes.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes.
My question is, you said it was a secure. I just received notice that I'm a winner from Microsoft on our county email, and that I didn't open the attachment, but I could collect a lot of money. I sent that to you, if you could investigate how it wasn't even a quarantined email. It came directly to my main
It may have been because it was from Microsoft. Generally, Microsoft is trusted because they make everything pretty much. But I'll look into that for
Will
you.
you look and see if
Sure.
I want some money like they said I had?
Sure, I'll leave this in.
Okay.
I'll take
Sharon
it
person
personally.
came to you during our time.
Don't open that link, or whatever you do.
But would you look, I forwarded, I'm curious how that got in there.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to turn.
Mr. Chairman, for what it's worth, I got the same email.
You too,
So we're
Sharon.
still getting, yeah, okay, thank you.
On to item 12D, and this is a update from Leandro.
I think in the sake of time, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, a lot of these items can be moved to the next meeting. I do want to thank our Public Works and our Facilities Management Departments for all the hard work this morning, and clearing up as much snow as they could and getting this meeting on track. And I do appreciate all of them, and I appreciate you guys for being here on time and doing your service. It's not easy to delay a meeting because of the Public or Open Meetings Act. So thank you for your guys' dedication. That's all I
Our
have.
staff is always good at what they do. All of our staff is. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second,
No,
Mr.
it's
Chairman.
Vice Chair Fambro.
Okay.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Yes. Chairman Blankenhorn.
Yes. Thank you.
Did you open?